and welcome back to the final day in what I would say is the first portion of the Dead by Daylight mobile tournament. We've had a lot of crazy plays, crazy behind-the-scenes moments that we're assuredly going to talk about today. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm excited to be back here with you today. My name is Dylan. I'm a Fog Whisperer. I have far too many hours in this game, and we're here with, obviously, my lovely co-host.
Steven. I am a longtime Dead by Daylight player and member of the community. Happy to be here for all of these exciting games, both this weekend and next weekend.
Yes, that's the big one, is that this weekend we are just getting prepared for the intensity that is next weekend as we go into much longer sets of matches between teams for much larger cash prizes, which really ups the stakes and almost guarantees we're going to see nothing but spirits and nurses and billies, really.
Hey, I mean, those Billy and Oni matches have been absolutely wild and a treat to watch. You know, you may have your feelings about the balance and functionality of those characters, but it sure makes for an entertaining broadcast. And I have to say, we are now well and truly into Phase 2 of this tournament, which means that these are going to be best of 3 matches, where each team will play Killer and Survivor on the same map, with a character ban from both sides to their opponents. So if you ban Spirit on your opponent's team, you can play that Spirit in your match. And then as we go into the second and potentially even third matches, you can ban additional characters for your opponents, and those stack. So you could have, say, both the Spirit and the Nurse banned.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they stack those bans, especially based on the plays that we saw yesterday with things like Wraith coming out that we totally didn't expect in a really dominant Hag play. So even if you do get a few bans, it doesn't necessarily get you out of the woods if the teams have planned for that and had that contingency in their pocket. We do have a really good bracket, actually, we do want to pull up, just so you guys can understand kind of what's happened, because, like I said, we've had some pretty wild behind-the-scenes events. Specifically, we have actually reintroduced KGB, who was eliminated, I believe, on Friday. Had a really tough match, good tough set. They came back due to some roster errors. We did have to sort of swap some teams and get them kind of resubstituted. They played offline, and they did go to the losers bracket, where we will hopefully see them play today.
Yeah, I am really excited for these matches. I know we will be starting out with, I believe, BBB versus Pulse. Is that our first game of the day?
No, today we are against, we're actually going to look at Lazy Family versus RAR. They're going to be our match number 1 there at the top bracket. And then we're going to cast the bottom 2 matches for losers bracket, which will be BBB and Pulse and KGB and their opponents. So we are just going to be doing those sets today. Lazy Family versus RAR is really going to determine what our bracket looks like going into next week for the rest of the sort of quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. So I don't know. I have my money on Lazy Family. LF is looking pretty clean. They had just an absolutely commanding victory. But what do you anticipate here?
I mean, just for the sake of drama, I'm going to have to go with Rarity for this one.
That's fine.
Because the split desk, come on, that always keeps things interesting.
That's fair. Yeah, 100%. I think Lazy Family has a bunny fung in their logo, so that's enough to seal it for me, really.
Yeah, those are always you see one of those in your game, and you know you're in for a wild ride.
Yeah. So, really what we're looking at today, again, what we were talking about was the layering of the bans, being able to predict really what your opponent's going to play after having them play through this series several matches in, seeing their roster, who they gravitate towards and select. We actually saw this backfire yesterday where somebody had to sort of disqualify kind of DC out of a match and reselect because they had selected a killer that had been banned, and that selection was an Oni that did not fare particularly well. So, we're going to have to see how that plays out. Today, we have an interesting map selection, it looks like.
Yeah, we saw Rancid Abattoir in one of our matches. I believe that was yesterday, and that definitely led to some very interesting back and forth games. If I remember correctly, there was a Spirit on Rancid Abattoir that chased an Atom, just committed to that chase for a little bit too long, and that ended up being the factor that lost them the game in the end.
100%. Yeah, Rancid Abattoir is a really difficult map. It is one of the corn maps, and in my opinion, one of the most difficult corn maps. Just the sheer size of it isn't really easy to navigate, but also just has such a large and sort of maze-like main building that gives survivors a lot of safety and space unless you are playing a killer like Nurse. I mean, even Billy and Oni are really going to struggle on that particular map if survivors can use that main building building to their advantage.
Yeah, because that main building is very central, so it's relatively easy to get to wherever you start the chase. And it has a couple of very solid windows and those really tight corridors in that generator room.
Yep.
For those killers that are that high-speed insta-down style, they might have a lot of trouble navigating those. I mean, I would love to see someone do it successfully, because that would make for a phenomenal clip.
I mean, yeah.
But I mean, come on, how can you realistically expect a killer to navigate those just like winding back and forth railings?
I think that we might see the opportunity for an Oni to get in there and then just hold and slide through, but there's no world where I see a Hillbilly actually doing well on the maps that are actually kind of supposed to be built around Hillbilly several years ago, of course.
Yeah, the good old home field disadvantage.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, I'm thinking we'll see some real safety picks here early on with Spirit. Maybe, I don't know, Lazy Family is feeling confident. Maybe Rarity's feeling confident. It could be really anyone's game, but this is definitely not a game to be lackadaisical about, really.
Yeah, though when we did see that Hag pick come out yesterday on, I believe it was Disturbed Ward, they did such a phenomenal job of shutting down the problematic structure of the main building. And I would be very interested to see if maybe something similar comes out today with those strong windows, that especially if you get the orientation of that main building with the sort of generator room window facing out into the map, that can be quite a pain, because when you're chasing in those sort of central areas, you can get to that window really easily and sort of force the killer to take the long way around.
Yeah, that's the RNG of Dead by Daylight, right? The maps are seeded in such a way that you can't fully predict what the map's entirely going to be like. Yeah, the main building will be in this area and the shack will be in this area, but everything else is a little bit random. You have to load in and take a quick lay of the land and figure out, okay, well, this particular tile here, or like what you mentioned, a window is facing into the map and not towards the exterior of the map. And for a lot of killers in this case, with those strong windows, if they're facing into the map, it actually is a little bit better in some cases, because you can kind of force survivors a little bit into other unsafe areas if you're lucky.
Yeah, and so much of playing the game at a high level comes from understanding the layout of the map. Like you said, sort of taking that quick lay of the land at the start of the game, especially for the survivors, where it becomes really important to coordinate which pallets have been thrown so you don't run into a dead zone at a crucial time.
Exactly. Knowing where you might be able to keep the killer, where you need to completely avoid because it's just too dicey, these things all play into it. And making those callouts across the map as you fan out and start to get on other objectives, and really even start to look for totems in some case, right? If you see the Hex Ruin proc at the beginning, then you might need to go looking for totems, and those are determined even by the tiles that spawn.
Yeah, and I would definitely be interested to see, I would love to see some of those more unusual builds. Like we saw the Wraith yesterday with the very exposed heavy build, bringing the Make Your Choice, the Haunted Grounds, and the Noed, and just being able to chain those insta-downs over and over again, really letting a lot of pressure build in that mid-game.
You know, that is going to be the build for me, unless something drastically changes. That is going to be the big, like, I'm going to remember that build forever, because it is so out of the norm. It was very light on slowdown and really just was a chase-heavy build about just getting in there, doing quick work, and getting you on a hook.
Yeah, and only ruin for slowdown on an M1 killer on Blood Lodge, if I remember correctly. Like, that is a big risk to take. So it was really interesting to see something like that pay off with such an sort of unorthodox game plan, because typically you see killer builds that are very heavy into the slowdown, which, playing against survivors at this high of a level, I really can't blame them. But sometimes you see the sort of front-loaded slowdown builds, you'll see the Corrupt Intervention, the Ruin, and then sometimes you see those sort of mid-game builds. We saw the Thanatophobia, we saw the Pop Goes the Weasel, we saw the No Way Out coming out for the end game. But there are so many different ways to sort of buy yourself some more time as killer that it's really interesting to see when the builds sort of stray away from that typical strategy.
Yeah, the interesting thing, specifically with regards to the metas and perks that haven't really shifted, right? We're looking at an older version of Pop Goes the Weasel, is that these will typically buy you more time per capita than chase builds were, right? For Enduring and Spirit Fury or something of that nature, you really have to, like, work at it to get any value, and that value is still maybe shaving 3-4 seconds off of an interaction.
Yeah, and sometimes that's even over the course of an entire match. Like Enduring, for example, while I really enjoy playing that perk in builds that tend to be more chase-focused, more aggressive, especially paired with Brutal Strength or Spirit Fury to sort of really chew through those pallets, at this high of a level, sometimes you'll run out of pallets and you'll run out of gens first.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the big thing is, if you have to front load things, it can be really, really dicey to actually make any use of anything else. And that's why we see Hex Ruin as a bit of a gamble. We saw at least 2 or 3 killers yesterday that brought maybe just 1 slowdown, or they brought Corrupt Intervention to buy them early time and then Ruin. And once Ruin was gone, they really just were working with almost no perks.
Yeah, because sometimes you are able to build that enough pressure in the early game and sort of keep your chases fast enough to sustain that pressure through the mid and late game and come out with the victory, but it can be really difficult if the survivors do a good job of spreading out, communicating your location between the members of the team so nobody gets caught off guard by you. And sometimes you really do have to rely on that late game, like the No Way Out, the No One Escapes Death, those perks to sort of claw your way back when things have maybe gone not your way in the mid game.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we're looking at like a myriad of decisions that are to some degree a little bit randomized. Where are the gens? Where's the cluster of gens? And can you find the target that is on Death Hook? Just these kinds of things that you're really hoping that things fall into place, or that you can orchestrate them to fall as closely as possible to where you kind of plan them.
Yeah, and so much of the skill of Killer is mitigating that randomness, making good decisions so that you are affected as little as possible by those things you can't control.
Exactly. It looks like we are loading in here, not fully loaded in, but we are not sure who the killer is, and this is going to be a bit of a surprise for us for Game 1, and that's okay. I am not upset about it. We do see Lazy Family versus Rarity for our best of 3, and hopefully we see a tight game here. I don't want a complete blowout match necessarily.
Yeah, and especially as we're starting to get into these later phases, we do have a tendency to see teams that are a little bit more even in skill than maybe we did at the start of this tournament. Because all of these teams, having fought their way through a 128 team bracket to get here, they are all very solid in their own right. But at the same time, there is a bit of a difference between even at this top level.
Exactly. We are seeing a Spirit as our first killer, and we're seeing them already into a pretty good chase against Rarity here. Lazy Family, again, was kind of my pick. I think that they had a really strong showing. They were one of the few that had just an excellent mastery over the Spirit that could not be fooled, and they are going to 100% go. Okay, they were going to fake it for a second. They're being patient here to see where the Fung is going to go, if the Fung's going to vault.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth there. Ooh, just a slight misstep in the Spirit's tracking. But they're still very much engaged. They have this Fung sort of locked into place at this corner tile.
And this is what we talk about playing goalie a little bit, is being sure you're not flushing them into the middle of the map and you're forcing them into you.
Yeah, and this tile is very much winnable for the Spirit as we see the Fung going down. That sort of going back and forth, keeping the Fung unsure of what exactly it is the killer is doing, and eventually that mental breaks just a little bit, and she vaults right into the killer's arms.
Exactly. Now we do know that we have Pop Goes the Weasel ready, but Hex Ruin is still up and Corrupt is still up, so right now our killer is sitting fairly pretty. They do see the sparks coming off of the gen, indicating Hex Ruin, knowing a survivor just got off of it.
A phenomenal phase. The tracking of the breathing and footstep audio of that survivor. Just what a fantastic job by the Spirit to not even starting that phase with visual of the person they were chasing and still landing that hit.
And we just see right here against Sharky is the Spirit actually faked the phase at the pallet, and the Dwight just left the loop and got called out on it. So right now, 2 people injured, very little gen progress going right now. This is the control that we really want to see. We do see...
Ooh, the Dead Heart coming out. Well timed from Dwight.
And the whiff, that could have been a connection, but they turned in just a little bit too hard, and they're going to go try to get some Ruin value and run somebody off of a gen.
Yeah, and so far, I really do like them spreading this pressure in the early game, chewing through those medkit charges, getting value out of your Hex Ruin.
And the down on the Nia, who still, I believe, potentially had an Iron Will, but really collided with the Spirit as they came out of phase.
Yeah, especially because it becomes so important sometimes to decide where you end your phase. Because you're not necessarily going to be right on top of the survivor every time, and sometimes it can actually be more beneficial to you to pick a spot that sort of covers multiple options just in case of those small bits of uncertainty.
Now we're seeing an expert level play here from the Spirit. The generator pops, but the Spirit doesn't phase towards where the generator was completed, but where the survivors are going to be moving after the generator's completion, trying to cut them off before they get too far. This is what really separates killers from new players.
Oh, the vault. The Fung expecting the Spirit to go around the pallet, but the Spirit instead just waiting and banking on that prediction from their opponent.
This is a really good... They're having a fight through Iron Will. Let's see if they can get it. And there is the hit there. I actually thought the Fung was going to be in the clear there. There's a moment of hesitation from our Spirit.
Yeah, just those slight bits of uncertainty, because it's important to keep in mind the pain sounds that survivors make while injured are not continuous. There are breaks between them. And if your timing is good on Survivor and you are aware of that nature of the sounds you're making, you can use those moments where you are not making sound to sort of fake out your opponent and maybe misdirect them a little bit.
Oh, wow. The Dwight completely standing still and the Spirit still unfazing, somehow catching them. Kind of blows my mind a little bit there. There's no sound coming from him.
Yeah, maybe a little combination of prediction and hearing those breathing sounds as well, because survivors, while standing still and healthy, do still make breathing noises which are audible to the killer.
Now, what we're seeing right now is an incredibly smart play, guaranteeing they're going to camp this one individual survivor. The survivor will likely die, and at worst, the Spirit loses a generator. We see very little progress. Maybe one is going to pop here, and then that is going to be about it, knowing that they have a lead and that they can just force this 3v1, and really that'll clinch them a 4v1 if they don't drop anything from here.
Yeah, and especially keeping in mind that the Hex Ruin is still active, and the generator right next to this hooked survivor, the Dwight coming in.
The dead hard, but he failed, gets grabbed, and he's going to get dropped right here to secure the kill on the individual on the hook, and oh, this is not looking good for Rarity right now.
Yeah, that was a desperation play from the survivors, because there were two healthy people who could have potentially come for that unhook, except for the fact that they were both all the way across the map and would not make it in time, forcing the injured survivor to try and make a hero play.
Now, what we saw from Lazy Family last time is that they are incredibly patient, and so I don't know. We're really going to be looking right now to see if the survivors can really pull something off here. With only 2 left, they're going to easily fall into the unhooking game, right? Of having to go unhook, nobody's on gens. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare with Ruin up too.
Yeah, at this point of the game, being in a 3v1 with Ruin still active, just, oh my gosh, it's so difficult to make meaningful progress on generators, especially against a killer who's playing as well as our Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that this is an older version of Ruin, right, where Ruin does not deactivate when somebody is off of the map, when somebody dies. Then that means that any time spent getting unhooks is just going to mean that all the progress you have is going down the drain.
Yeah, and I do believe also that this is a version of the Spirit whose phase has collision with survivors, it seems. It's a little bit difficult to tell, but I do notice there are times where you see the Spirit's forward movement just stop ever so slightly, and it seems that she's almost bumping into the survivor that she's chasing.
Wow, incredible prediction there, getting a great hit. Ruin instantly regressing that generator. And really, at this point, probably just going to go back and confirm that kill too. I mean, they would have to lose 3 generators right now.
Yeah, I really can't imagine that this game goes in favor of the survivors at this point. Pop goes the Weasel, not seeing any use, but just being completely unnecessary with the work that Ruin is doing for our killer.
Yeah. We're really, you know, the 2 times we've seen Spirit on this particular map have been absolutely dominant matches, and it's not because of the map. I mean, maybe to some degree, but we've just seen really good Spirits come through here and get grabs, coincidentally, in both cases.
Yeah, and also one of the important things to note about this map generation is that you see a hill facing that window on that main building that you actually see on the right side of your screen now. And the fact that that is a hill instead of a pallet with a tile with a pallet, rather, means that that window can be much more difficult for the survivors to utilize. That's going to be the kill on our Nia, and 2 points on the board for Lazy Family.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a generator pushed right now, 84, 85, 86%, but the odds of them getting pushed off of it are not low. There is no pallet here. We do see Sprint Burst from the Claudette, though.
Yeah, and with 10% left to go on that generator, we see the Claudette playing it safe, not using the pallet. Let's see whether she will fall for this standstill mind game from the Spirit.
Now, the Spirit playing a bit of a dicey game there, knowing that their ability is going to be in cooldown. If the survivors know anything, it's to really count out the cooldown there.
But it can be so difficult to know just how much of that power has been used, especially if we are seeing the Yakiyoke amulet, which has been a very common pick for our Spirit players in this tournament, which significantly increases the duration of her phase.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, as a byproduct of that, also decreases the recharge time per second of phase used.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And we're seeing a good down here. And what it seems like they're going to do is they're going to leave the slug and go for the 4K, knowing full well that if they hook this survivor now, it could be a hatch play and just not wanting to risk it.
Yeah, and considering our point format is based off of kills, it is very important for our killer to secure that 4th kill and make it so that their survivors maybe have a bit less that's needed from them in the next half of this match.
Exactly. For this next match to be contentious at all, it is going to need to be a 4K, unless our current Spirit messes this one up.
Yeah, and at this point, she's found the Dwight. The other survivor has picked themselves up with Unbreakable, and it seems maybe a little bit of confusion hearing multiple injured survivors there, but lands the phase on the Dwight, and then it seems like this is going to be sort of that slow dwindling of resources because both of these survivors have had an Unbreakable. One has been used, but the other is still on the way.
Yeah, Dwight right now prepping is Unbreakable, and potentially we are seeing. I think that was a missed skill check, really signaling that the Spirit is in the right direction here, just trying to corral the Claudette here into a corner.
Yeah, and we know that this Claudette does have Sprint Burst, so no Dead Hard is going to be available for her, though the Dwight does pick himself up with Unbreakable. I mean, this is still a very, very tough situation for the survivors because every % of gen progress that they have, Ruin is just eating away.
This is one of the few matches where Ruin has actually gone on for a lengthy duration time. Usually it's called out very, very early, and I think that was a pretty key mistake made by the survivors here, but with the amount of pressure the Spirit came out with and getting a first down within about a minute, minute and a half, I think it made it very difficult to know, okay, do we go for the totem or do we just stick to gens and just try to get the first 3 done?
Yeah, our Dwight was able to pick up Claudette here, though it doesn't seem that the Spirit was able to hear him because of the distance he had made behind that tile. She may see the blood here. She definitely knows someone's in the area, but I don't think our Spirit has been able to find them quite yet, though it may happen right about now with this phase.
This is actually one of the few phases that has just completely missed. Typically, they will walk by our survivor and then beeline right back after hearing just a small audio cue, but right now, they've both kind of bamboozled her, and they are fighting against the inevitable, trying to get some generator progress on the board.
Yeah, it is also important to keep in mind that the Dwight is, I believe, right now, and also with that last phase, is crouching, which does make your sounds of pain quieter, when makes it a little bit more difficult for the Spirit to keep track of you. Though it comes at a massive cost to your movement speed, so you really are committing to the position you take.
Now we do see Claudette here at an LT wall, one of the more unsafe tiles against the Spirit, just trying to make distance and be a little bit unpredictable, but it's not going to be enough as we see the Dwight is back on the generator.
Yeah, and our Spirit should know that both Unbreakables have been used, so it is safe to leave the Claudette on the ground and go hunt for this Dwight. Ooh, the stun coming
That
out.
is not a hit through the pallet. I kind of am a little bit shocked by that.
Yeah, I mean, well played from the Dwight to recognize the danger posed by the Spirit and play it safe, drop that pallet. Don't get too greedy and try and loop against her.
Yeah, good job. Again, the Dwight doubling back, getting another pallet throw, just kind of, again, delaying the inevitable, trying to get some blood points and, just trying to be as contentious as possible, maybe warming up for their inevitable round 2.
Yeah, but in the background, we see that gen progress ticking down 22, 21, 20%. And at this point, that's game. Both survivors down, and potentially our Claudette could have the hatch spawn underneath her and escape, but it doesn't.
Hatch is spawned near Shack, I believe, which is complete opposite of where she is. Just a unfortunately depressing situation to be in.
Yeah, and our Spirit does know more or less where the Claudette is. It seems like I'm not exactly sure what it is she's waiting for, but we do at this point. This is game over.
Yeah, 100%. And the one thing right now to pay attention to, and this is a tough decision the survivors have to make, is that Hex Ruin. When Hex Ruin is in play, if a gen is at 99% and Hex Ruin is allowed to regress it, it only takes about 2.5 minutes, which is, a DBD match lasts about 12 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes on average. And so, the fact that you can completely regress a generator if people are off it, we see all of them right now at a flat 0. This is the power of Hex Ruin. This is why it's so important, and you'll see it worked on and found so quickly is because it is devastating if you get to this late game.
Yeah, being able to prevent that sort of passive amplification of pressure that Ruin does is so crucial for our survivors, but at the same time they have a bit of a choice to make, right? They have to think, do we devote maybe a survivor or maybe multiple survivors to looking for that Hex Ruin and try and get it out of the way as early as possible, or do we maybe let the Ruin do a little bit more work and find the totem passively as we're moving around the map over the course of the match?
Yeah, and this is where we find that it is just a gamble. You have to go with your gut feeling because, you might be looking for the totem, but which one it is, I mean, there are, I would say, 20 to 25 random potential spawns, but only 5 totems on the map. And you kind of have to hope that you find it. You could end up spending 30, 45 seconds not on a generator just to look for it and still not find it.
Yeah, that is definitely one of those really frustrating moments that you see where you found 4 dull totems and you know there's a hex out there and you just can't find it.
It seems like the prevailing strategy for a lot of teams lately has been to do the first 1 or 2 gens and hope that they find it organically. As they run to a tile to work on a gen, they'll check around the tile, then they just get on the gen and just start working through that and hoping that they find it organically as to not waste time. But then it turns out like this, where they, through having to unhook and heal, and unfortunately they just don't have time to really fan out and get it.
Yeah, because any pressure that the killer creates naturally is amplified so much by the presence of Ruin in the match that every second you're not on a gen, you're losing half a second worth of progress.
Yep.
That can just be so devastating if that totem stays up for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's important to keep in mind when you're searching for Hex Ruin, or any other Hex for that matter, that any given tile only will have maybe 1 or 2 places in that tile where the totem can spawn. So once you've sort of had some experience and learned those totem spawns, checking any individual tile takes only a couple of seconds, but checking all of the tiles across the map is a much larger endeavor.
Exactly. I mean, in a map like that, the potential chance for the totem to spawn right by the shack pallet is there, but also you could find that the totem just spawns right next to a corn stalk in the middle of the corn, and so identifying that becomes a lot harder because it's not quite as predictable and it's a little harder to see, honestly.
Yeah, especially those little cornfield tiles in the map sort of obscuring your line of sight is definitely a factor in a lot of these matches where you can sort of recognize that there might be something on the other side of that cornfield, but you can't see it from far away the way you would on, for example, like an Autohaven or a Macmillan map where you have those longer lines of sight. And instead, you have to cross through that cornfield at least most of the way in order to actually see what's on the other side.
Yeah. And I mean, the other big thing we have to talk about with totems is that, like, one, with Spirit, we do have to worry about Haunted Grounds. I mean, Haunted Grounds is the Spirit's perk. If you pick that character up, then you are going to get that perk. And that's what we saw yesterday in our Wraith build, was that Haunted Grounds is used as a defender of Hex Ruin by spawning 2 trap totems. So while looking for Ruin, the chance that you accidentally cleanse a totem that turns into a complete detriment for your team is not unlikely. And so a lot of teams are opting just to not even go that far. Just don't even worry about the totem. And that is also a really heavy side effect here.
Yeah, especially it's important to keep in mind though that as a killer, bringing Haunted Grounds is not necessarily a guarantee that you will actually get value from that perk, because there are a few different things that can go wrong with that game plan. Yeah. I mean, first off, the survivors could get lucky, snipe the 1 in 3 and break your Ruin instead of your Haunted Grounds. Yeah. Alternatively, Haunted Grounds has a limited duration when the totem is broken and the perk activates, lasting for a minute. And so if Ruin is gone at that point, and maybe they're concerned about, say, a Devour Hope instead of a Haunted Grounds, they break the trap totem, they're exposed for a minute, but similarly to the Oni's power, you can end up in a situation where the survivors are hiding from you, and they don't really lose much by spending that minute playing very passively. Meanwhile, you, as the killer, have lost a whole perk slot.
Exactly. Now, the big thing here, rounding it back to the last match that I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit, is did you notice where or what part of the map that whole match took place on?
Yeah, it was almost all on that sort of harvester side.
Exactly.
There was that very tight 3-gen that we saw of in that pallet gym tile, 1 in that filler tile, and then I believe that was the main building gen that they were really trying to defend.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that map, and we go back to RNG, what we talked about, is it seems like the cluster of gens that the survivors needed to get, they needed to get one of them out to be able to really start to control the match. And unfortunately, that side of the map, once you break 3 pallets, just becomes empty, a slaughter fest for the survivors. They didn't have opportunity to use windows much, and it just became very, very difficult, giving Lazy Family just an incredible lead.
Yeah, so we are going to go to a quick break, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes, and we hope you all are enjoying the show today, and you'll stick with us after this break.
And we're back. We just had to take a quick look there. We had a little bit of we had to confirm some ping and some sort of connection issues. Be sure everything was on the up and up before we move into the further sort of stages of this particular match. Lazy Family coming out with an incredible Spirit game, really. Incredible control over the map. Only 3 generators repaired, I think?
Yeah, the game ended with 2 gens, and they were all 4 remaining generators were sort of on that harvester side of the map too. So that was going to be a very, very tough match for Rarity to really bring back, if there was even a chance at all.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the big thing here was that we saw such a commanding victory. It wasn't close. It wasn't, 5 gens completed, 1 person narrowly escaping. It was 4 people dead with not even all of their objectives completed. The Spirit just was on point, not really whiffing any hits. We saw...
Yeah, the phase accuracy was so consistent.
Yeah, I mean, even so much as just listening for breathing. I mean, whatever headset they're running must be incredibly good.
Yeah, they got the good old Sennheisers plugged in.
Right, to their phone, yeah. So looking forward, we are going to be looking at Rancid Abattoir. We are going to be playing match 2B, or I'm sorry, 1B, I guess, match 2 of this set here. So we're going to be looking at this and seeing what killer that Rarity chooses, and if they can sort of tie this up, then we'll go into match 2.
I do believe I saw in the lobby chat that Billy is going to be the killer ban for this match.
Interesting.
So we're not going to be seeing any of those absolutely wild curves, at least not right now. Maybe in the future. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But yeah, considering how well our Spirit played in that last match and how dominant their win was, I think the Survivors have a very tough task ahead of them this game.
Yeah, I mean, unless our killer has something that they really need to come for here, they have to get a 4K, get their 5 points on the board for this to even be a draw. They have to go all the way 100% to even draw this, and that's a lot of pressure for them. And hopefully they don't crumble under that pressure. They have to pick something that I imagine is either very strong or is going to catch LF completely off kilter, and I just don't think that's going to happen. LF seems to be incredibly solid. So
yeah, and just to reiterate, we are going into Rancid Abattoir for this match because we play 2 halves on the same map. Then we'll have another round of killer bans and a new map selection.
So right now, again, Rancid Abattoir, this is one of the few actual daylight maps. It is a pretty difficult map for some killers. The Spirit obviously making quick work, and kind of what we talked about before we went on break was just the fact that the Spirit got incredibly good RNG, got a good cluster of gens in a weak area, and knew exactly what to do with that.
Yeah, and the Survivors, I'm not sure whether they maybe didn't realize how tight that gen spread was so early in the match, or if they were just... The killer was doing a very, very good job of holding pressure in that area of the map, which makes it really difficult to make meaningful gen progress, especially with Ruin active.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw for our second chase was that the Spirit hit and then went right back to that area. We're not willing to leave it, so...
Yeah, ooh, I believe we're seeing the Nurse coming out for this game,
yeah.
So this is going to be an interesting one.
So Rarity knows they need to contend, they know they need to get the 4K, and they are bringing everything they can to this particular match. We are seeing a Nurse showing up here, which is going to be pretty exciting. We haven't seen a Nurse for a little bit now, but honestly, LF is an incredibly experienced team, it looks like, and so maybe they can make something happen.
Yeah, we are seeing Corrupt Intervention in play. About 30 seconds elapsed so far, so that's about a quarter of that perk's value gone. The Survivors have been doing a pretty good job so far of keeping themselves out of the Nurse's line of sight, but it seems like that's about to end.
And that is a sprint burst from our Adam, giving himself just a little bit extra time. Can he make her whiff here?
Oh,
that is
not
a free
quite.
hit. Yeah. Now we noticed the Nurse does not have Hex Ruin, so they're not going to get as much of that passive regression by scaring people around.
Yeah, but we are seeing that Tinkerer Pop Goes the Weasel combination that we saw yesterday, which on a killer with the kind of mobility that the Nurse has, especially with what appears to be some range add-ons, they're going to make a very good use of Pop Goes the Weasel and Tinkerer. Tinkerer letting them know when a gen is about to be completed, and Pop Goes the Weasel bringing that gen back below the threshold for Tinkerer to activate again.
Now, I'm actually going to contest you there. I'm going to say I think she has recharge add-ons because she is missing blinks, but absolutely getting right back into that fray without having to really just whoosh around on her little phantom toesies for too long. So, or it could be 1-1, right?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. So we do see first hook before first gen is done. Pop Goes the Weasel is ready to be used. The highest gen right now is about 54, 55%. So
yeah, we're seeing Pop Goes the Weasel come into play. Always good to get that value when you can. And it seems that the killer has maybe not yet identified their late game 3 gen. Because especially at this level, it is very important to set yourself up for the late game whenever you have the chance to. I don't know if there's a Dead Heart going to come out on this Claudette, but it doesn't seem like it, and she goes down. That's going to be 2 survivors not quite hooked at the same time as the unhook comes out on Adam. But this is still a lot of pressure the survivors are under very early in the game.
Now, this is the kind of thing you'd like to see. 1 survivor on hook, 2 survivors busy. You know, 1 was on hook, 1's unhooking, leaving just 1 person to whittle away at gens. If the nurse can keep that momentum and always have 1 person on hook, 1 person in chase, it will make it very difficult for survivors to continuously kind of whittle down those generators.
Yeah, those are definitely recharge add-ons we're seeing. And I wonder if this is going to come into a hit. And oh my gosh.
Wow, good hit on the Fung there.
Wow, the mobility really coming into play, going from a gen on the other side of the map all the way back to the hook.
And the hit on the Fung, almost faking, pretending to go for the Claudette, and then switching targets back to the Fung, and they're going to slug here, and the Claudette did not even see it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, utilizing the positioning from that first blink to keep herself out of the line of sight of the survivor, just doing a phenomenal job at almost that misdirection in chase from the nurse.
Now, this is the issue we see with Pop Goes the Weasel, is the nurse has gotten a hook, but was not able to actually make it to a generator to use Pop, as they were just in chase, which is not a bad thing. But it does mean that they're really not using that gen slowdown that they prepared to bring.
Yeah, but the sheer amount of pressure she has so far, the most progress on any uncompleted gen being 50%, she is in a very, very commanding position at this point in the match. Though the survivor, the Claudette, I believe, does get picked up and is going to go heal down in that corner.
Now let's see if our nurse can make an educated guess on where their next victim is.
Ooh,
Maybe
I
they
think
saw
she
them
spotted.
pop up. Yep, they popped a little too soon. Nia with the sprint burst away, trying to weave between the trees.
Ooh, and a missed hit.
Yeah, successfully weaving between the trees, should I say.
Yeah, which you rarely see Sprint Burst being as effective as that against a killer with this kind of mobility. Oh, wow. What a read, understanding that the unhook was going to come out there.
Unfortunately, getting the hit on the Fung and during their iframes, it looks like, so they're not actually getting any connection there.
Yeah, but this is, just out of range.
What an incredible read there. Great predictions from the nurse, but this actually might be just enough time for the survivors to actually start whittling away at the rest of the generators.
Yeah, but this is going to be second hook on the Fung. The Adam is still injured and has been hooked. She isn't going to be able to use her Pop Goes the Weasel, but there might be a bit more snowballing happening.
Yeah, with the double back textbook against a nurse, especially on second blink, if you can make it happen, is pretty valuable.
Yeah, and that double back is all about timing, and also recognizing the Tinkerer comes out and pre-leaving the generator to not allow the nurse to get that free hit with the undetectable.
And that is going to be the call-outs we're talking about, right? Nia going, hey, her terror radius disappeared. You got to get off that generator right now.
Yeah, but I mean, for these survivors, now the nurse is going to be able to make her way most of the way back to that slug and interrupt that pickup. Though they were able, I believe it looks like they were able to heal, which is really good for our survivors, being able to heal in time and denying that immediate down again right after the pickup.
Now, we are seeing 2 gens right now, about 75-80%. We see the Fung is healed. All of the pressure the nurse once had is now just completely dissipated.
Oh, and the sprint burst coming out from Nia again.
Yeah, Nia is being very, very careful and to really just not be sprinting, not wasting time, always recharging that, knowing that against the nurse that is going to be their best bet at saving some time.
Yeah, and that sprint burst can very much go one of 2 ways against a nurse, because at this point she absolutely has range add-ons. I believe it is range recharge from the looks of things. But that sprint burst can be either extremely effective or do absolutely nothing for you, depending on whether it's used after the first or after the second blink.
We are seeing our second generator done, and it looks like our nurse has identified that they are trying to hold this 3-gen, but they've let it slip a little bit far, and they actually might lose it if they're not careful here, as this gen
95%
gets rushed through. Do they sit on it? 99, 100, there it is. Claudette pops the generator, and the nurse whiffs against Adam here.
Yeah, and this is something similar to what we saw on, I believe it was Friday, where we also had a nurse with a very, very strong early game, but just not quite able to close it out. And it seems like we may be seeing something similar shaping up here.
really what we're seeing is the best things against this nurse is the ability to skulk about and just not be found. You know, you don't want to waste too much time as the killer just checking every nook and cranny, and that's making it. We know survivors right now just slowly walking off their gens, trying to make some distance, trying to be unseen, and it's forcing the nurse to just waste all of their time.
Yeah, especially against a killer with this strong of a chase power. And making it so that you are not found in the first place is so valuable, especially when every hook is going to be followed by a Pop Goes the Weasel.
Yeah, exactly. We do see actually a bit of a misblink or maybe a mistap on the button there. And this might be that is a missed skill check, or that's Tinkerer going off the nurse here, showing up quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, but that's 2 gens that are at Tinkerer levels, and this is a point where things are seeming to start slipping away from our nurse. Oh, she doesn't check the edge map. Oh, wait.
Oh, she caught somebody out. I wonder what brought her back.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it's pretty clear to the nurse that our survivors are trying to play very stealthy, and so you have to be aware that the edge map is one of the best places to stay undetected because of how few angles you're visible from.
And that is going to be a whiff from the nurse, and right now we're looking at the last generator, 92, 93, and if this pops, this could be a 4-man out, putting LF at a very mighty lead going into the next one.
Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind, too, that this Nia is going to be, this is her first hook, so even this hook is going to allow the survivors 2 full minutes to get those gates open with no way out in play. And I do believe that may have been the reveal of the Noed as well.
Yeah, it's really tough timing there, but the team may actually know Noed is in play here. So, the unhook was Deliverance, actually. Nia unhooking herself, being the independent player. We've talked about that before and how just damaging that is for the killer, knowing that your teammates don't have to help you.
Yeah, and at this point, the nurse has almost no pressure. I mean, 1 survivor staying injured by the broken from Deliverance. But other than that, the other 3 survivors are free to do whatever they want. And it seems like they're staying a bit away from the gates.
You know, let's see if the nurse can round
does she
this
see
corner
her
the
shadow?
Right direction. No, she doesn't. And that is going to be really unfortunate. I mean, only 1 person on the gate. The other survivors do have to make it to a gate and play that gamble, that risk.
Yeah, and at this point, the survivors can very much afford to play it slow. They're not in any rush. Well, maybe a little bit now as the Atom... Oh, was that a sprint burst? That was. I think that was.
So yeah, we saw him at the beginning with the sprint burst, and he's just now going to wait at the gates to be sure nobody else goes down and gets hooked.
Yeah, very important to not leave the match unnecessarily, because if a teammate goes down, you will need potentially all 4 survivors in play to help keep them alive. Oh, Claudette with a sprint burst as well, forced out.
Yeah, she's going to go down, but slide out of the gate there on hit.
Yeah, and we see, we see Nia waiting for Hatch because the survivors have found it.
And that is 3-man out. That is Nia is going to be crouched on the hatch, and the nurse potentially hoping that they can find them, and that's going to be a really just commanding win from LF. They are here to play.
Yeah, they are not messing around. They were here to win, and that communication was phenomenal. The rotations around the map were clean.
Yeah.
They did such an amazing job of keeping themselves out of the nurse's effective range whenever they were able to, especially after that early game.
Yeah.
Once they were no longer forced into that sort of smaller area of the map created by Corrupt Intervention, blocking the furthest 3 gens from the killer.
Yeah.
They really did such a phenomenal job of spreading out, staying independent, like diffusing that snowball that started to happen, and then just finishing strong through the end game.
You know, I think that was the big thing there is the nurse definitely started off with a pretty strong sort of opening play, but unfortunately just one decision kind of allowed the survivors to get up, reset, and then just start hiding and start really vanishing off of the map, and that is where we saw that spiral of the pressure, I'm sure, for the killer started to build, and they just couldn't quite bring it back.
Yeah, because that mental aspect is very important in a game that is so heavily based around both micro and macro decision making, the way Dead by Daylight is. That those nerves, that pressure, even just a single, not even a decision that's necessarily horrible, but just something that's not quite what you needed to be doing can be the difference.
Yeah, and that's really, we're going to see the roles are going to flip here, and we're going to see another round of LF versus Rarity. This is going to be the start of another set of killer bans. Obviously, Billy was banned for one team on the other side, and so now on this side, they're going to be able to stack a second ban Maybe we see Spirit banned so that LF can't come out as swinging as they did the first time. Clearly, they have a very good mastery of that killer, but I don't know. I don't know what to expect here. I would expect maybe Nurse or Billy or...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, after the performance of the Nurse in that last match, I'm not really sure, because it seems like almost the survivors maybe didn't have the respect for the power of the Nurse that came out in that early game.
Yeah.
Because they did seem pretty bold. They were doing a little bit of stealthing at the start, but like they really did allow that pressure to build through her just taking chase after chase after chase and not even necessarily playing too heavily around those hooks.
I think that's what we'll really see that puts the winner of this tournament in a different bracket than everyone else, is the ability to adjust on the fly, right? We did see those survivors that they hid relatively well at the beginning, but they weren't unafraid of chases, right? They were played that middle ground a little bit, and then as they realized the Nurse was able to build that pressure, call them out, that's when they decided to kind of recede, to pull back a little bit, and to really kind of make her second guess herself.
Yeah, and that deliverance coming out from Nia at the end was just such a heartbreaker for the Nurse, because you leave to check the gates, and then bam, all your pressure gone.
That's why we see a lot of face camping in those sort of end game scenarios, even in your public matches, right? Because if the killer walks away to check an exit gate or to potentially try to pin someone else, and they don't find anybody, that's game. They get nothing at all, and so that's why we always say it's all fair after that last gen is done.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, right? We're all here to play the game together, but at the same time, you know, you play to win. Right, you're not going into a game trying to lose, and so how much can you really blame your opponents for doing what they have to?
Exactly. Now we do know that it seems like Billy and Spirit are banned. So again, kind of what we called out there is that that Spirit was a little ferocious. We need to get that off the board as well, which just leaves really Nurse. Oni, right?
Yeah.
Or just a rogue Wraith, maybe.
That Wraith game. We'll be thinking about that all week, huh?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and with the way that Rarity was just put in the ground, honestly, by Spirit, not that Wraith is quite on Spirit's level, but it's not impossible that LF could have a good Wraith or even a good Hag up their sleeve for this case.
Yeah, though I have to say, when it comes to the Wraith, as much as that game was entertaining and that build was a bit unorthodox, I definitely would see against teams with that level of coordination we've seen, I think we would really see a Wraith struggle, because he's vulnerable to a lot of the issues that most killers are, where the survivor's body blocking is extremely effective at preventing him from getting downs. He often struggles against pallets being thrown early, especially if they can call out that he's going to fully uncloak and that survivor sort of calls your bluff. And especially, he is a little bit more vulnerable to that on some of those smaller maps where the resources are a little bit denser, like what we're going to be going into now, which is going to be Wrecker's Yard. One of the smaller maps, one of the denser maps, and with that shack in the center of the map, that relatively strong structure for the survivors, I think if we do see a Wraith, I mean, you know, I don't think the chances are very high of that, but if we do, I definitely think he might struggle.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting map because it is a little bit of one of our smaller maps and generally considered to be one of the more balanced maps in the game because it doesn't have a main building that's overtly complex or detrimental to the killer. What that does mean is that we have things like Fun Bus, or we have several tiles with generally a little bit of a bigger or a better strength for the survivors to utilize.
Yeah, especially when you're able to have those sort of smaller, slightly denser maps. They do often tend to lend themselves to tiles being connected. So you'll see often a window into a pallet into another window.
Yeah.
And then that can make things really difficult if the killer is bringing out someone who's maybe on the weaker end of the roster. But at this point, I expect people are going to bring the strongest things they can.
Yeah, I would expect the weakest thing we see right now is an Oni. So, I mean, realistically, when we're talking about this, yeah, I think it comes down to Wrecker's Yard is a very different map than Abattoir, because Abattoir has that strong main building, so the connecting tiles are very much weaker. But here on Wreckers, yeah, we'll see a tile that is a jungle gym, then we see a truck with a pallet into the shack that has its own pallet, its own window, and if played correctly, chases here can go on far too long, which is why we do see Spirit Spirit and Nurse who can circumnavigate these pallets, these obstacles, or Oni who can just barrel right through them.
Yeah, and especially one of the really important aspects of playing Killer is sort of making sure that you're forcing those resources down, making it so that survivors can sort of burn those resources, because you're sort of making a trade when you throw a pallet, right? You're trading one pallet on the map so that you don't lose a health state.
Yeah.
And health states are reversible, but pallets are gone forever.
Yes. Yeah, and so it's how much do you seed at the beginning, how much do you save, do you just go all in and just throw everything and just try to stay up as long as you can. That's really those micro decisions and really the game plan that you've set forward with your team. That is going to be what really determines the pace of a match. And of course, the entire time the Killer is trying to force you into making some decisions that you hadn't pre-planned or that you guys maybe hadn't set up in advance.
And that is why one of the really important aspects of high-level survivor play is that adaptation, that being able to change your plan on the fly, both at the level of the micro in Chase and the macro of the larger scale of the game itself.
Yeah, and that's why we see yesterday in some of these plays where survivors are being looped, but then they slip out. They see an opening and they leave the loop entirely, and the Killer's just sitting there bouncing back and forth and back and forth. So
yeah, because every decision you make allows both opens and closes opportunities from your opponent. So we're going to be loading into an Oni match on Wrecker's Yard for this second game of the best of 3 of Rarity versus Lazy Family.
Now, Rarity, not bad. The Fung was, I think, one of the strongest players on Rarity. Not a bad team. And, you know, we really are going to be looking at, can they deny that first hit for as long as possible? And I really thought the Oni actually was going to swing there. I thought they maybe could have hit that. So
yeah, but I guess the Killer judging it to be just a little bit too far and not taking that risk. And yeah, we see the filler pallet thrown, and then as the Killer starts to build that bloodlust by chasing and not breaking pallets for longer, the Dwight opts to run to the crane and use that stronger pallet instead to keep himself alive and deny that first hit.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about here, is being able to go from tile to tile and just play safety to safety. This is really going to put our Killer in a position. They do have Hex Ruin, so by running this Survivor off that generator, they are going to regress anything that they had going for them.
Yeah, and you do see, ooh, the hit through the pallet.
That's a very good hit.
Yeah, but also, one small thing to note is recognizing the Survivor at Shack, recognizing the safety of that tile and the difficulty of getting that first hit there, and instead opting to move towards the other Survivor who's a little bit more towards the edge of the map.
Exactly. Now, we do see a massive pre-throw here from Rarity, just trying to, I guess, delay the inevitable, realizing this is not a strong area to be.
Yeah, especially because at this point, you want to prevent yourself those vaults dropping extra blood orbs for the Oni to absorb and charge his power. I think our Oni's judging that at this point, they can get this down, they'll get their power from the orbs that have been dropped, and opting to just go for the bloodlust and down that Survivor.
And we do see a generator here just at 70%, so getting a hook as an Oni before your first generator is gone. Not too shabby, but we do know multiple generators are up. If I were him, I would pop my power now and go run people off of generators.
Seems like that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, let Ruin get some progress. It looks like the central gen is one they are trying to work on. Ooh, did they see them go down into the basement? I think they did. That is going to be a down. That is a devastating hit right there.
I wonder if we'll see them slug and try and build some additional pressure. Yep, the unhook coming in, and there they go. It seems like they're going to be, opting for the uninjured target, or maybe not.
Maybe keeping them guessing here. Honestly, when you can insta-down, and the whiff, the Dwight absolutely breaking some ankles here.
Yeah, tucking inside against that rock makes that hit a little bit more precise for the Oni.
And can he get them before the unbreakable procs? Are they going to use it now? No, he is going to go ahead and just take his hook, knowing that he's gotten some regression on this generator. Not going to really play too greedy, knowing that that can cede too much power.
Yeah, but it's interesting. You see that Survivor sort of still playing around that gen just to try and reduce the amount of impact that Ruin has on it.
Yeah, going up, being sure they're trying to tap it, trying to stay on it. And right now, it looks like our Oni's getting a lay of the land, realizing that maybe the gens on this side are not the gens he should be defending.
Yeah, especially with one completed, that does significantly shift the layout, and the Ruin Totem by the completed gen.
Yeah, they may not go back there for a moment to check that one. They may not see it casually, which means they're going to have to burn some time to get to it if that pressure maintains itself.
Yeah, and it seems like our Killer is perfectly happy to just sit over this basement, let that gen regress with Ruin, and just keep pressure on these Survivors, because at this point, the hooked Survivor is more than halfway to going to their second stage.
Yeah, and at most, he might lose 2 generators in this entire endeavor, knowing that one Survivor is here. That is a bit of a...
a live play, potentially?
And is he going to get the hit here, or is he going to wait for a grab?
He's playing for the grab.
Yeah, let's see what he does here.
Smart, trying to get the 2, because even if in this situation he plays impatiently, doesn't get that grab, he still forces a 1-for-1.
Oh, and they left. They did not trade. The Dwight trying to get the trade in their place. This is a bad basement party.
Oh, no. This is a disaster for our survivors.
Can we see a Christmas tree?
I don't know. I think they're going to recognize to just let the survivor go struggle here. Don't provide too much pressure. Don't let the killer down and hook someone in the basement. But that's the shack pallet gone. That generator still regressing. Oh, this is looking not great for our survivors.
This is going to be a really tough spot. 2 gens left. It is feasible that they all get on 1 gen and get 1 more done, which could limit the amount of damage that Oni can do, as there is right now camaraderie was actually in play, it looks like, because that stage 2 timer has absolutely paused, making our Oni wait even longer and making this a riskier play.
Yeah, I think it maybe took the killer a moment to realize that camaraderie was in play, but then when they saw that hook stage bar not depleting, they said, okay, well, now it's time to go build some pressure. And pressure they're finding.
Yeah, if they can get the down and return back to the basement here, they know that they are really limiting the amount of generator survivors could get on. No scratches here. I think they know that they're safe.
Yeah, just a quick check of those basement stairs to make sure that nobody has made their way down for that unhook. And then, yeah, they seem perfectly content to just sit up here, confirm that death, because they have the insta-down right now, so even the healthy survivors cannot come and trade until that power runs out, which may last the full duration of the hook stage.
Now, what we will see from the Nia is the Nia had to get picked up by another survivor, which means that their gen actually regressed. There are no gens with any significant progress, and there's going to be 1 survivor dead.
Yeah, and the injured survivor is right here, running away from the safety of that dropped pallet, so I think we may see them go down here. They have a Z-wall to play, but I don't think that's going to do a lot to save them.
Oh, and that is going to be down right there on the Nia. We do see some gen progress on 1 generator, but it is not looking particularly promising right now that these survivors are going to be able to get the sort of 2-man out that they might need to make the next match not completely unwinnable.
Yeah, and at this point, okay, the Ruin Totem has been broken, so that passive regression is no longer going to be happening. Any gen progress that the survivors get is relatively permanent.
Now we do see this Fung here. Obviously, the sort of better, I think, in my opinion, on the survivor side, just trying to sneakily play that pallet, get away a little bit here. We do know that the Nia's unhooked right now and getting right back on a gen.
Yeah, and also that Fung playing the crane phenomenally, recognizing that there is an angle where if you as a survivor tilt your camera upwards, you can see through the gap between the body of the crane and the sort of tank tracks at the bottom, using that to maneuver her way around that structure and keep as much distance as possible from our killer.
Now we do see this Dwight playing this 4-lane really, really well, being able to get this window several times. The Oni just giving him this window for free. It is on sale.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that pathing to sort of let the Dwight make his way around the outside of that tile and have the good fast vault angle on that window.
Oh, and these are the mind games that we love to see.
Phenomenal from Dwight.
The Dwight just standing still. This is not necessarily sewed up for the Oni. We do see another gen's going to pop, and that's going to mean that there's only 1 left. He needs to get his down now.
Oof, and he doesn't find it. The pallet drop, breaking a tier of Bloodlust, going from Bloodlust 2 back down to Bloodlust 1 and only having that 5% speed boost.
Now let's see what happens here as we see a generator getting, right now, not insignificant, 64%. The survivors may just pull this back. The Oni getting a little bit greedy, and, well, we see Demon Dash here.
Yeah, and these TL walls can be extremely difficult to play as Oni, but with the turning that he has, I don't know how much difficulty these survivors can create for him.
Good down here. Is he going to slug and go for somebody else? No, he is going to try to take the one he has. If he knows this generator is the one with progress, this means that he might buy himself enough time to stay in the running here.
Yeah, but this being the first hook on the Fung, she has that full 2-minute hook timer, which is plenty of time for the other survivors to finish that last gen.
And we do see, now he doesn't know this, we do see 1 survivor not on gen. We do see that Sharky is absolutely moving off their gen immediately, and they have been the survivor to give our Oni the most problem as Dwight. And let's see, they tap the gen, stop the regression on it, of course.
But as the conspicuous action mechanic is not present, that is not going to deactivate a potential borrowed time.
And that is a swing, but they probably have a DS in their pocket. Is he going to pick or just let them unbreakable?
Yeah, that is a very difficult position for our killer to be in because, yes, you've downed this survivor who was freshly off hook, but with those defensive tools available to them, how much pressure can you really get from that while Dwight is working on his gen across the map?
And the Dwight, not sure where he's coming from necessarily, is going to run right into our Oni. Is he going to try to play the pallet?
I don't know, but I mean, this tile, much more difficult to play against an Oni with his Demon Dash available than it is against a relatively M1 killer. Okay, breaking the pallet.
He goes for the hit on the Dwight, but gets suctioned to the pallet. Can we get just a basic hit?
But no, the Dwight zoned towards the edge of the map, forced into a bad position to try and run through the Oni to reach the safety of that window, and now trying to snowball his pressure, catching the Nia out of position, and that is a second down with the last survivor injured.
You know, what we're seeing here is a really smart play from the Oni. The Oni realizes if two people are on a generator, if the time it takes him to pick up and hook that Dwight, he loses that generator. He really has to judge that time internally to figure out, okay, do I have time? And he executes perfectly on that decision.
Yeah, though the Dwight does use his Unbreakable and get back on that gen he was on before, now the Oni has significantly more time to try and down this Dwight again, as the Fung attempts to finish that gen that everybody has been fighting over for so long.
You know, what I would do if I were the team right now is have the Fung flex over to Dwight's generator while Oni is in chase here, just to try to get the gen that has 82% out of the way, but it looks like they're just going to try to stick where they can, thinking the Oni may come back for it.
And it does seem like that's what's going to happen as he goes back to check the Dwight's gen, and I'm assuming there's going to be, you will see a kick come out, and then probably, I wonder if we'll see him pop his power to go check that other gen, or if he's going to save it until he has visual confirmation of a survivor's presence.
Yeah, that's the hard part, right? Knowing that both are injured, there's not a necessary imperative to use it, but also if he's not fast, right, we see him pop it now, then he may not catch anybody as they pre-run away.
Yeah, we do see the Dwight leaving his gen, but the thing is, at this point, all he has is that 4-lane window, so it's going to be so difficult for this Dwight to make something happen. A Dead Heart coming out, but the amazing flick from the Oni catching the Dwight after the iframes and through the distance.
This was a really, really tight match there. The Oni almost losing every little bit of pressure, but reeling it back in a little bit. Can they get back over to that other gen? It looks like our survivor is maybe just backed off of it entirely, coming for a cheeky unhook if they can get behind the Oni.
Yeah, it seems like she's kind of expecting the Oni to take that direct path from one gen to another, and you see, as the Oni is sort of looking at that generator, he does get his power back, but our Fung is going to be able to unhook the Dwight. The question is, will they be able to get anywhere?
Yeah, that's the big problem here is, you know, realistically as Demon Dash...
Avoiding the Dwight, afraid of the BT.
Understanding what's happening here. You know, the big thing is after this Demon Dash, there may not be many Blood Orbs left, and we do see great plays from Dwight as he tries to body block the Oni from the Fung, knowing that he has Decisive Strike, he might have other defensive capabilities. He's not the viable target.
Yeah, a great read from the Fung, recognizing that our Oni was going to fake going through the doorway of Shack and then kind of pop back out along that front wall. Oh,
wow.
The spacing to get the down on the Fung and not have his power attack snap to the pallet, which will happen if you have a power that is capable of breaking the pallet. It will prioritize the pallet over the survivor unless you space it almost perfectly.
Yeah, really great plays coming from everybody here.
But
Dwight,
the gen getting finished by Dwight.
Last gen done. Now there is a risk of a deliverance here, and he knows that. Is he going to stick around?
No risk of deliverance
two.
If she goes struggle, because that's her
true.
second hook.
That is second hook, yeah. So she's going to second hook. Obviously, there is no it in play. It is not necessarily important or vital, but it does give a small speed boost to our Oni
yeah,
to
that 4%,
be able to make that distance.
Yeah, that 4% speed boost coming into play more often than you'd think.
Yeah. And we're going to see here, this should be a 4K unless our Fung dies on hook. They did no skill checks, which means they are going to die on hook. And right now, the Dwight really has to make it over to the hatch, which is a tall order.
And the Oni knows where the hatch is, so he's just going to go close it. And now, oof, I don't think Dwight is going to have time to get this gate open before the Oni gets back, because he knows there's a gate there. The Dwight was in this area. That's where he's going to go.
You know, the beautiful thing about Oni is the ability to track. If you know where Blood Orbs were previously, you could track a new trail of Blood Orbs and say, hey, wait, hold on, I think you walked over here because you're bleeding the whole way, buddy.
Yeah, even with no scratches or blood, like just like you're talking about, he sees those Blood Orbs next to the exit gate. He knows Dwight's in the area. And the thing is, even while crouched, you still drop those Blood Orbs. Oh, he's waiting out the Dead Heart.
Waiting for that
a little
Dead
game
Heart.
of patience here. There it is.
Good job. And that should be an Oni playing it real safe
Yeah,
here.
just trying to absolutely confirm that down, make sure that Dwight doesn't get up to any funny business. And that is going to be the 4K for our Oni, and 5 points on the board for Rarity.
Yeah, Rarity showing that they know their killers. They know all of them, maybe, potentially, right? Based on what we've seen. We've seen Spirit, we've seen Oni. And really, you know, there was that moment in the middle of that match where things could have gone very differently. 4 gens done, 3 survivors still up. That's a spooky spot to be in.
Yeah, but the thing is, we keep talking about this. Dead by Daylight is that game of butterfly effects and snowballs, and very few killers exemplify that as much as the Oni.
Yeah, if you can get 1 down, and this is really the big thing that changed it, 1 down chained into a 2nd down, and there goes all of the survivor capability to really build a comeback at all.
Yeah, and that Ruin not lasting the whole game like we've seen before, but lasting a good long time, and especially with that basement hook and the Ruin regressing the gen in Shack that I believe was above 2/3, regressing it almost down to 0 before the Ruin totem was broken. Just getting so much amplification of pressure from that Hex Ruin.
Yeah, I mean, really, when we look at that, that was a textbook use of Hex Ruin, and the Oni just making really fine-tuned decisions, realizing that one side of the map was no longer worth it to defend, chasing people away a little bit, even looking at the hook timer to see that, hey, that's actually not moving right now, so if I stay here, I think I just lose too much.
Yeah, that recognition of camaraderie, which is an extremely uncommon perk to see in public matches because of the coordination it requires from the team, but extremely powerful in a setting where the survivors are coordinated and communicating the way that they are.
Exactly. You know, realistically, I think that match was probably one of the closest we've seen in terms of, you know, just the meter tilting either way. But I am excited to see kind of what comes out of the next one. Right now we have LF with 15 total points. I mean, that really sews up. This is not going to go to 3. There's no conceivable way that Rarity makes it out of this. So I don't know. I don't know. Do we do another one for sportsmanship or not? Right?
I mean, this has been just a very, very interesting series so far. Seeing a decent variety of killers too, which has been cool. We've seen the Spirit, we've seen the Nurse, we've seen the Oni.
Yeah.
And man, this has really just been a treat to watch. Just quite the interesting match to see. That, like you said, that last match with the Oni on Wrecker's Yard was one of the closest we've seen with all gens done and a 4K.
Yeah.
Which is a very interesting result. That's like both sides almost completing their objectives, right? You see the survivors getting all the gens done, but not quite able to escape out the gate, whereas the killer was able to clutch out through those decisive strikes, through those unbreakables, through the camaraderie, and bring it home.
Yeah, we are going to see that we are playing out the match 2B. So excited to see if Rarity can just make a clapback here in the end, really, just to try to make some waves and try to put some points on the board. Really, again, Wrecker's Yard is going to be a very balanced map. It would be easy for Nurse to wreak havoc, for Billy to come in. Really, any killer is going to be able to perform to a moderate level here if they can commit to those chases, get those downs at a relative pace.
Yeah, because when we're talking about the size of the maps and the way that impacts the balance of a match, those killers, like the size of the map, the larger the map, the more favorable for survivors it tends to be, because the survivors are able to be in 4 places at once, but if the killer wants to get from survivor to survivor, they have a much further distance to travel. However, when you see things like a Nurse with her purple range add-on, or a Hillbilly with his chainsaw, or an Oni with his demon dash, the speed and mobility those killers are able to have is able to mitigate a bit of the size differential in that map. However, that mobility is that much more effective when the map is smaller, because you use less of your resources to cover the same distance.
Yeah, I believe what we saw in the very first set of this tournament was that we saw a Nurse with range add-ons on Wreckers, which meant that Nurse could be anywhere at any point in time, and you had very little notice before you had to start moving. And it made it was brutal. It was devastating.
Yeah, I mean, with a single set of blinks, or even a single blink practically, she could cross from practically one side of the map to the other instantaneously almost.
Yeah, so going into this, I would have to assume that either Spirit, Billy, or Nurse are banned, or, I mean, well, 2 of the 3. So really interested to see what happens. Maybe we see an Oni swap, right? But really, at this point, like I said, 15 points on the board for LF. Rarity is really just trying to put some points on the board just to, you know, make a fighting chance, I guess, to really just kind of say, hey, we did something. They've put up a really good fight, like I said. Their survivors did a great job against that Oni.
Yeah, the point totals you'll see on the board are really not representative of how these games have been going.
Yeah, they've been relatively close matches. You know, the Spirit doing absolute work. The Nurse reversal, I would say.
Yeah.
It's been interesting to see how these have gone and how, you know, these aren't landing where you would typically expect them to land, but LF just doing a really good job at understanding their killers and even not letting their maybe anxieties get the best of them. You know, if I was that Oni, 4 gens, 3 people up, it's really easy for that pressure to put you in a position where you just keep making bad choices and you keep making those mistakes. So, you know, right now we got confirmation actually Billy and Oni are banned for this team. So there's a good likelihood of Spirit or Nurse if they think they have the mastery.
Yeah, I would love to see the Nurse come out again and have a bit of a different performance from last time, where they can really kind of secure and maintain that pressure through the mid game, because we saw such a commanding early game, but that pressure just sort of fizzle out as the game progressed.
Those are the hardest matches, I think, to watch, is watching that pressure kind of fizzle, because you know behind the scenes that there's 1 decision or 2 decisions that they're just beating themselves up about.
Yeah, because you can always look back and you can see there's that inflection point where the match starts to go wrong for you. And like, even if, you know, at the end of the day, it is a game, but we're here in a pretty high-stakes environment with tens of thousands of dollars on the line.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'd be beating myself up over that, but I really hope that our killer can shake it off and go into this next match strong.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we're talking about tough decisions. We're talking about having clear minds, clear mentalities, and, you know, I think at the end of the day, that takes a lot of practice.
It does.
You don't know how you're going
to...
Yeah, I mean, I never know how I'm going to react until I put myself in those situations, and you can practice beforehand, but it's never exactly the same thing as when you're in the moment, and all it takes is to slug 1 survivor for too long so they unbreakable.
Yeah, especially considering that the unbreakables do provide, I believe it's a 35% increase to your recovery speed, which takes the time required to pick yourself up from 30 seconds down to about 20.
Yeah, it's incredibly fast, and that allows you, I mean, as Nurse, you can blink away, maybe get a swing or 2, and then you pretty well have to start returning pretty quickly. As other killers, it's even less forgiving in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, you can only stray just a small distance from that slug before they can pick themselves up.
Right.
And honestly, one of the most heartbreaking things is seeing that pick up off in the distance when you were just so sure they either didn't have the unbreakable or they'd used it already.
Yeah. You know, and the hardest thing is to leave the unbreakable, go for a chase on someone else, and then that chase just take far longer than you anticipated. You make one wrong maneuver, and then it's those 2 decisions just cascade everything out of control.
Yeah, that recognition that, like, oh, if only I had just taken that hook. Like, maybe I could have taken this chase, you know, maybe 5-10 seconds later. If I had taken that hook, my pressure wouldn't have dissolved like that.
Yeah.
But it really is sometimes about being exactly as greedy as you can get away with.
Yeah.
Like, it's that recognition of pushing your limits and seeing how far can I go, but sometimes you go a little too far.
Yeah, I mean, Dead by Daylight's one of those games that if you play it too safe, you don't always have enough time to down someone and hook someone, and then down someone and hook someone. Sometimes you have to down someone else, and then really build off of that sort of pressure that you've been able to cultivate. And we've seen that with several Onis and Billies, and even some Spirits and Nurses here where they can get it down and pursue. But that also high risk, high reward. Yeah,
and even on the Survivor side as well, when you're playing against killers with sort of the strength of, like, the Nurse or the Oni or the Spirit, it's about that risk assessment. It's about recognizing, can I get away with not dropping this pallet? Can I get away with being out in the open and getting myself spotted? Yeah. And then you really do have to respect the power that those killers have, but both sides are playing that game of greed.
Yeah, Exactly, yeah, making that extra rotation around that pallet or not. Do I use my Unbreakable now, or can you get me real fast and I could save it for the late game when we might need it a little bit more, right? All these things really play into it, and, you can't read the future, you can't tell the future, and that really makes it far more difficult to figure out what you're really trying to accomplish and what the sort of ripple effect could be from any one given moment.
Yeah, and especially with those single-use tools like the Unbreakables and the Decisive Strikes, while often they do sort of exist as as almost like a second chance, right? An ability to go down and get yourself up again in one way or another. In reality, at this level, they are tools that you have to use and in order to keep yourself alive, and once that tool has been used, it's gone.
Yeah. All right, we are getting the next lobby set up. We did have a small lobby error, so we are going to take it right to some commercial trailers, and we'll be right back with you to get the last match of this set underway so we can see where the point values fall. All right, and we are back. When you have an international tournament that has so many different countries trying to interface with host lobbies that are also in other countries, things get a little bit goofy, but that's okay. That happens. We are back ready to give you the next match in the end of this set, and hopefully move into our next set. We do know the killer bands that are in play right now. We are doing Wrecker's Yard again. Mm-hmm. What do you think we're really going to see here?
I mean, honestly, realistically, what we've been seeing, right? I expect Nurse, I expect Spirit, because if I remember correctly, it was Billy and Oni that have been banned for this match. So I think I'm expecting a Nurse personally, but odds of Spirit are pretty high as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's been a little bit interesting to see what Rarity is going to do because, obviously it seems that there's a track record with LF to just really know everything, it seems like.
Yeah, we haven't seen a weak killer pick from them yet at all.
No, and no shade to Rarity whatsoever, but it definitely seems like they have core competencies and they have things that fall outside of that just a little bit. And, it's no stretch of the imagination for Nurse or Spirit to be in those core competencies.
Yeah, especially when you get used to playing at this sort of a level, you really do have to know how to play those killers, because while a lot of other characters, there are sort of an expected result, right? Like, for example, if you're playing I don't know, say a ghost face or a plague, right? You're expected to have sort of a certain amount of success. You're not necessarily expected to kill all of the survivors. You know, you expect maybe a good 6, 7, 8 hooks.
Yeah.
Right? That's sort of what you're expecting around. Meanwhile, the killers like Nurse, like Spirit, are maybe more expected to actually get that 4K.
Yeah, those are one of those matches or matchups that you'll see. Nurse and Spirit usually rule, where it's even if Survivor, especially in pub matches, you go in and you'll say, "Well, it's a Spirit. This is going to be a tough one." You know?
Yeah, especially because with sort of the variance that you'll see in a lot of the matches that we play at home, you know, you can never really. There's only a certain amount you can rely on your teammates for in terms of their competence.
Yeah, I mean, and as we get into these higher capability, higher skill level matches, these tournament conditions, these tournament settings, you have to be dialed in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very rare you'll play a Spirit or a Nurse that is as dialed in as what we would see in a tournament setting. You know, so
yeah. So, I mean, I know personally when I'm playing Dead by Daylight, I've always got music playing. I'm just chatting with people. I'm just there to have a good time.
Yeah.
You know, I am very rarely playing the game at like full focus, full sweat.
Sure.
But in this environment, you have to. That's expected. I mean, it's not even expected. It's required.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, money on the line, trying to pay your bills, whatever you might be doing. I definitely would not be here dawdling. I certainly, I would almost have every member on the team capable of playing Survivor and as playing a specific killer. I got a guy for Oni. I got a guy for Spirit. I definitely would not be playing around.
Yeah, especially because when you're playing as a killer against survivors at this level, it really does become a completely different game from what you play at home and really needs to be practiced as such. And so if you really want to dive into that depth, there's only so many killers that you can really get to that level in a realistic time frame for a tournament like this.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to be practicing Ghostface or against Ghostface for a tournament. That's not gonna happen.
And even aside from that, like realistically, I only expect someone to have that level of mastery at 1, 2, maybe 3 characters, and across that whole roster, you can cover those bases if you sort of split your competencies within your team appropriately.
Yeah.
But at the same time, then you end up in a situation where, maybe all of the killers that I'm good at have been banned.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you have to swap people. It really influences who you end up picking, right? I mean, me personally, I'm a Pyramid Head guy. Knight is, somebody I play a lot. I can play Spirit and I can play Nurse to a decent degree. But would I be drafted to play them in a tournament? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, I know personally, my Spirit is just absolutely horrible. Like, she's a killer who, when she was a little bit newer, some of the older versions where her power worked a little bit differently, I didn't like to play her almost out of a sense of morality. Like, I know I was miserable playing against that, so why would I want to inflict that on my opponents, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Though I will say, I never had those sorts of qualms about Nurse. Because I personally enjoy playing against Nurse, even though I know that's a bit of an unpopular opinion. She's generally not people's favorite killer to go against, but I kind of like the dynamics she has, and I enjoy playing as her as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about that as well. The idea of like, I never love going against a Nurse because really I'm just hoping they make mechanical mistakes. That's really all in my head, I am very unlikely. I'm not going to really get a pallet stun, anything like that. I don't love playing against Nurses. And so that's also a big differential here when it comes to like drafting players on your team is you have to be sure that they're prepared. That is a requirement. You are going to play against Nurse and you have to be able to do it well and understand the mentality is more about buying your team time than actually escaping yourself.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the palettes across a lot of maps, there's sort of a spectrum of safety with those palettes, where you have some palettes that the objects around them are pretty small, and those are like sort of unsafe or semi-safe, where the killer is gonna catch you if you keep playing that palette, and so you realistically need to be able to chain that tile into something else, or land that stun, which is so crucial to making distance.
Yeah.
But some palettes are much safer, and so realistically you can continue to play that palette and force the killer to break it, but if it's someone like a Spirit or a Nurse who's able to sort of circumvent a lot of those more typical game mechanics, those safe palettes are really not so safe anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we saw in our very first match, right? Lazy Family as Spirit just corralling the Fung into a corner and really saying either I'm going to go around and get you or you're going to come to me and you're going to get got, but you're not leaving here. And just the sort of indecision there, and the really what makes Spirit so potent, in a similar way as the nurses, you're not you're making educated guesses, right? You're not really going off of any hard data. Like if you see the Wraith turn the corner, you go, okay, I can vault now.
Yeah,
Right?
but against a Spirit, the information you have as a survivor is so limited, especially because while you're in her terror radius in this version of the game, I don't believe you have any indication whatsoever that she's phasing,
No.
aside from that animation reset.
Exactly, which I imagine on a smaller screen might be a little bit harder to call out, or if you manage to not catch it, if you're behind something, right? Obfuscated view.
Yeah, and that's why often you'll see these sort of top-level spirits positioning their body to start their phase in a way where the survivor has difficulty or can't see at all that animation reset, which is really the primary cue to the survivor that the killer is phasing, and not just standing there watching you, waiting for you to make a mistake.
Exactly, yeah. And especially with add-ons, that gets even more dangerous when you start to see the speed through which the spirit can go around something, or the the amount of duration they can use to go across the map, right, from spot to spot. All these things really change how players make these decisions, and if they make the right decisions at all.
Yeah, and that movement speed, her base movement speed of 176% is blazingly fast as it is. And then you add, I forget the exact name of the add-on, but the green shoes, you know the ones.
Yeah.
You add speed add-ons on top of that. I believe the green shoes are a 20% speed increase. It's you end up going extremely fast. And even with the speed decrease from the Yakuyoke amulet, your overall movement speed is still significantly higher than it would be at the base level.
Yeah, I mean, and you're invisible. That's the hard part, right? You're fast and invisible. That's what makes Spirit so potent. It's the invisibility that also makes Spirit so difficult. And what we've seen from Lazy Family is that they have a mastery of Spirit. They have incredible ears. I don't know what they're doing. They can hear the smallest things. And, you know, we've seen throughout this weekend that a lot of people picking up Spirit and just missing small cues, missing those little things because of the invisibility on the other side.
Yeah, and that phase accuracy is so crucial given the recharge time of her power up to potentially 15 seconds. That can be extremely punishing if you aren't consistently landing those phases.
It does look like we're loading in here. Lazy Family versus Rarity. The last match, Rarity as the Spirit. They are diving in right now, and it doesn't look like any sort of chases have cropped up. Let's take a quick look here.
Yeah, it seems like no survivors have been found yet. Everybody's kind of slinking their way around. And we actually saw a point coming out from that Nia, an emote, which is, a first hit on Claudette. I wonder if there will be an immediate phase to follow up. Oh, it certainly looks like that might happen.
Ooh.
I don't know if she makes it back to the window in time.
I think she gets hit through the window, but
yeah,
the phase accuracy, what we talked about, she was just a little off there, the Claudette double backing and walking, just to throw a little misdirection into the mist.
Yeah, and if there had been a resource for that Claudette to use very slightly closer than what we saw with that window and that pathing sort of around the tile, that hit wouldn't have come through and this chase would still be going.
Now, we are seeing from the Spirit that they are using a lower form of Corrupt Intervention 1, Thanatophobia, and Save the Best for last. I don't think that this is somebody who anticipated having to play as Spirit today, or maybe they're just winging it.
Yeah, I mean, that Thanatophobia can certainly be doing work, and especially since we've been seeing some of those green med kits coming out from our survivors instead of the purple. Ooh, a hit through the pallet onto Eclipse. That is extremely unfortunate, but the early swing from the Spirit kind of making that a bit more likely.
Now, we are seeing 3 people injured, a little Thanatophobia value. Without Sloppy Butcher, a little bit dicey. I doubt we see that value last for very long.
Oh, and then the hit getting through that borrowed time. But important to keep in mind that Claudette still has both a decisive strike and an unbreakable in her pocket.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard thing here, is this may not be the right chase with this many defensive barriers. How many times do you have to hit somebody before they go down permanently, right?
Yeah, and the Spirit mind-gaming herself a little bit. Oh, seeing the Atom with no sprint burst available. He makes it to this pallet, but I don't know if he makes it anywhere else.
Let's see what the Spirit does here. There's 2 pallets that have been sort of thrown without much avail. Can they get the hit? There we go.
Yeah, and no Dead Heart available as the Atom is exhausted. I believe he has a sprint burst equipped. And so that's going to be a first hook on 2 survivors with the Claudette remaining injured. She has mended and is most likely being healed right now, or healing herself with that med kit. But I wonder if the Spirit is going to be able to find her in time to interrupt that, and it doesn't look like she will.
Yeah, the thing we're seeing from the Spirit here is that they don't have any slowdown that is active or induced. There is no Pop Goes the Weasel or Hex Ruin. They are just hoping that their chase potential is enough. And I think that if they dawdle too long between chases like what we're seeing here, they may find that this is a tougher match. It looks like they're maybe going for the tunnel on the Atom here.
Yeah, it sure seems that way, and frankly, I wouldn't blame them because at this point he's been off the hook long enough for the borrowed time to run out, and I don't know if he has a decisive strike, though that is a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, that would have to be kind of the assumption here is everybody's running Unbreakable and Decisive. Good attempt at a phase, but Adam was not going to double back into the vault towards the Spirit. The Spirit now flushing him towards the middle of the map.
A pallet drop, but on the correct side. A great read from the Atom, expecting the Spirit to go around the tile.
This is what we're talking about with phase accuracy and reading your opponent really, really well with Spirit, because you can't see them. You need to be able to sort of guesstimate what they're going to do.
And that hit does eventually come out on the Atom, but
It's his decisive strike. It is. So all that time invested, and he is still not going to go to stage 2.
Yeah, and important to keep in mind that now with these 2 pallets dropped in connecting tiles, it can be very, very difficult for our Spirit to actually down this Atom in a reasonable amount of time without landing that perfect phase accuracy.
Now we do see 2 generators are gone now. The Spirit not swinging through to try to get
3.
that hit.
Yeah, 3 gens done and 1 halfway finished, so more on the way.
Oh, and the Spirit is still actually rounding the tile she saw him at last, but did not realize that he left it to go back to the corner.
Yeah, this Atom doing just an absolutely phenomenal job of wasting the Spirit's time, and I think this may be a little bit of what we talked about with her getting just a little too greedy, trying to circumvent these pallets, but the Atom is doing a phenomenal job of wasting her time.
Yeah, this is the hard thing that we've talked about. You know, we see a pretty stark difference between Rarity. Good hit there, actually swinging into the pallet that time, getting the down on the Atom, but 4 gens gone, 1 at 20%.
Yeah, and also extremely important to keep in mind that one of the killer's perks, Save the Best for Last, gains tokens to reduce your post-hit cooldown when you hit a survivor that is not your obsession. And after the use of Decisive Strike, Adam becomes the obsession, and then by downing him, the killer ends up somewhat sabotaging their own perk.
Yeah, that's what makes this a little bit of a tough perk. You know, smart survivors that are the obsession will get in the way to try to sort of, you know, make you burn your tokens. In this particular case, the Atom is really doing a little bit of damage just by being there. And I imagine Save the Best for Last with Noah was kind of the intended, maybe getting multiple downs very quickly, but I'm not saying that that's going to build up quite enough to make a difference.
Yeah, at this point, it's a question of how much time she has left, and the stun coming out on the Shack pallet, no hit through it, and the Claudette's going to get away, at least for now.
This is the danger of sort of playing around pallets, right? If you can make a rotation or 2 around a pallet, or if you use your ability once around a pallet, you can't get that hit. Sometimes it's a good option just to remove it, get it out of the way, and then keep pushing. You know, the Atom wasting just enough time for the team to really start to make that comeback.
Yeah, and at this point, as we're getting to 85% on that last gen, this is going to be an extremely difficult position for our Spirit, considering she checked the 2 other gens deep in that corner, but not the one the survivors are actually working on. And as it's finished right now, Noed is going to come into play, so there should be a down coming out soon on this Nia, but how much more is our Spirit going to be able to get?
Let's see, we do see a hit right there coming out, the Nia going down, and they are going to try to immediately get into another engagement.
Very risky, though, taking the chance of Unbreakable.
Yeah, knowing they haven't slugged anybody, Unbreakable certainly is in play for all of these survivors. Ooh.
Very smart idea from the Spirit, checking the edge map right near the exit gate, but not actually finding, I believe that's the Fung.
You're right. This is the gamble that you kind of play at this point. She does have to gamble and do all or nothing because she really has nothing, right? And we do see them running up here on the Claudette. Exit gate powered, I believe.
Yeah, and at this point, though, the Nia, having not picked herself up, will tell the killer that she does not have an Unbreakable and that she will be safe to slug for the future, especially considering that the Fung is working on the other exit gate and the Nia is still on the ground even after all this time.
We do know that the Nia does have an Unbreakable or a Deliverance right now, so this may be why they're not so much worried about what could happen to her. If she gets put on her hook, she just gets right back off and gets to kind of walk right out the doors.
Yeah, and the Deliverance combined with the Decisive Strike is a very, very potent combo to try and guarantee that late game escape. But hooking her right next to the hatch, if our killer leaves for even just a moment, the other survivors will leave out the gate. the Neo will use her Deliverance and then escape out the hatch.
Yeah, that could absolutely be the play that the team goes for. It doesn't look like they're necessarily rushing to get out of this door. Nia is off the hook. Is she just going to stand and wait for hatch? It looks like that might be the case.
I think our Claudette was just trying to waste a little bit more of the killer's time and not even going for the hatch and instead opting to exit through the gate.
Yeah, and that is Nia rolling right out. That is going to be 0. Lazy Family really coming through as the dominant force in this first set for the day. Wild to see, the difference in spirits, really. I think this shows exactly what we've talked about the entire time.
Yeah, that phase accuracy, especially in the chase with the Atom, was just simply not there. Like, how many? It was 4, 5 missed phases in a row, just not able to confirm that down.
Yeah, and we saw many of the same techniques of like phasing and waiting and doing the stuff, but what we didn't see is the change in tactic. We didn't see that on the fly going, okay, I got to fix how I'm thinking about these scenarios.
Yeah, and also sometimes it's important, even as those killers that have some ability to circumvent those pallets, sometimes you have to just recognize that there's too much stuff too well connected.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really force it. And if you find that you've been in that engagement for 30, 40 seconds and it's still not happening for you, that's where you got to start breaking those pallets, chopping through those resources, and making something else happen.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to recognize when to cut your losses and try a new strategy.
Exactly. So giving it up to Lazy Family, who is going to be moving on. We now, I believe, are moving into the losers bracket, I believe.
Yes, I do believe that is the case.
Yeah, let's take a look here. I think that we are going to potentially be seeing BBB come up against Pulse, which was a really interesting turn of events. BBB obviously yesterday not being able to make it for their particular time slot, that allowed 4 a.m. to just advance against RSK. And so BBB now here in the losers bracket able to show up and contend. Pulse yesterday having a really good show out against RSK, but falling short, RSK being a dominant force as well, similar to LF. I don't know. What do you think is going to happen here with BBB?
I don't know. I mean, we really didn't get the chance to see BBB play, so I have no idea what to expect from them, frankly. But Pulse's performance yesterday was extremely strong, so I mean, I'm just hoping for a good game at the end of the day. And it is also important to keep in mind that Rarity will still be involved in this tournament as they are in the lower bracket.
Exactly. Now we do see this is the first down the Spirit God. This was the mastery that we saw with Spirit, just kind of making the Fung vault there. This is the double back into the frame perfect dead hard.
And to the shack window, getting him just enough distance to make that, because those tight angle swings are so difficult. And then right there, the patience. Recognizing that the Fung would expect the Spirit to go around the tile, she instead just waits and lets the Survivor vault right into her arms.
Yeah, we really saw that Rarity survivors, while they weren't bad survivors, definitely were a little less patient than our Spirit was. And the inverse was there. Our Spirit for Rarity being a little bit less patient than the opposing survivors.
Yeah, and then there, that almost fake out of pretending to blink towards the Survivor running at the edge of the map, and instead recognizing that if they down the Survivor who's going into the main building, that Survivor on the edge map is still going to be in a dead zone and a relatively easy target.
Really good job there from the Nia, fancy footwork around the trees, evading what would be a first hit. If you can delay that first hit, and we see right here the nurse knowing when that unhook's going to happen, but accidentally hitting some iframes.
Yeah, and then we see, the recognition from the Oni that Survivor is trying to hide on the basement stairs, and that down in the basement that just started so much pressure on the Survivors.
You know, if I were Rarity there, I think that's the moment where you try to go anywhere except the basement, right?
Yeah, and that trying to hide on the basement stairs like that is just such a large risk. It's very much an all or nothing play, which, when you're up against opponents of this level of skill and awareness, sometimes you end up with nothing.
Yeah, this is what we talked about here, the Oni getting the slug, going for the greed and hoping it pays off, getting 2 downs right there and really halting any progress the team had at the moment.
Yeah, and the big flick through that dead hard, just a hard read on which direction the Dwight was going to go.
Wow.
Really just a phenomenal play.
Yeah, really good hit there through the pallet for the Spirit, and then coming back, realizing that this unhook's happening, hitting the Atom. This was when Thanatophobia was really in full swing.
Yeah, and also just that recognition that you don't need to use your power, that limited resource with a recharge time, and instead saying, you know what, I'm just going to get this hit the old-fashioned way so I can follow it up as quick as possible.
Absolutely. I think that was an interesting set of matches, and we really got to see the difference between teams and patience, really. That's what it boils down to, and changing the psychology mid-match to figure out, okay, what's working, what's not working, and how do we really start to build and improve. Again, the Oni was a great example of, hold on, I got to calm down, come back to my center, and it just really put LF a cut above.
Yeah, and that recognizing just how much patience and just how much greed you can get away with, striking that balance is really one of the core parts of high-level killer play.
Yeah.
But before we get into our next match, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back for BBB versus Pulse.
All right, and we're back. We are ready to move on from the big bracket's what I like to call it, into the losers bracket, which is going to be right now BBB versus Pulse. Pulse yesterday having a tough really matchup against RSK, a really dominant team. We've seen BBB play just one single set on Friday. We don't have really a good read on how they're going to be, but we are going into the Blood Lodge map, which kind of gives us an indicator of maybe some of the killers. We're going to see some of those high-speed killers potentially.
Yeah, we had talked earlier about sort of that relationship between map size and how impactful that killer's mobility can be on those larger maps.
Right.
So I definitely expect to see a Billy if he's not banned. I definitely expect to see Oni, and if we do see a Nurse, I'm probably expecting double range.
Yeah, at this point, really it comes down to who's going to be banned. Remember, in the first match, each team can ban one killer for the other team. And it looks like for this first match, Spirit's going to be banned, which kind of means that Billy might be our boy for right now. Or Oni, or Nurse. But,
I'd love to see a Billy, personally.
I'd love to see another Billy. It's always a good time. It's just, it's like the Sonic the Hedgehog game I never got, you know?
I mean, I don't know if Billy's out here collecting rings, but...
He was collecting something.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what they come out with. Really interested to see the dynamic between these two teams who did not get to face each other. And really, BBB having to kind of not be here yesterday, extenuating circumstances. I don't know. I think it would be wild for them to try to come back all the way through and win it. There's just a lot of unknown variables here.
Yeah, I would love to see a lower bracket run. Those moments where you're making your way all the way up to the grand finals through the losers bracket, no second chances left. Oh, it's just, the tension is just so delicious.
It is, and we are coming through. You guys can't see it, but let me spoil the fun for you. It's a Hillbilly coming through. Alive is playing.
Oh, wow. A down already. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to see that, but that was just so fast.
Already an incredible down.
Lethal Pursuer leading into that one.
Yep, Lethal Pursuer, which if you don't know, Lethal Pursuer allows you to see the auras of all the other survivors at the start of the match for just a handful of seconds, but it gives you a great moment to know the direction you need to be heading. And really, especially with Billy, right, where you can get there quick, it makes him very lethal.
Yeah, on a killer with the kind of mobility that the Hillbilly has, being able to know where you can go for a good chase at the start of the match is just such valuable information. A survivor is going to be cleansing the Ruin Totem, but not able to get it.
Gets run off. Oh, an unfortunate bump from Billy, putting him into his rather lengthy cooldown.
Yeah, but it is important to keep in mind that in a team like this, when one survivor knows where that Ruin Totem is, everybody knows.
Everybody knows. He is going to forego.
No way he actually gets back.
Oh
What? He
my
almost
gosh,
got
missed
that.
That was wild.
A couple of body blocks coming out, trying to prevent the borrowed time value on our Claudette.
Do they go for the locker? No, he hits them. Ruin expected to go any second now.
Yeah, I can't. There's a survivor on that totem. There it goes. The totem's gone. But I wonder if a survivor's going to hop in the locker to force the pickup here. But he's just going to circle it, do a couple of goes around. Just a little threat, just like a, hey, I know you're in there.
Yeah, this is a wild experiences here. And what we did notice is that Ruin, the threat of Ruin, when he got that hook, there are no gens with more than like 25% right now. That is not shabby.
Interesting. Maybe he didn't recognize that the tap was in that locker, so he didn't actually pull him immediately.
Wow, interesting. The Billy with a strong start, but kind of could have got an easy grab there with the tap bursting out of that locker a little preemptively in my mind.
Yeah, I have to say, though, phenomenal use of the small tiles that are going to be very difficult. Those little debris piles, extremely difficult for the Billy to curve around, even with the extraordinary sensitivity he has.
And a really good down there.
Wow,
that I
the
was
180.
Waiting. Yeah, good job there. Typically not something you would see on potentially other platforms, but again, this Billy has the most insane mobility I have ever seen.
Yeah, and just a little bit of greed from the tap to not throw that pallet. Like, it's so interesting to see the moments where they decide to play safe and the moments where they decide to just take that little bit of extra time and be a little greedy. I really wonder what the decision-making process is there.
Wow, the insta-cancel there on the door break allows this Billy to be right here getting the M1, I would assume, on the Claudette, who dead hards for distance.
But just the wrong trajectory, not quite making it to the pallet.
Now, we do see Tap is actually deliveranced off of his hook, which means nobody needs to come off gens to get him, and we're seeing a little bit of a survivor comeback.
Yeah, but this is now on second hook on our Claudette, so the next time she gets found and down, she's out of here.
Yeah, this is going to be really down to the wire if the Hillbilly cannot get another consecutive 1 or 2 downs. We do see a survivor being hesitant to unhook, knowing that the Billy will come right back.
Yeah, the Billy saw the scratch mark, so he knows someone's here. And wow, this maneuverability is absolutely absurd.
The skill here.
Not seeing the survivor because they were tucked in the corner next to the gen.
What an incredible play on both sides. The ability to turn so quickly. Oh, wow.
Slight loss of control. I think hitting a barrel there.
Yeah. And we are seeing the Claudette unhooked, but this allows the Billy to potentially just go for Claudette.
Yeah, I think I wonder if he's trying to play around the possibility of Decisive Strike and instead is going to pick up the tap.
Now he is banking
on... Though that
on
60 seconds matches up with Decisive Timer. Oh
my gosh.
Just a little impatient. If he had waited a single second to pick up the tap there, the Decisive Strike wouldn't have still been in play.
Yeah, that was really down to the wire. Decisive Strike almost being expired on that pickup, but the Billy just being, just thinking that they knew better, I guess.
Yeah, the fact that the Deliverance and Decisive Strike timers are both 60 seconds, Deliverance for that broken status and Decisive Strike for the 60 seconds of the active perk time, they line up so perfectly that using a Deliverance does have the side effect of giving the killer a timer for your Decisive Strike. And the Claudette being found here, she may just be looping this tree and manages to avoid death for now.
It really looks like this team has practiced against a Hillbilly, understands what they need to hug to try to just throw them off their groove. Because, as great as the mobility is here, you can't spin more than 120 degrees without potentially just ramming right into things.
Yeah, and the thing is, even the extraordinary power that we're seeing so far from the Hillbilly does have its limits, and the survivors really understand those limits and are doing a phenomenal job of playing around them, as we see 3 gens being done with a 4th at 90%.
And there is a down there on the Claudette. We have another gen that's going to pop, but this will be a death.
Oh no, but the Claudette ran to the gen that's being worked on and interrupted it.
And that is going to be a second down. That is a game-changing amount of pressure right there. And he's going to hook the Quentin right now, hoping he can hook the Quentin and get to the Claudette before they get up. Let's see if they can make that. That is dicey.
Oh, but the thing is, he stops to kick the gen instead of interrupting the pickup.
A colossal misplay from our Hillbilly.
I don't know, though, because that gen is now regressing, and if he's able to build some pressure quickly enough here, prevent the survivors from tapping that gen and stopping the regression, and also defending that hook, this may be the moment that wins our Hillbilly the game. It's hard to say.
It is really tough to say right now. Without Pop Goes the Weasel in the pocket, this was a really tough decision to make. I think, I don't know if I would have erred on getting the death and having 1 gen left to defend. I think those are odds that I typically try to take as much as I can. But yeah, maybe there is something here that we're not seeing, and maybe this pans out a way that's a little bit different than what I'd anticipated.
Yeah, and that gen now having regressed below 90%. Oh, wow. Very precise movement, but the Nia playing the fire barrel and sort of threatening that collision with the killer, and honestly just forces him to use just that smallest extra margin of distance and forces that error.
This should be an unhook coming from the survivors, as the Billy has left that situation, and with that generator near 80%, 2 people on it means it's only got about 6 or 7 seconds left in it.
Yeah, but he's going to make his way back. He may be able to interrupt this. Oh, not getting a down.
It seems they hugged close to it. The Nia,
I think they may have gotten the gen done.
Let's take a look. That is 4 gens completed. They did get the gen done. Nia going down. Nia not having been hooked yet. That is not necessarily the person you want to be putting right now.
Ooh, yeah, no, especially because that Nia, having not been hooked yet, does have the threat of a Deliverance, because I believe she was able to unhook, I think it was the Claudette earlier.
Yeah, and we are seeing a gen right now, 80%, and this is kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Maybe taking the Claudette and putting them on the hook would have been the right play, getting that death and getting them out, but there's no way to tell exactly who's going to make mistakes, who's going to fumble that bag.
But you notice the Claudette hiding in that corner.
Wow.
But the thing is, I believe this pallet has already been thrown, so no resources to work with for her.
Yeah, this should be an M1 down. With nobody else on the other gen, this could be a potential death into something else. It's a little bit later than we would have hoped, so we are hoping this Billy can pull off maybe a 2K no-ed in the game, but everybody's injured.
Yeah, and the survivors have started working on that 90% gen, so I think our Billy will be able to navigate over there and interrupt it, potentially not quite getting the down. Good movement from the Nia to make her direction of travel unpredictable and very difficult to hit. Though that is a gen, the hatch spawning, now that the number of finished gens is one more than the number of living survivors.
Now we do take a look here. It looks like we're going to go back to what we saw earlier. The Billy is going to kick the gen before he decides to pick up. Maybe he defends the fact that there is a slug and a gen this close together and really hoping that there's not another gen being worked on, but we know there is.
And the decisive strike? Oh man, the survivor doing the gen, letting go, going down, and still having the decisive strike is just so difficult. But hitting the Nia with the chainsaw does not reveal the no-ed, which is crucially important, if only for that 4% movement speed boost.
Now we do see Nia is going to go to stage 2, but she is not entirely out of the game, which means that there is still some risk for this Billy. He could end up with just 1 kill. But
I think he saw that other survivor, though. But that now is a real decision point of does he defend this gate or his hook?
Yeah, this is going to be the tough part. If he goes for this this gate here, then obviously the unhook can happen, making this a sort of a 1-for-1 situation.
Dead hard from tap? No. I wonder if he doesn't have it. I'm not sure.
Doesn't have it, or just unfortunate timing. Yeah, that is going to be a hook trade there. And we do see the Nia off hook, Quentin injured, Nia injured, no-ed not being effective or necessary. You know, in this end game, when you when no-ed's in play, sometimes it's better to stay injured so you can use that dead hard.
Yeah, and especially you see the dead hard coming out from the Quentin, but the Billy makes a 180 and downs him anyway. And the thing incredible. Is, he sees those lights on the gate, which tells him that the Nia is nearby, and he sees the scratch marks now and is tracking her down. And unless an Unbreakable and a save comes out from our Quentin, this is looking like a 4K.
Yeah, if Quentin can get up and get the save, this still isn't really lost per you know, well, any definition yet, and that is the Unbreakable coming out right there. That is a perfect pull-up.
But I think the hook might be too far considering the mobility that the Hillbilly has.
This could be too far. It depends on what he thinks the survivor's doing. If he thinks the survivor's going for the door instead of the unhook.
Which seems to be the case. It seems like he's taken his pathing over this way to check the door, but now that the unhook comes out, the Billy does know where both survivors are.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a 2K. This is not a bad show out from the Billy. We have seen some stronger performances, but at the end of the day, wow, circling around at the pallet.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a 2K now, but the game is far from over because he's interrupted this Quentin who was going to be working on the gate, and now instead is about to go down with the tap most likely trying to make a hatch play, but the killer also knows where the hatch is.
This is interesting, too. The idea here, I think that personally the person who was unhooked maybe should have stayed near the door so they could maybe make a DS play or something of that nature. Quentin maybe would have broken off for the other door, but you know, these micro decisions get hard to make in the moment. As we see this Billy might be able to capitalize on this and get at least a 3K.
Yeah, it seems as though he may be settling for the 3K here, just chilling by the hook, letting the tap open the doors and get out. I think he's happy with this result, honestly. Against a team of this caliber, a 3K is solid. Definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, given some of the decisions that were made, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, hindsight's 20/20, but there were some spooky choices there that almost, you know, the needle went back and forth pretty drastically. I think there was a time, like I said, where getting that Claude out early, I would have gotten her out immediately, just taking the one at least, right?
Yeah, because even if the survivors are able to finish a gen in that time, you have one gen left in that 3v1, it's much easier to build that pressure with one survivor's action economy out of the way.
Exactly like what we saw with the Oni earlier, having 3 survivors up, 4 gens done. It's definitely not an unwinnable situation to be in, but the Billy, despite making some of those choices, still came back with a pretty respectable 3K. It doesn't really clinch the entire match for their team, but definitely gives the other team something to worry about.
Yeah, so we are right now going to be 3-1 in favor of Pulse after the first half of map 1. So we're going to now flip the sides and have BBB's killer against Pulse's survivors, again on Blood Lodge.
We did see a lot from Pulse yesterday in terms of their survivor and killer capabilities and how they match up with other teams. And as this goes on throughout the day, I'd be very interested to see, and if they make it further into next weekend, how exactly and what they've really learned playing against RSK. If I were to hedge my bets, I would say that LF and RSK are probably going to go very, very far in this tournament and eventually going head-to-head. They've been some of the strongest teams we've seen with the highest point values. But I'd love to see Pulse really learn some hard lessons, come out of the losers bracket to really contest them at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all love a good underdog story.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, with the caliber of teams we've been seeing and the people who are winning these matches and moving their way forward. I am very, very excited for not just the rest of today's matches, but next weekend as well, because now we are going to have, after this match of Pulse versus BBB, we are going to have a third match for you tonight. And then after that, we'll be calling it a night to rest our voices, have a good week in between, and then come back strong for next weekend's matches.
But don't worry, we are still here for today. We are going to be looking after Pulse and BBB, which they have. This is match 1B, then they have 2A, 2B, and then potentially 3, depending on how the point totals lie. But after that, we have Rarity versus KGB. Rarity getting knocked out of their bracket earlier, KGB having came back due to some technicalities, and this is a good opportunity for both of them. So no matter what, I feel like all of the players we're seeing here in the losers bracket really have the potential to take it really all the way to the top if they choose to, if they can learn those lessons and make those sort of audible calls mid-match.
Yeah, and I would love to see KGB really find themselves, and having, like you said, having sort of been brought back into the tournament on a bit of a technicality, they absolutely do still deserve to be here, and I would love to see them prove that to everybody.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here. We've seen Rarity play. We saw Rarity struggle a little bit, and Rarity is kind of similar to Pulse too. Is Rarity definitely had a tough hand dealt to them, but can they learn the lessons? Can they really stew in that throughout the week, get some scrims and practices in, and then come back really, really strong? If they can beat KGB today, I mean, it could really go either way.
Yeah, because all of the teams here today do have the VODs of this stream available to work with and learn from over this next week to practice, maybe not with each other because, competitive integrity and all that, and maybe there's some strats you have that you don't want to show to your opponents.
Right.
But to be able to practice, to work on those weaknesses, to even out those strengths, and to come back strong for next weekend.
Yeah. So we are seeing that right now Pulse is getting set up to be the survivors, obviously switching sides here, allowing BBB to pick their killer. We don't have a confirmation of the killer exactly yet, but I am excited to see what comes out. I'm expecting a Spirit, be honest with you. I'm always expecting Spirit.
Turns out Spirit has been banned, so we're not gonna get that expectation fulfilled.
Yeah, Spirit is banned, which is interesting. Again, on Blood Lodge, Spirit's not the strongest pick, but it seems like Spirit has been one of the killers that people are consistently afraid of, but that does leave room for Hillbilly again.
Yeah, I would love to see another Hillbilly match because this has just been, and watching the Billy play has been an absolute treat. And also, especially in that last match, watching the counterplay that the survivors had developed to that, recognizing the weaknesses of his kit, even with that extraordinary turning ability, that those tight corners and those lockers have sort of become his weak points.
Yeah, it reminds me of playing against Bubba, right? The idea of, oh, okay, you're coming, I'm going to get in this locker, except it just doesn't have as much peril in hopping out of the locker as you would against Bubba, right? So
that cooldown time is much, much longer.
Yeah. So with Hillbilly here, we are seeing people adapt to this sort of competitive Billy, which it's really unprecedented, to be honest.
Yeah, before Friday, I had never seen anything like it.
No, absolutely not. I made sure to go back and clip it this morning. It was
I saw that on Twitter.
Time.
That was
it
was very funny watching back my reaction. That was just sputtering. I had no words.
Yeah, it was wild to see, and it's still pretty insane to see, and I think it'll be hard to go back to not playing or seeing that as often once this is all said and done, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. I'm along for the ride. I'm enjoying myself. I'm really, really happy to watch this phenomenal Dead by Daylight and to be here to commentate and guide all of you in the audience through this experience.
Yeah. Now, I will say I got a little sneak peek at some of the Survivor builds we're going to be seeing, and I'm actually interested. We've seen a lot of Sprint Burst. We've seen a lot of Dead Hard. Those are obviously the de facto perks to go to for exhaustion, but we actually do have Alive in
We have
play.
seen a couple of those, but they're definitely less common.
We've definitely seen a few, but Blood Lodge having a decent opportunity to use them, I think, knowing the map ahead of time and knowing that, okay, there's the main building, there's Shack, and there's a few things in between. I don't know if this is a Hillbilly, will it matter much?
I mean, I think Live is a very, very consistent perk, right?
Is.
Because even if there aren't windows available, you can activate Live off a pallet.
Exactly.
Any vault will trigger the exhaustion perk, give you that 150% speed boost for 3 seconds, and help you even if you don't necessarily have the distance to connect to another tile. Maybe there's no other resources around. At the very least, it'll get you another rotation or two of the palette you're playing.
Yeah.
It does appear, as we load into this BBB versus Pulse match 1B, we are going to be seeing an Oni with, wow, that sword looks phenomenal. I love those visual effects.
Yeah, you guys are going to be able to see this real soon, but this Oni is actually here to flex right now with his skin. Looks like they're either spending a lot of money or they just love Oni or both. But they are in their first chase right now against Pulse.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the Claudette try and transition between tiles instead of dropping that pallet early, and instead opting to play the TL wall, where if she's not given the opportunity to leave, the first hit will be coming out at this tile. It may take a sec, it may not be the first swing, but that first hit is going to happen here.
LT walls are typically, because there are no pallets, they are just complete 50-50s. There is the potential. Into the pallet. Good throw.
2 missed swings from the Oni, giving the Claudette the opportunity to transition between tiles, but now he is at Bloodlust Tier 2, which means a 10% movement speed boost, allowing him to hit the Claudette through that window.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start for the Claudette. Not burning too many resources besides a filler pallet, really delaying that ability for as long as they could. This is not bad. First gen is done. That was, what by the looks of it, at least a 2-person generator, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then another generator at 40%. So this is not a bad spot to be in. And Oni getting his first hit, getting some of his power, but then having to back off of that chase.
Yeah, I do find an interesting strategic difference here between this and the Oni we saw in the last time, because our last Oni committed to that chase once they had injured the survivor in order to make sure they were able to farm up those blood orbs and guarantee their power off of that first hit. Whereas this Oni may be a little bit more confident in their ability to get that second follow-up hit and get their power like we just saw. Yeah. There you go. Here it comes, and oh boy, is the pain train on its way.
Now we do notice here that this Oni's running a... Oh, can he get this hit? Can he close it out? That is a dead hard.
But he baits it instead of swinging. Oh! Phenomenal decision making from the survivor to stand next to the breakable wall and hope that the killer's attack will snap to the breakable wall instead of downing them.
Yeah, really good job here from the Nia, taking advantage of just understanding how these abilities work and how the suction works. Oni going for a slug early game is going to be a little bit dicey, knowing full well that people are likely going to have a breakable, playing bit of a dicey time here.
Yeah, but I do believe that the Nia he downed does not have an unbreakable, so he should not be overly punished for that slug, and he may even be able to get the hook.
Right, it's definitely the difference between what you know and what you don't know, right? You have to assume that somebody's got him, but who has him?
You kind of have to assume everyone's got it.
Exactly, and so in this point, he's just hoping, and at this point, you know, it's been more than 20 seconds. Nobody's been picked up, and this is actually really good for him. He has Pop, he has Call of Brine. That generator's going to see massive decrease if they don't get over to it fast.
Yeah, I mean, still a very significant decrease. That gen at maybe 20% progress after the Pop Goes the Weasel, even though it was tapped very quickly, making it so that Call of Brine isn't able to do as much work as our Oni might like. He does, however, get the ping from Call of Brine, because when the perk is active for a minute, any survivor who hits a good skill check will ping the killer that they're working on that gen. Getting that ping from the survivor working on it alerts the Oni that he needs to return to that gen and defend it maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, we're seeing right now he is playing that gen defender, and we see Ace absolutely running out, maybe misunderstanding where the Oni was or trying to pull his attention deliberately, who knows, but is in chase. Oni's going to enter Demon Dash to try to close this distance real quick.
Yeah, especially now with that breakable wall broken, it's going to be pretty difficult for this Ace to make his way all the way around back to the door. Oh, but ducking into the corner and
Oni
out the doorway as the Oni passes by.
And then that is down right there, down into the stun.
And Oni, the pallet drop.
Man, he called that out. He knew exactly what the Ace was going to try to do, knowing that he was going to get hit at the window. He tucked, and the Oni said, no, I'm going to turn around. I know what's going on here.
Yes, as soon as the Oni saw the survivor not about to vault that window, he knew to not swing and to instead sort of double back using his power. but also interesting to see him picking up that survivor instead of going for more pressure. Maybe because there are 2 others who are still injured and he's confident he'll be able to get his power back pretty quickly.
I think he's confident in that area of the map that he has sort of sectioned off as well, knowing that there couldn't be too much progress happening right there, and if he leaves that he might lose something valuable in that corner. I think he is trying to play into that strategy we're seeing a lot more today than what we did yesterday of 3-genning, cordoning off a portion of the map and saying, this is mine.
Yeah, trying to control that certain area of the map is so important as killer. The phenomenal double back, faking to the right and then going to the left to catch the Nia as she rounds that corner.
And there's the Oni skin. You see the mask in full
Yeah, that's
beauty.
very cool.
It is a very good skin. I wanted it. I wanted it. Yeah,
I can't blame you.
Really good job from the Oni there. Yeah, faking right, going left, and understanding he can get that flick around the side. And now he has Pop Goes the Weasel in the pocket to completely shatter this gen's progress.
Yeah, and the thing is he also has all 3 other survivors over in this sort of vicinity of the main building. You see one playing that tile, waiting for the killer, one working on a generator nearby, and then one having to move for the unhook. So the survivors having very little ability to make progress on the gens at this point in the match.
Good vault into the... Oh,
man. No, not forcing the pickup to make the killer eat the decisive strike, so he's going to get slugged instead. But the ace does have that unbreakable for when he's left on the ground.
We do see the Oni here going for additional pressure, knowing he's got a decent amount of his Demon Dash up. Can he close the distance on Feng? And he can. This is going to be really tough because he can also hook here and then use Pop on that gen that he saw has a massive amount of progress on it.
Yeah, I really do like that pathing from the Oni to sort of duck into the tile very briefly, then out around the outside to catch the survivor in case they were sort of vaulting that window, and then looping around that back side of the tile to pop out in front of their face and surprise them.
Yeah. Knowing at that speed that you can kind of look at all of your options, you can really go in and then say, okay, nobody's here, and then go back out. And knowing that where you're putting your body is going to force them a specific direction.
Yeah, and also only using a portion of his power duration there, because it does take a chunk out when you down someone, but maybe about half of his power had been used there. Able to very quickly refill that power by going back to that generator where the survivors had been working.
Oh, wow, and we do see the pre-throw, and we see the vault in, which is a little bit of that skittish behavior that we saw yesterday, but it works out as the Oni accidentally bonks on the side of the tile there.
Yeah, and this is so interesting. You see him kind of going around the outside, and the ace going into the tile, recognizing potentially that sort of behavior pattern from the killer, running by the Nia to bait out the Dead Hard, and then circling back around, but she's going to drop that pallet and then vault it across as she knows the Oni is coming around the other side.
Yeah, we are seeing layers of mind games here where the killer is predicting that the survivor will do a specific thing. The survivor is trying to predict back. You do see the Oni accidentally getting stuck on the window there, and some of the pressure he has worked really hard to keep and maintain is deflating out from under him.
Yeah, this is looking like, yep, there the power runs out, and that is going to be an effectively wasted power from our Oni. However, we do still have 3 injured survivors, so they are either going to need to reset or just power through and push those gens and deal with the power.
This is a really tough position to be in as this killer because there is a survivor that is Death Hook, but everybody else is still pretty well fine, and really with 4 generators done, he doesn't have too much time on his hands to waste.
Yeah, that 4th gen being completed just before he's able to come interrupt it does make things very difficult for him. Also, small note, opting not to break the pallet there in favor of returning to that other gen that he recognizes is going to be worked on.
Yeah, understanding that, taking and kicking that pallet. Oh, and the exit
they
gates.
Commit.
Wow, they know that they are not on Death Hook and that they can risk going down for this.
Yeah, the Claudette really fully committing to that gen. As you see, her teammates, the Nia especially, did leave a little bit early. That Nia recognizing that being Death Hook, the next time she goes down, that is a point for the opposition.
This is a really tough position to be in. Noed is up, but most survivors opting to be injured doesn't mean that Noed is particularly valuable outside of the speed boost that it offers, which in Demon Dash is not bad, but it is still very risky.
Yeah, you see he's trying to control this Feng, who's trying to make her way over to the door. She pre-drops the pallet, uses her lithe, but the thing is that going to save her? It saves her for a moment. Oh, and the missed swing comes out, so that lithe is enough, at least for now. Though she does go down when she tries to leave the tile.
We do see the down here, and this is going to be not a death hook either. Multiple survivors going to second hook, but none of them really being knocked out of the match yet. And that's just the hard part about public matches, right, is most of the time you get a decent amount of hooks, but the hook sort of spread and who gets hooked is the real differentiator between who wins and who loses.
Yeah, like you can see, if these hooks had sort of been a little bit more concentrated, this could have already been a 2K, potentially even 3 if he's able to get one more down, which does not seem likely considering the other 3 survivors are healing inside the gate. And being aware of the no one escapes death, I think as soon as the killer gets nearby, they're going to quit that healing and just scurry right on out.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, really, when we talk about it, 9 hooks can be 1 kill or 3 kills. It can fall either way. It really just depends on how you've spread those out. And hooking each individual person, while you don't always get the choice, it can be harmful to your overall strategy. This was a very tight match from both the survivor and the killer, and it just took one good decision to waste that Oni's power to really buy themselves time.
Yeah, and also, just a small thing to note, too, that Claudette standing in the exit gate, when you see a teammate or an opponent doing that in a public match, you maybe see that as, oh, they're just trying to waste my time, blah, blah, blah. Maybe they're doing it to BM, give you some bags on the way out.
Yeah.
But in this case, they're also doing that so that the Fung can get more struggle points because of that blood point tiebreaker.
Exactly, yeah. So right now, I think this has been pretty close. We haven't seen any sort of decisive victories from either team. It's, you know, a little bit here and a little bit there, but no blowout matches yet. Anything could happen in this next stage, and it could go to the other team, which could mean that we go to our third set, really, for the day.
Yeah, that would be the first time we've seen one of those. We did not see that in our previous match. No. Only 2 games being played before a victor is decided.
Yeah.
But I would love to see this go to game 3, see those 3 killer bans, but we're going to move into some highlights for you.
Yeah, we do have Hillbilly here. This Detective Tap really did a great job of using those lockers, kind of what we talked about. And we do see Tap actually the last-minute decisive strike coming out right there. I swear that was the 59th second.
It had to have been. I mean, the broken status went away while the killer was still stunned.
Now we do see, again, this Billy trying to get this Nia, who understood they needed to stay out of his line of sight and hug the wall, so he was guessing, but he still gets back around and gets it.
Yeah, and that right there, just those little spins from the Nia, because the Billy, while he has relatively powerful turning, because of that movement speed, it can be very difficult to control. And that quick 180 to catch the Quentin after the dead hard just look practically frame perfect.
Yeah, I mean, these highlights really show. I mean, both killers had a wonderful performance here. It was just the smaller decisions, and neither of them played perfectly. I think there was a few moments on Billy where I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. So this really could be anyone's game coming out of these highlights into the second match.
Yeah, and while both killers really did have a great performance, in the words of a great thinker, you know, everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah.
Sometimes everybody has those days.
Exactly. So, so we're looking here. Great dodge into the locker, but unfortunately just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
It would take a big set of whiffs for that Oni to not catch Ace coming out of the locker, but we saw that Ace make a few choices several times in that match, revealing themselves at the fun bus too early, going the wrong direction, and you know, those mistakes can really hurt, but Dead by Daylight boils down to being a game of who's going to make the most mistakes, who's really going to mess this up the hardest, and in that particular case, the Oni just made a few mistakes too many, and the survivors made too many great choices just by a few.
Yeah, and one thing that I do find very interesting, specifically about that last highlight that we saw the Ace jump out of the locker and get downed by the Oni. In that situation, he still had about 10 seconds left on his decisive strike, so it was very possible for him to just continue to sit in that locker and let the killer pull him out, end the power, after a significant amount of that power gauge had been consumed already, stun the killer, and then make his way to continue looping. Though I think, and again, like you had mentioned, Dead by Daylight is very much a game of which side makes fewer mistakes, or which side makes more mistakes. It depends how you want to see it. But that, again, despite that small mistake from the Ace, Survivor still came out on top.
Yeah, I think there was an accumulation of sort of everybody's playing and understanding where they needed to be on the map. And, you know, honestly, there were some of the decisions made by certain survivors, you know, certain moves made at the fun bus that delayed that one down that could have changed everything. And sometimes that's what it comes down to, is just that one down, that one hit could change everything for a team. So, like I said, this could be anyone's game as we see Pulse picking up, playing Killer first. We are excited to see our new map. We're not exactly sure what that's going to be for this one.
Yeah, also important to keep in mind, as we are now going into Game 2 of this set, there will now be a second set of Killers banned by each team.
Yeah.
So we will now see Pulse having 2 Killers banned for BBB to not be able to play, and vice versa.
Yeah, and this is interesting because of the prevalence of Hillbilly. I think we're going to see Hillbilly banned to force either, an Oni play, which is a little bit riskier, a little bit less surefire, as Oni has to earn that power and play around pallets a little bit more than Billy would.
Yeah, a little bit more of those sort of highs and lows in terms of power level.
Yeah. Or are they going to go for banning the more surefires, the Nurses, the Spirits, things like that? It's interesting to see what's going to happen as these bans do stack. So there are going to be 2 bans in effect, which is going to limit the amount of killers we're really going to be able to see. I don't know. I'm looking for a Hag, but I don't think we'll see it from this particular matchup here.
Yeah, that Hag game that we saw, I'm still thinking about that Hag game on Disturbed Ward, and just that the value of preparation on a killer like the Hag, where it's so important to recognize not just what's needed right now, but what will be needed in the next 30 seconds, minute, 5 minutes potentially.
Exactly. And it looks like we are getting word that Billy is banned, so we're seeing Spirit and Billy are banned right now, and that's going to be interesting to see what happens next in this. Obviously, that eliminates 2 of the high pick killers that we've really seen. So we're looking at Nurse or Oni.
That's
or
what I'm guessing.
Or Fringe, which I don't think we'll see when things are this close.
Yeah, at a point this late in the tournament, when you're in the lower bracket and this is your one tournament life, I can't imagine you're going to pull out something like an exposed Wraith.
I don't know. I mean, seeing it yesterday even was a little bit shocking. The stakes only get higher as we go, so I guess if there was any day, it would be yesterday or Friday. But, yesterday with double elimination, there's a little bit more margin for error. You can kind of maybe claw your way back in some cases. So, yeah, I'm really expecting probably a Nurse to come out of this. We'll kind of see what happens. Communication is still ongoing as we load into the next match. We do need map selection to come through, and then we'll be able to kind of gab about that. You know what? I'm going to go say, let's see, Blood Lodge, we've had Wrecker's Yard, Rancid Abattoir. Those are kind of the famous ones right now. Look, if I were playing, I'd pick Suffocation Pit, easy 3-gen.
Yeah, that's true. On the killer side, playing on Suffo Pit is a very interesting map when you're sort of playing, especially at this high level, because it really does become about controlling one side of the map, where the map as a whole is on the bigger side, and that central sort of strip has all of those maze tiles, one into the other, into the other, into the other, all the way across that middle. And so it really does become a game of pick a side and stick to it, because usually there'll be one side with 3 gens, and then one side with 4, and then a gen in the and one of those 4 being a gen in the middle that's slightly biased one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about Suffocation Pit, we're talking about a map that is not square. It's really shaped sort of like an hourglass almost, right? Where it's got this sort of narrow middle, and the killer sometimes can create this sort of drip feed where they can hook somebody way back there and then just sort of watch for anyone coming through this narrow middle.
Yeah, you end up with this choke point you can control.
Exactly, and it becomes really, great if you can ensure that no one's on your gens and no one's coming for the unhook, and you can really secure, quite honestly, a free death very early on if you're careful about it.
Yeah, and when we're talking about maps that lend themselves to 3 gens, I think very few do it better than Azerov's Resting Place.
Yeah,
having that same sort of choke point in the center of the map, but this choke point, instead of being effectively like one tile in length, the Azerov's Resting Place choke point has that same sort of middle strip biased down the length of the map, but the choke point extending that whole way.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes narrower for longer, almost like a hallway of horrors, really. And it definitely has, in some cases, I think, a weaker main building.
Yes, absolutely. It's almost more like a killer shack.
Exactly. Yeah, it is a sort of duplicate killer shack.
Just minus the palette.
Yeah, so we're really, it's interesting to see the sort of Abattoir, the Blood Lodge, things like this come out repetitiously when there are sort of a dearth of maps that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I would be very interested to see a game on Coal Tower, because Coal Tower is one of those maps that, similar to Wrecker's Yard, is often regarded as relatively fair. so much so to the point of sometimes even being called Comp Tower.
Yeah.
And it turns out that we will, having just talked about it, be seeing the Suffocation Pit.
This is my second prediction in 2 days, and I think this is probably the best streak I've ever been on. Suffocation Pit.
Yeah, you're really on top of
it. Suffocation Pit, really, like I said, one of my favorite maps. I really like this map. The gen spread, the RNG is going to be what determines who gets that early foot up the minute they spawn in, even more than most maps, I think.
Yeah, especially that middle section, because you can have some really, really disgusting setups. Like I've seen before, I've had like a long wall into a TL wall into another long wall.
Yeah.
And if I'm playing a killer without a really strong chase power, you got to just let that go. Like, that survivor's safe.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, here with Spirit, with Nurse, things of that nature, it would be a bit of a different story. But if we're talking Oni, right, if we're talking some killer of that nature who has to earn that power, you really have to hope that you're not seeing 2 to 3 windows really staggered in a row where the survivor doesn't have to loop around. They just hit one, hit one, hit one, and it's like playing Frogger.
Yeah, and even in general, I would say if you're playing a killer like the Oni who has to play as a basic killer for a pretty large portion of the match, I would just avoid that middle section entirely.
Exactly, yeah. If you can get somebody on your side and then just what we saw from that early Spirit earlier, just sort of push them into the corner. Don't push in, don't push them towards the middle, but just keep them like goalie and get them on a hook in that corner. Just stay there.
Yeah, and that sort of playing goalie, like that zoning, is something that's really, really key to playing killer against survivors who understand exactly what they need to be doing.
Exactly.
Because they will take the best option you give them, and if you sort of push them up against that edge of the map, none of their options are good.
Yeah, exactly. They have to go through you. They have to hope that they can go around you, but it is a hope, and it is reliant on your mistakes. And it's a different game than when they just have resources a la carte.
Yeah, it is one of the things that I think a lot of newer killer players often struggle with is recognizing when they can take away options from their opponent.
Exactly.
And then people often end up in this situation where they feel a little bit powerless at times. Like the beginning of the match for our killer, the Oni. He does not have his power just yet, and frankly, I would love to see a match where the survivors are able to actually deny that first hit for the entire game. I don't think we'll see it because the level of coordination and raw mechanical skill that takes is extremely rare, but I would love to see it happen just for the sake of saying it did.
Yeah, we do see the Nia here getting faked out initially. But they are going to get
the
hit.
Window.
Really good early pallet, knowing that pallet is not good for much else.
Yeah.
Still taking the hit though, but doing a decent job there. Unfortunately, not a ton of gen progress as the team seems to try to figure out what side they really need to hammer home first.
Yeah, and definitely on a map like this that lends itself so much to those 3 gens, that early game scouting and sort of that recognition from the survivors of where do we need to be, where do we need to be applying pressure is just so important.
And right now, looking at it, it's like this entire team is on this side of the map, but they really need to send an agent of chaos over to the other side of the map, lest they're going to really force themselves into a 3-gen situation. It's a little bit dicey. The middle is, while an integral gen, it does not void a 3-gen in this case, and so they do have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely important on these sort of choke point maps to not let your team all be isolated across the map from somewhere that someone is hooked. Because like you had mentioned, that allows the killer to sort of monitor that choke point and apply a lot of pressure by making it extremely difficult to cross and save your teammate. But we do see the first gen being finished for our survivors, and it seems like everybody's doing a pretty good job of hiding from this early power use.
Yeah, they are really not trying to give themselves away to any sort of degree right now. And we are looking at the Oni's perks. Honestly, it's something I hadn't looked up before, but really we're seeing a lot of yellows. We're seeing a lot of newer perks, and no regression. We are banking on aura reading and just that early game corrupt intervention.
Yeah, though a down coming out on, I believe that was a Claudette. Just a phenomenal pathing around those mine carts from the Oni.
And really attacking early, like what you'd mentioned, where that pallet doesn't get broken in the process.
Yeah, part of it is the angle, too. If you sort of attack at a bit of an angle, you're a little bit less likely. You have a little bit more room to move before you'll snap onto that pallet. But I wonder if this was the correct play over potentially defending that choke point, because the Oni's power by default lasting a minute is the same amount of time as a survivor's hook state. And if he can maintain that threat and sort of push around that choke point and try and keep any of the survivors from crossing to sort of keep everyone isolated. I wonder if in the longer term that may have been more fruitful than getting a second fresh hook.
You know, my opinion right here, knowing that they unhooked across the map, knowing that he needs to shift his pressure over to this side of the map where he has a much more tight and compact 3-gen, I think taking the Claudette here, getting that barbecue and chili, realizing that all 3 survivors are farther than 40 meters, being able to see their auras and saying, I don't have to go anywhere. This is kind of what we talked about with Suffocation, but he can just sit here and know that no one's going to threaten.
Oh, and he has 2 survivors there too. Oh, this is potentially a disaster for our survivor team. They desperately need to get that on hook, but they're too late. She goes struggle.
Yeah, she is in struggle right now. She is at about 50 seconds left on her second stage right now, and this is going to be at least a hook trade, which is not a bad spot for Oni to be in. And let's see
the body block's coming out.
Body block there.
I wonder, does this Nia actually have BT, or is this just a mind game from our Claudette?
This could be an absolute fake out. Is he going to swing?
No, the borrow time is in play.
That is a really good opportunity, but he knows that they're going to go back either towards that gen, and that would be the right call if he follows that Blood Orb trail.
Yeah, and that gen's in a complete dead zone, so this Nia goes down here. I would maybe have considered taking a tag on the Quentin. But because the Nia was already forced deep into that corner, she's not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I think I would have taken the tag just to get the ability, right? And then just follow up with her. But, you know,
there may be enough orbs here for him to get his power regardless.
Right. I think they are trying to play a little bit more conservatively, understanding that there's very little progress at all on this side of the map.
Yeah, especially because he has this gen on the main building, the gen in the corner, which is just in a complete dead zone. Now that
the ability pop, right?
Yeah, now that that pallet next to the main building has been broken, and with the hill tile nearby, the next pallet is, I mean, the nearest resource, period, is that window on the main building.
We are going to see the ability pop as Oni drops from the hill.
I don't know about this trade.
This is a really dangerous spot to be in. That is going to be a hit and proccing the borrow time.
I would be very surprised if he doesn't try and snowball a little bit here.
Well, let's see what he does. He must know that somebody's probably on that corner gen. We do see someone hiding. Where is he going to opt to go here? Has to get his bearings. Hits right there.
Well played. Very
really
good
great
flick.
Job.
Not risking the decisive strike, but recognizing that there's progress on this gen next to him and going a bit around.
Now let's see where they choose to go here. They have to be careful not to lose everything they've built.
Oh, that pathing around the main building. Good read.
Oh, wow. Quentin going down here. This is a bit of a miscommunication from the team. I'm sure maybe somebody was shouting, he's going back, but where is back, right?
Yeah, especially with that Quentin trying to sort of path his way around the main building to get a view of that center part of the map and just walking right into the killer unknowingly.
Yeah, this is not a bad spot to be in. This gen has regressed a fairly significant amount, 5, 6, 7%, just off standard kicks because we don't have any perks in play that were going to do that for him. Now let's see what they can really do. We know another gen's going to pop. That'll be 3 gone, 1 at 40, and they're trying to reset.
Yeah, I think they'll have time to get this reset because I think their killer is pretty well set that they have a very solid 3-gen here with a hook in the middle of it. There is no reason for them to leave. I do think it's interesting to see that this Nia is using her medkit to heal her teammate, maybe recognizing that she's likely not going to get another opportunity to actually heal herself, as the killer's probably going to insta-down her and then hook her and she's gone.
I think that is a really good observation, understanding that, yeah, if she gets in another chase, she's on death hook, the odds of her just dying in that chase are really not low.
Yeah, also a great decision from the team here to have the tap take aggro instead of either the Claudette or the Nia, who are both on death hook. Though, I wonder if the killer is going to recognize that this is bait and to instead go back and defend the 3-gen. Because there are now 3 gens finished. So there's this 3-gen and then 1 gen all the way across the map, which I don't expect to see our killer visit.
Yeah, this is the tough decision to make. He is going to lose his 3-gen here, and that's what I saw him. I saw him turn towards his generator, and I said that's the right choice to make, but then he turned away going back to the hook, and he had to have known at some point maybe that was the bait, that was the misdirection they were hoping for. But if he can get Claudette here, it's not entirely lost.
Yeah, especially if he can end his power before those 2 other survivors reset, because the Quentin still has to mend. Ooh, and maybe a little bit greedy here.
A little bit of
but
greed,
this is gonna this is likely gonna pay off because this this Nia is just in a complete dead zone.
Wow.
And she's on death hook too, so this is gonna be 2 survivors out of the game potentially if he's able to pick up the Claudette.
This was an incredible what we saw, the war of attrition with regards to mistakes and who makes the most mistakes, right? Somebody having to come pick up the Claudette means that gens are moving far more slowly across the board over there. Not a complete loss, and he might be able to recover.
Yeah, and there is no meaningful progress on any of the gens at this point. The farthest along has just reached a quarter, and this is going to be power from the 2 injured survivors doing that gen. I wonder if he's going to try and down this as an M1 killer. It seems like he will.
Now, as a killer with barbecue, you have to know at some point that people are sitting on that other gen, but hopefully maybe just trying to close this out before that gen gets popped.
Oh, the 2 TL walls back to back. That is so difficult to play as an M1 killer. I think he should just give up on this tap, pop his power, and go check on that gen.
Yeah, he has to know at some point.
Okay, well, he does get the grab.
That gen will pop before he can get to it, unfortunately. But, at the end of the day, maybe that's not the worst. We'll see how he can play it towards the end, knowing that his perks are going to be... We do actually know that Tap has adrenaline as well, which is one of the few we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, but that adrenaline just so much less effective against the insta-down power of the Oni. Though I would love to see, honestly, a smart decision from our killer to go sort of check on the area where that gem was completed. I think he's recognizing maybe that, not able to navigate the rock in time.
Oh, but maybe this...
Oh, and he doesn't realize that the Quentin has left the tile.
Oh,
so the unhook's going to come in. I think the tap is working on the gate and now going to go unhook. The killer's going to come back to try and interrupt it, but I don't think he realizes how much progress the tap has been able to make.
And Tap now unhooked with adrenaline. We see the dead hard from Claudette. The dash forward, that is going to be an insta-kill on hook, so at least this becomes a draw match.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if that's enough. I think he needs more here.
Let's see here, Tap getting away. That door can't have much percentage on it with Noed in play. This could be another insta-down. This could be risk for the team.
Yeah,
play it safe.
Yeah, that's a good decision. I would just force him towards the edge of the map, break this pallet, and just zone him. Oh, no.
Swing.
There's the Noed. Nice. Very nice.
Claudette is up, which means they could be hightailing it for the other door. Yeah, taking the pick you have now. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, and the decisive strike. Oh, my God.
Noed does not get rid of it, and that is going to be incredibly punishing as we see this door opening.
Oh, that's the classic, tunneling the healthy survivor.
Yep, and this is another case of taking the survivor that was down the Claudette. Could have given him the 2, but now he's going to end with just the 1.
Yeah, or even if he had just taken a little bit less time to chase the Quentin at that filler tile, recognize that Quentin is not going to be working on any gates because they're both far away, gone to interrupt the gate, down the tap, and then leave the Claudette on hook. And then the Quentin either has to take the 1 out or just leave both his teammates to die.
Yeah, leaving Tap on the hook there, not a bad idea. We haven't seen many adrenalines here, so at the end of the day, there's no way to predict adrenaline is just going to be there. That is definitely a surprise to see, but, downing the Claudette, who is on death hook, and then going for the Tap, who is, going towards a door that you might be able to assume that nobody was on. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it can be so difficult to have that mental map of what the survivors are doing off in the distance.
Yeah, and that's the sort of problem with greed, right? Is you go for it, you could get 3, you might just get nothing. And in that case, we got nothing. Yeah,
I think the key mistake in the end game there was trying to force the down at that filler pallet instead of just breaking it. Like, if the Quentin dropped that pallet extremely early, if the Oni had just broken the pallet, chased him down with power, he might have gotten to the shack pallet in time, but with proper zoning, you could maybe do something to prevent that.
Yeah, really getting stuck on that rock, staying there for 5, 6, 7 seconds, trying to force something. He'd been pretty flashy all game, getting those hits.
Yeah, but he wasted a significant portion of his power trying to play a filler tile.
Yeah, exactly. And Quentin doing a really good job of slowly walking away, slowly navigating these rocks, trying to crouch, stay hidden as the Oni zooms by, so that you're not in his field of view, right?
Yeah, and just like you had said, just in that moment, recognizing that the Oni was stuck face first into a rock, can't see you, disconnect from the tile, because he makes a lot of noise while he's using his power. So it can be pretty difficult for him to hear a survivor who he's chasing over the stomping of the footsteps, the whooshing of the wind, the grunting of the character himself.
Right, exactly. So we are seeing BBB right now with 3 points, Pulse with 1, and this is kind of interesting. This is kind of the dynamic I'd like to see here. And I'm hoping to see something a little bit closer coming out of this next match. So, we're not getting any definitive answers, and that we get to see who really, make them work for it, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, and so right now, what you see, so what we're seeing on our screen before is the previous match score. And so overall, we are at 5-7 in favor of Pulse. So if BBB gets 3 kills in this game, they will be forced all the way down to map 3. We'll get that third set of killer bans, and then things might get really interesting.
Yeah, so we're talking about Blood Lodge here coming out first, and we saw that Pulse was able to take that pretty convincingly, not leaving me with a lot of faith in BBB, but here their survivors decided to really step up against the Oni and play a little bit more safely, a little bit more cohesively, and that allowed them, BBB, to come forward on this one. So if they can manage to pull off a little bit more with their killer, this is a really good opportunity for them to go to that game 3 and then show us how much they've learned.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely love to see a game 3 here, considering these games have been very well played all around. Like, this has not been a one-sided series whatsoever.
No.
And honestly, when the games are this good, I'm down for as many as they can give me.
Exactly. I mean, I'm really interested to see some of the small, minute tweaks we're seeing. The little adrenalines here. Are, in that match, again, we saw that there was no Pop Goes the Weasel, there was no Ruin. How much does that change the game, right? If there was Pop, how much had that Oni been able to maybe reel people back in? Yeah,
especially considering that Barbecue and Chili at Tier 1 increases the minimum distance for a survivor to be seen on that aura reading. I believe Tier 3 Barbecue is something like 60 meters. It's like Tier 1 Barbecue is something like 50 or 60 meters rather than the typical 40. So it actually reduces the information you get very significantly, because often survivors will position themselves, if they're aware you have the perk, which in this environment, I wouldn't assume the killer has that, they'll position themselves just inside that radius of 40 meters so that they will be close enough to not be found easily upon you trying to search for someone to unhook, but not far enough away that they'll be shown by that aura reading.
The big thing here is it really just looks like this Oni pick was not the pick they expected. It's not the pick they wanted, and they didn't have all those perks unlocked to facilitate the match that they wanted. And that's okay. At the end of the day, they did make some phenomenal decisions. They just made more mistakes than what we saw from the Survivors. The Survivors playing really smart. The Quentin, again, the clutch play from the tap, really, with the adrenaline. So
yeah, and I mean, all around, a phenomenal game from both sides. Everybody involved played very well. That was close. That was a very close game. If a single decision had been made a little differently, we could see things changing very, very heavily one way or the other.
Yeah. Now, we have been confirmed that the bans going into this round are Spirit and Nurse. So we are guaranteed to not see those two killers moving into this, which is interesting. Nurse being not the guarantee we saw from the one Nurse match we've seen today, Spirit being a bit 50-50, and not even Oni being the guaranteed winner, right, that we saw on day 1 or even yesterday. So even if they pick Oni or Hillbilly, things aren't necessarily sewed up. Things can go really south, as we've seen these teams really clash.
Yeah, because Pulse's survivors need to get 3 people out in this game to tie it up and bring us to game. Or no, sorry.
To put themselves ahead, really.
Yeah, to put themselves ahead at this point. And so, yeah, I am very interested to see if they will be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, I mean, if they can be, 3, really, you want to go for a 4-man out, but is that realistic? I mean, it's really hard to get a 4-man out. It's almost guaranteed someone's going to die in the camping and tunneling of a match.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, though, if we're discussing the overall series score, only 2 people from Pulse need to escape for the overall series score to prevent a game 3 and for Pulse to take it home.
Yeah, and this is really going to be the pressure. I think, personally, if I were going for the safety pick for BBB, I'd be picking Billy, just so I don't have to worry about that denial. I could just always be an ability. But you have to really be confident in the speed that he has. It is very different than Oni.
Yeah, but I feel like we haven't yet seen a game this tournament in which an Oni did not get their power with, before maybe 4 gens.
But that being said, we have seen several Onis that have wasted their ability entirely and having to re-get it. And then we do have a little bit of a confirmation here. We're going to sit on it. BBB versus Pulse. This is the second round, and this will determine really if they have a third round to clinch everything. And we do see a Hillbilly coming out, kind of the prediction. Again, I'm on fire, I think. This seems to be a little bit more of the surefire play, just so you don't have to earn the ability. You don't have to really necessarily worry about pallets as hard.
Yeah, just a bit more consistent, and already a first down. Wow.
Incredible.
Oh, and interesting. We're seeing a little bit more of a traditional tournament build coming out from our Billy here. We're not seeing the Lethal Pursuer. We're not seeing the Barbecue and Chili. Instead, we see No Way Out, Noed, Corrupt Intervention, and Rancor.
Rancor is the odd man out that we haven't seen this tournament.
Yeah, Rancor, though, is a very sort of old-school, traditional competitive pick, though, pinging the locations of all 4 survivors whenever someone finishes a gen. So in an environment like this, you expect to get 4 or 5 activations of Rancor. On top of that, letting you instantly Mori the Obsession when the last gen is completed, which will, I believe, count as a kill.
Yeah, kills by any means, including the entity, are fair game. So we're really looking at a full endgame build. No Way Out locking up the exit gates, Noed allowing for those instantaneous downs. And we're going to see this Billy play a more traditional comp style as well, just camping out the first person that they get unhooked to try to guarantee those kills early.
Yeah, very much recognizing that that middle area of the map is not somewhere you want to be playing as a killer who is as difficult to control as the Hillbilly. And though finding the ace at the end of the game, I don't know if this is a wise idea from the Nia, because that is very much incentivizing that tunnel out and honestly expediting the process.
Yeah, I mean, if you stick around to body block the killer and use your defensive
and they're playing an extremely unsafe pallet here.
That is a good M1. Now, do they have Decisive Strike? I mean, you have to assume that everybody does.
Yeah, and looking on the other screen, I can see that they do. I think the killer is going to recognize this and try and spread some pressure. Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Oof. Really good job there. You know, getting this down, this person is going to be picked up with, you know, we actually see, and the audience can't see, but there is actually no one breakable from this Nia right now. They are going to need teammate assistance to get picked up, which is going to allow Billy actually to come back.
Yeah, and I think at this point our killer realizes that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that one. Picking up right in front of the killer's face, unless the survivor you're picking up has Soul Guard, that is just a recipe for a reset slug bar.
Yeah, we have actually seen this ace make a few decisions before that. Kind of came off the cuff as a little bit fast and furious, if you will, but let's see this Claudette throwing a pallet here. And it's great
the down.
We do see one gen gone, but they have had to fight for it pretty well tooth and nail. And let's see if Nia may just not heal, honestly.
Yeah, and I have to say, something I really like about the decision-making we're seeing from our Hillbilly is re-downing the Nia, resetting that slug bar, maintaining that pressure while not having to eat the Decisive Strike stun.
Yeah. Ooh. Do they get to pinch them? They don't. They do get free
no body
access.
block.
Let's see. There's no window there for them to hit, so they are going to try to play this.
Oh, wow.
And I would almost suspect that the Fung there did not look behind her to see what exactly was happening, assuming he was just going to run right behind her.
Yeah, dropping the pallet on the wrong side there and just letting the killer go right around, predict that you're going to drop that pallet, and that's lethal.
Now we do see another gen popping, and that is Rancor actually showing the position of other survivors across the map. Not bad right now.
I wonder if at this point the survivors have called out the Rancor pick or not. Because it's a bit of an unusual perk. And you know what? Actually, no, because the Claudette will be seeing the killer's aura after every gen pop as well.
Exactly, yeah. So they would at this point know to some degree that something is happening. Now we do see there is no 3-gen on this side of the map, so this is a dangerous portion to be... Oh, actually there is still. There were 4 generators on this side, and what an odd gen spread to have.
Yeah, I do like that from our killer, though, taking the M1 there, because recognizing you're not going to get that saw, just take the M1, call it a day.
Exactly.
And I do believe that the Decisive Strike is still active for our Fung.
100%. So
I don't know if this chase is going to be worth it, but what's the alternative, right? Just let her do a gen? Yeah, there's
the Decisive.
In case it wasn't obvious before.
And at this point, yeah, you really can't afford to pick up and do that chase again necessarily, but maybe if you hold them in the locker just long enough. I mean, she had to have been on the gen, what, 20 seconds, 25?
Yeah, only about 10 seconds left on the DS. We'll see if our killer has that little timer on in their head, how good that timer is. Because the DS, I believe, has just run out. You see her exiting the locker, and the pole comes out.
Good
But the
job.
thing is, but that's 3 gens completed. Another one on the way. We have a gen with about half progress and a gen with about 30%. So things are not... The killer's not in a great spot. They do have a death hook, which is something, but...
Their 3 gens still, is it maintained? I need to see what gens have moved and where, really, because it does seem like we have some on this side, but they are a little bit spaced out in an unsafe way.
Yeah, I believe there's the one in that little corner of the main building. There's the one deep in that corner, and then there's another one next to the hill, which honestly is a 3-gen with a pretty sparse resource spread around it.
Yeah, really, they're trying to use these main building windows and things of that nature. And we do know Rancor is showing them that there is nobody on the gen right there on that far corner, so the only one he has to worry about is the one right next to the hook.
Me too, Billy, me too. Looking at that tree thinking, how did I hit that? But yeah, recognizing that at this point they have a hook very deep in that corner inside their 3-gen, and at this point all of the survivors are zoned away from this hook. So if our killer plays this,
the free swing on that, knowing that they might get that sort of hit just even if the pallet is thrown, what a good call.
Yeah, just that recognition that the survivor is going to be camping the pallet and to move backwards, to moonwalk into the pallet and swing to give the survivor as little notice as possible. And I think our killer is aware, since the unhook hasn't come out yet, that there are no survivors able to get the survivor on hook who is going to go to struggle.
That is not a bad position to be in. The down they have will be a stage 2 if they choose to get them on hook, but they are more worried about the unhook right now, a bird in the hand, right?
Yeah, and I honestly really agree with the decision making. This is a perfect opportunity to build pressure on these survivors because they are very much on the clock. And it appears that Ace actually took an attempt to escape, which significantly reduces the amount of time he can spend in second stage.
If you do take an attempt to escape, especially if you only have, your first hook stage, you have like 3 seconds left on it, it does take 20 seconds off of your bar, which only leaves you with a little over 40 to continue to struggle for. It does cut your time.
Okay, the Ace does get unhooked, and he is going to try and make his way away. Oh, the killer seeing that med kit sticking out and recognizing the Claudette's there. I don't believe the Claudette can possibly have a decisive strike, but the dead heart to nothing. Oh no. And he knows the Ace is nearby as well, so I wonder if he's going to just take this hook.
The amount of dead hearts that have put survivors in compromising positions, I mean, this Claudette this is not the first time that they've dead hearted into something deeply unfavorable on accident.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes back in the day, people would just call it dead. Press E to die.
Exactly. Yeah, no, you're not wrong at all. Now, this is what we're talking about earlier. We are seeing, everybody's on death hook, but nobody's dead yet, and this is a really scary position. Okay, I take it back. I take it back. She's dead.
So much for you being on a roll with those predictions, huh?
I know. Well, you gotta give. It's give and take, right? And that is going to be the first kill. Another person on hook. If Billy can really control the unhooking here, at least 2 kills are guaranteed.
Yeah, and this 3-gen is very, very well secured. No gen in this corner of the map that remains at more than 10% progress. So it's really all down. Like, he has plenty of time to wander around. He definitely saw those scratch marks in blood. He knows there's somebody there, but he doesn't want to take that chase.
Exactly. Now, we do have to remember that at the end game, there is no way out. Even if, the last gen gets popped, with only 2 people left, the minute that they touch the door. Oh,
wow. Avoiding the Claudette to dodge the borrowed time because she ran at him. That's a very obvious body blocking play. That's telling the killer, hey, I have endurance, come hit me.
Exactly, yeah. Him being able to dodge that and go right for the ace was accidental, maybe incredible.
That looked very
otherwise.
intentional.
But no matter what, it was an incredible play. I mean, this is really, like I said, a commanding victory for Billy with no way out. Even if they get that last gen done, they are locked in, and he gets a notification exactly where they are.
Yeah, and especially considering the Claudette is still alive. Though Billy's Mori is one of the faster ones, it still would probably be more time efficient to just hook her.
Well, I mean, Six and Say, in my opinion, with No Way Out, if I can down her and No Way Out is active, then I'll take the Mori. I'll style on him a little bit, but you do risk that hash play, right?
Yeah, though I do wonder if maybe the Billy didn't see, because we can see the survivors through walls, but our killer at least shouldn't be able to, but I would say can't. though he may not have been aware that her Dead Hard was already used to reach the other window in that TL wall.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, if you can't see it, then it's the sort of psychology of Dead Hard. You always have to assume they have it, even if they've used it, right? Who knows? They could have Vigil.
Yeah, and though there are those moments of game sense where you recognize, like, okay, I know the survivor had this much distance between them and me. I know that next time I see them, they have more distance than that. They must have used their Dead Hard.
Exactly. Yeah, we are seeing here the Billy going all the way over to Shaq and
oh,
suspecting.
Smart! He's listening at the lockers because he knows the Nia's injured.
Yes, exactly. If you are injured and in a locker, you do make sounds. They are slightly muffled, but they're still fairly obvious. So he's just walking up to them and listening. But unfortunately, the lockers the Nia was in are on the other side in the main building.
Yeah, and at this point, she does have to periodically exit those lockers and move around a little bit to prevent those idle crows from accumulating over her head and giving her position away to the killer. Because though every once in a while you will just hear the odd crow noise just around on the map, if you ever see crows sitting on top of a locker, you know that there's an AFK survivor inside 100%.
Exactly. That is the AFK preventative measures, to have crows circle over you and notify the killer of your position, especially if you've been sitting for far too long.
I believe it's 40 seconds is when you get 3 crows.
Yep, that is about right. We do see the Billy just not giving up. We know the survivor doesn't have Unbreakable. And there's a really high potential here that this survivor bleeds out, and the Billy... Maybe, I mean, it doesn't hurt him for them to bleed out, but it does risk hatch.
Yeah, and you do see the Nia just sort of getting out of the locker periodically, moving around a little bit, again, to prevent those AFK crows. But the problem is that I don't know if the survivor... I think she does know that the hatch is nearby, but the killer, having passed by that way so many times, is going to take that hook and then probably make his way right over there and prevent the Nia from exiting via the hatch. But actually, I take that back. He may not know.
The Nia makes it
no,
right
she's
there.
out.
That is the Nia getting out. Yeah, that is 3 points on the board for BBB. But is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it? We did. Someone did do the math, right?
We have people to do the math for us, right? They'll tell us. But I mean, no matter what incredible sort of round there. We are going to be going to round 3. That is 8-8, tying it up, which is probably the reason why that Nia was not looking to pick anyone up, knowing exactly what they needed. Yeah,
that was a point in the match where you're saying, like, I'm sure they on the team did the math, and they're like, okay, because, I mean, someone had been dead for long enough that they could do the math for the rest of the team. Yeah. And they say, okay, as long as you live, we're good.
Exactly. And really the hatch being right there next to the locker, and Billy unfortunately not exactly seeing where it was.
I would have thought he had seen it because he'd passed that way a few times, but honestly, it can be pretty tough when you're trying to keep your eyes on the horizon, looking for the telltale traces of a survivor, and trying to navigate through the terrain. It can be tough to pick out the hatch on the ground.
Yeah, when you're zooming like that, I don't know if you'll catch sometimes the sort of flicker of gray out of the peripherals. But what an incredible match. Really, really good. And kind of what we talked about, right? The idea on Suffocation Pit specifically of being able to put someone on a hook and just sort of keep everyone from unhooking, because there's only so many directions to come from. It's what makes that map really potent as a killer and kind of scary as Survivor.
Yeah, so we are going to be moving into some highlights from that last match here. You see, this first hit on the Nia through the window. A little unfortunate, but that's just a medium vault moment.
We do see right now ignoring the ace, going for the Nia, sort of a play that I'm not sure I maybe would have taken the swing, but hey, that's the difference between the comp players and somebody who's not in the comp.
Yeah, maybe they know something we don't.
That is the double hit right there, proccing borrow time and getting the hit.
Yeah, and so that hit then allows the Nia to go down here rather than having her borrowed time active.
Exactly. Really, really good job. But then getting the grab, the Adam thinking that the Oni had gone around.
Yeah, that really is one of those moments where you do sometimes kind of just have to guess, and then the Noed coming into play, taking the tap down through his adrenaline.
But still the DS comes out, and that is going to be the 3-man escape. This match could have been very different had he just waited for that one.
Yeah, but those decisive strikes are just so painful. You see the healthy survivor, you're like, oh man, DS is an anti-tunneling perk, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, you have adrenaline. Really good hit, predicting going around on the Fung instead of through the pallet.
Yeah, that was definitely one of those moments where you kind of just have to make a read. Oh, and the moonwalk and the early swing.
Yeah.
That's just phenomenal. I love those plays are always so satisfying when you get the pallet drop and the hit.
Exactly, yeah. Especially seeing how he had his camera tilted down, right? Just going for that swing, trying to really keep that red stain from some sort of popping around the corner there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, and then here, yeah, this was such a good play. Snaking through that gap between those tiles and coming around again. Yeah. Honestly, that's so impressive.
And then coming around here, dodging the Claudette, getting the hit. Wow.
Yeah, like you could see he really swerved to the left there to get around that BT body block. He really wanted that insta-down.
Yeah, those Billy hitboxes can be treacherous, so good moves there. Honestly, this has been probably the hottest set that we've had. Honestly, going from having this kind of, lopsided beginning, the second match, tying everything up. I'm excited to see who earns their way forward because it's very clear they are trying to earn that.
Yeah, this has been easily the closest set we've seen this entire tournament so far, and so I am extremely excited to be moving into this game 3. However, I do believe we're going to be going to a quick break to get everything set on our end, so stick with us and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
And welcome back. We are here with our delicious round. I'm going to say delicious. It's a wonderful adjective here. Round 3 between Pulse and BBB. BBB was not able to play yesterday, extenuating circumstance, but coming in here today and really fighting it out in the losers bracket to see who can progress and make it to back all the way to the top potentially. We've had some pretty incredible matches between Billy's and Oni's, really almost exclusively.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who do you think you're going to see? We're seeing a third ban come out. What happens now?
Man, yeah, I don't know. Okay, realistically, I'm expecting a Billy ban. I think that's what's going to happen.
I think
here.
we have to.
I think we're going to see a Billy ban. However, I would love to see neither Billy or Oni ban, so we could see more of that, because it's just such a phenomenal series to watch, and I would love to see more of those high mobility, aggressive killers, like those really, like, getting in there and just getting it going kind of play styles. I think those are so interesting to watch. However, I think, like I said, realistically, probably a Billy ban.
See, realistically, what I would like is if we just called an audible, we flipped a coin, and teams call it, and whoever calls like heads, you both have to play Ghostface. If the other one calls tails, you both have to pay Trapper. Just you really see where the skill is going to come through here. You know,
a Ghostface game in this level of play.
No,
come on, they would have to go to Larry's. There's no other option.
The callouts are too egregious.
No, but the thing is, Ghostface on Larry's apparently has a shockingly high kill rate, even at very high levels of comp, just because it is so difficult to actually call out his position in a meaningful way and like calm his movements.
I mean, yeah, the big thing about having any indoor map, right, is you look behind you, see where the killer is, you look in front of you, you look behind you, where's the killer? What happened? Where'd he go? I don't know. Yeah. Right? It's very different than what you would see in, these more wide open spaces that we're kind of looking at in Wrecker's Yard, Blood Lodge, things of that nature. So I wouldn't be shocked. Looking forward, match 3, we don't have the map yet. I'm calling it. It's going to be Haddonfield. It won't. That's not the series
That would
pick.
Be so funny. So for those of you who maybe aren't aware, one of the matches that we weren't able to bring to you yesterday, one of the teams did pick Haddonfield as their map of choice. And frankly, I would have loved to see that series, because I just want to know, what strategy could you possibly have that would warrant choosing that map in a competitive setting?
I think the only strategy would be losing. Just really going for the bottom of the bowl there. I mean, look, if we're talking about Haddonfield, we're talking about infinites. We're talking about gens in buildings. We're talking about the House of Pain, right? Going back to speculating about what killers we're looking at, we're kind of seeing this cross germination where we're seeing Billy is banned from one team and Oni's banned from the other team. So we're going
to get a little bit of a flip-flop here, because I expect that we're going to just see whichever killer you haven't had banned, that's the killer you're going to bring.
Exactly, yeah. So this is going to be really, really interesting. Again, the bans are really stacked right now, and that's going to be like 6 total killers are banned, 3 for one team and 3 for the other team, and that definitely whittles down. There is 4 really viable killers, and there means there's the chance that we're just going to see the 2 other viabilities come out. Nothing too off the wall, probably.
Now, that's what I expect to happen. I think when you're talking at this level of play, like when we're talking survivors as coordinated as what we're seeing, I don't think you're going to make the Hag or the Wraith work. Like, it may have worked the other day, but I don't think it's working today.
No, I think things are so close right now between these teams that if you play something risky, you risk it all. If you're a more confident team coming into this, you find that you might actually be able to get away with that. So right now, BBB has banned Billy, Spirit, and Oni. Pulse has banned Spirit, Nurse, Billy, which means that Pulse is likely to be able to play Oni. And
so the thing is, BBB, I'm seeing a very key character missing from their ban sheet. Yeah. So I'm expecting Pulse is going to probably bring out the Nurse in this match.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing of, like, okay, are they confident as Nurse? Because we have seen a Nurse today, but they weren't really all with it. They really let some of that pressure slide in ways that are not normative for a Nurse.
Yeah, but considering what we've seen so far from their teams, I expect that they are going to have a Nurse player at the very least. Yeah. So, as we make our way onto the Rancid Abattoir for this match, I'm expecting a Nurse, and, beyond that, let's just see where the cards fall.
I mean, really, we saw the nurse. Last time we saw the nurse was, I believe, Rancid Abattoir.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it
it was.
did not go well. There are no guarantees. This is a larger map, which, if you have double range on nurse, is really not a problem. But if you're only running one range, you don't clear more than about 60% of the map. It leaves a few variables kind of out there. And if we see a recharge add-on, to me, that indicates a little bit of a lack of confidence. So, you know, I think if you're running double range, you're really in it to win it. You understand. You know what you're going for. You've practiced with double range, because double range is one of those add-ons. If you're using 2 range add-ons, you know exactly how those are going to hit. They change things pretty drastically for you.
Yeah, because it is important to keep in mind that using those increased range also increases the charge time of her blinks. So there's sort of a relationship between how long you've been charging a blink and how far that blink will go.
Yeah.
So raising the maximum range also raises that maximum charge time as well.
Exactly. And so you really have to understand, okay, I need to hold it this much longer, and it's going to send me this much further. There's a muscle memory there that you really have to memorize. And so if we do see someone that's using double range, it either is confidence or they're just going with what they've seen someone else use, and it'll be really easy to tell the difference.
Yeah, but at this level of play, with the level of skill we've seen come out from these teams, I have no doubt in my mind that whichever killers these players are picking, they are confident on.
I'm going to give everybody a little bit of a sneak peek looking into this. We do see another adrenaline from the Survivor side, and we'll see who that is in due time, of course. But, you know, we are seeing that maybe with Tap having used adrenaline, maybe we're seeing that adrenaline isn't really the worst pick, and that it could work out if these teams are feeling coordinated enough. Now, the sort of downside to adrenaline is if you don't make it that far, if you don't get those gens done, you've had a perk that does nothing the entire game.
Yeah, but the adrenaline pick to me shows a level of confidence in these survivors that they are going into it saying, we are getting the gens done.
Exactly, yeah. And the other side of that is if you get the gens done, you proc adrenaline, and then no ed hits you. Well, was it good to begin with, you know?
See, the thing about that is that you have to keep in mind adrenaline still does provide that 5 seconds of 150% speed, which is a phenomenal tool just for that macro of spreading out in the end game. Getting to those gates just a couple seconds faster can potentially make all the difference.
Exactly. Now, loading into Rancid Abattoir, BBB versus Pulse, we are seeing something. You guys can't see it yet. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to wait and let it be revealed in due time. We are seeing the killer we've been waiting for, and that is Plague. Plague is an incredibly interesting killer. It's going to be a fun match. Hopefully they can really capitalize on this very well.
Yeah, I am really, really interested to see how the Plague plays at this level, because one of the things that I find personally really, really interesting about the Plague's design is just how important it is as a survivor to control not necessarily just whether you cleanse, but where, when, and why.
So since we have not seen the Plague before, I'm going to give just a brief breakdown. So the Plague is, well, she's sick, and not in the way that we would typically expect, right? She is literally ill. She vomits on the survivors and infects them. And what this does is builds infection charges over time. The more survivors run around or work on objects, the more infected they become until they become broken and unable to heal. The beauty of Plague here is that, well, she prevents healing. If you're infected, you can't heal yourself unless you drink from one of the fountains. The downside is she is a slow build killer. She takes a lot of time to build up into her ability. Like what we're seeing now, that can really go down south if you have survivors that are playing very intelligently.
Yeah, and especially because of the slow projectile speed of that vomit, she is going to have a bit of a hard time getting that infection going on survivors who are running around like very small objects. However, considering how little she had to puke on that Quentin to get him fully infected, I'm thinking she has effectiveness add-ons for her power.
Absolutely.
Though I'm not so sure about that pathing right there.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this right now. We have one gen completed, but most other gens have not been touched. So the time wasted chasing Quentin there, not necessarily the most detrimental thing that it could have been, right? It could have been 3 gens done.
Yeah, and especially with that corrupt intervention, she bought herself a lot of time to maybe do a little puking on gens in the early game to chase that survivor and start to get that infection rolling. Though now you see another small facet of the way that Plague works is that she can infect objects on the map. You especially see that with pallets and windows, that if the survivor interacts with that object, they will immediately start that infection progress. And yeah, you see her picking up her red fountain. So the survivors are able to cleanse. and cleansing will remove the infection from you, but will provide a red fountain on the map for the killer. However, she does start with 1 already. And then when the plague can drink from those red fountains, and if she does so, she will have a puke that does not infect, but instead will deal damage akin to a basic attack when it hits you, as you see right there with the tap.
Exactly. So right now the survivors have to manage, okay, do we get rid of this infection and give her the more deadly ability, give her the ability to drink our blood out of these pools? And that's the tough sort of juxtaposition to be in right now. 1 hook, we're seeing 1 gen already done, another gen about to be done, and a 3rd gen almost about to pop. A little ability left. Can they land a hit though?
Doesn't seem so. It seems like they ran out just a little too early.
And unfortunately right now we are seeing there's no Pop Goes the Weasel. We are looking at an endgame build with no Ed and no way out, and that's what we saw at the beginning of the game.
Ooh, a good crouch from the Claudette to avoid the puke.
Oh, if this can be done right, that is precisely the right strategy. If you can get right under the plague, she actually can't look down as much as you or I can, and that's going to make it so that she delays being fully infected just a little bit longer.
Yeah, that infection meter should be progressing, and yeah, unless there's a dead hard to get her to this pallet, which there is, unfortunately, she gets hit through it.
That was a great hit. Now we see right now 3 survivors fully infected.
That means Thanatophobia is going to be doing a lot of work.
Thanatophobia doing a little bit of work, slowing down the speed at which survivors repair gens for each injured survivor, and right now them being infected means they can't use their med kits that they brought, and they are going to hopefully be easier targets for future chases.
Yeah, and from the looks of things right now, we're seeing sort of the old school strategy here, where the classic conventional wisdom against Plague has been to never cleanse, to just stay injured and just do the gens as quickly as possible and get the heck out of there. And it does appear that that's what we're going to be seeing from our survivors today. However, this can backfire if the Plague is playing around her hooks, because if you are injured, for example, by her power, you're going to have a very hard time getting that unhook.
Really good job, nimble footwork from the Nia, both getting caught on each other, getting a little bit stuck, getting a little bit swept up here, but really delaying injury and infection for a long duration of time. Considering the Plague has not interacted with this Nia before, this is a dicier chase to take, knowing that they're not going to get a lot from it.
Yeah, she is going to get that full infection in just a moment. But the Nia does make the shack window, and I don't know if that was alive. Yeah, here comes the fountain.
Now, if she goes back to the gens, that's what I would do, is go back to where you know people are going to be.
Yeah, it seems like that's the game plan here, because at this point, Tap is not infected anymore. He has cleansed, and so that is going to be the person that the Plague will find. So it'll take 2 hits with that red puke to actually down him. Another important thing to keep in mind is that if the Plague is stunned, she will lose her power instantly and return to the original state of infecting puke rather than damaging.
Yeah, this is the tough part of Plague, is you really have to fake survivors out. You have to be very, very confident with her ability and confident with your mind games.
Wow, and missing the whole salvo on Tap there. She should get him as he goes through the window, though. Yeah, there it is.
Now, right now, we do understand that we have 2 more gens ready, Plague being not the power pick that we thought it might be, and I think the mastery of Plague here was maybe worth calling into question a little bit, but there's something to be said about No Way Out and Noed still being sort of the saviors of this match.
Yeah, there are absolutely still surprise tools to help us later. This game, while it may be a bit of a tough spot for our killer, is definitely far from over.
Now we do have 2 gens. These 2 gens here in the corner are really, really close to being done, 94 and 94 mutually. And our Plague being a little hesitant to walk too far away from these, knowing how far progressed they are. And hopefully we don't see Plague devolve into just sort of sticking near these 2 when another gen is just at 50.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult position for our killer. The early game was just a touch too slow. The survivors have been doing a really good job of keeping their cleansing away from where the gens are, forcing her to move off out of the places she wants to be to go get her power up.
Like what we're seeing right now. Yeah, she has to move all the way across the map to get any value out of that ability. And then she's going to check this gen, which actually might be the wrong play to make here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anybody here, but she's taking her time to check the edge of the map, and it seems like I'm really thinking that the other 2 gens are probably going to pop.
Yeah, 95, 96. We see one counting up, the other one not being touched, but if they move from one to the other once it is done, this could be really tough. She still has some ability, so the potential for multiple slugs is not gone.
Yeah, especially with all 4 survivors fully infected. There's, oh, the dead hard to dodge the puke. Well played by Quentin there. Very, very good timing. The early drop on the pallet and crouching in a safe spot so she can't hit him over the pallet with the puke.
Really, really good job here. We are going to see, it looks like they've just moved to a different generator potentially.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, practically all of the gens are done. I mean, there's, yep, there it is. That's it.
Yeah, so now we're really going to be looking at Noed, which isn't going to give us much more value above speed, but it is going to help hopefully get at least one more hook here, as our Plague has played a pretty good game, but has just had some mechanical issues aiming and obviously getting that stun, losing that power.
Yeah, and getting stunned with so much of your power timer left to go is just such a heartbreaker. Like, it really is. It's something you get such limited use of. Oh, that's the hit.
There
I was
going
to say that's possible, but it's very precise.
Yeah, what we're seeing here from the Plague, one thing I would like to call out is with Plague, you have to sort of have your ability ready before you're even in position, right? Because it is a slower projectile. And we're seeing that they're sort of using it right as they're coming into place here. And it's just a little bit delayed. It's a little bit slower than it needs to be, marking a little bit of a lack of experience, not maybe expecting some of the bans that came out today.
Yeah, I wonder if they were really banking on having that Billy in play.
And we do see one hook. This could be, you know, really one certified kill. The problem here is that this is going to put a hefty, hefty burden on the Survivor team to get a full 4-man out if they can't get more than 2.
Yeah, I also wonder if there's a potential deliverance in play on the Quentin who's on the hook right now. It doesn't look like there is, but it's a bit hard to tell.
I mean, the other thing is with Deliverance, you do have to activate it right by getting another unhook, and we've only seen 2 hooks in this match, which definitely the odds are in his favor of having it.
Yeah, you can see there, no Deliverance.
Yep, there it is. So right now we're just looking at, you know, this Plague actually moving a little bit off-site, a little bit further than I think would be typical, knowing everybody's infected except the tap.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see at this point that the survivors didn't fully cleanse. Wait, that's just a natural Kobe.
Wow, just a natural self-unhook, a 4% chance of occurrence. Getting very, very lucky there, but going down immediately, luckily the Plague being right in position.
Yeah, but the self-unhook still activates the decisive strike.
Yeah, is this going to be a DS? If they pick up, this could be bad.
Oh, no.
The hatch is open. If Quentin knows where the hatch is.
I think he knows.
And they are running right
towards
to it. This is a colossal misfire here.
And that's all 4 survivors out. Wow.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You know, what an interesting time to see Plague. You know, in my opinion, in a tournament, you don't pick Plague unless you know, right? And given the Plague or the other more meta killer, they seemed more confident in this pick.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am very surprised that they picked up the Survivor there. I would have expected to just let him crawl.
Slug for 60 seconds. Put, you know,
yeah,
Mississippi's, baby. Just count it up. Yeah.
I mean, hell, this is, you know, set a timer on your phone. Hey, Alexa, you know?
Exactly.
Is Alexa on phones? Is there a phone version of Alexa? I don't know.
Somebody does, I'm sure. Look, this is going to put a heavy burden on the Survivor team. The Survivors now have to get a 4-man escape. And, you know, with 3 bans in play, it's not impossible, right? It's more likely.
It is possible. It's still very much possible.
It is a heavy burden, and it is a lot of pressure to put on a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is going to be 5 points on the board for BBB here, with those 4 survivors escaping, 1 point for each, plus 1 more for getting everyone out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, right now, if the Plague had gotten the 1 secured kill, which this was just down to luck. That's it.
Literally a 4% chance.
Yeah. If the Plague had sewed up 1 kill, this would be a little bit less pressure on the opposite side. They could have let somebody get tunneled, let somebody get camped without feeling too much. But now if somebody chooses to be camped, or gets camped, I guess, against their will, if the killer chooses to camp, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, the fact that everyone needs to get out is just so much pressure right now. So much pressure on these survivors. And I honestly wonder if we might see a Bubba come out just to secure that 1 kill and win the game.
I definitely would not be shocked. Bubba's very much sort of in the same boat as Oni, as it takes a little bit of time for him to really start to ramp up. He has to cut through resources, and could just take him ones all the way home. But once he gets somebody on the hook, the ability to hit multiple survivors and instantaneously drop them, that's the threat.
Yeah, because the thing is, if there's like a decisive strike, if there's a camaraderie, doesn't matter if that person never gets off the hook in the first place.
Now we're seeing some really good plays here from the Claudette against the Plague, dodging that first just trail of vomit and then dead harding here.
But still getting hit through the pallet drop. That's always feels bad.
Yeah, feels bad, man. And we're seeing
And then
here
the stun from the tap. Yeah, the fake. Oh, the fake backfiring called out.
Yeah, that's the moment where you have the puke charged up. And that is the dead hard out of the puke's lines. Frame perfect. Beautiful dead hard.
And then followed up by the early drop and then hiding in that spot that he knows is safe.
Exactly. This is something they've practiced for. Clearly, this team is not inexperienced against a Plague. They knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, and even notice there, crouching on the higher side of the pallet to make it more difficult to hit you.
Exactly. And then the pickup here, the decisive strike that leads to the end of the match. He beelined it for this
Straight
hatch.
for the hatch. Yeah, he even dead-hearted for distance for it.
Yeah, he was not taking it. He was 100% going all the way.
Yeah, no risks whatsoever, just going right for it.
You know, one of the things that I would have done going into this as Plague, I've put in a lot of time as Plague because she's so weird, and really that's where you start to charge your ability and start to moonwalk and start to try to fake. It's almost like Huntress, right? You want to get them in the position of maybe I get them to throw it so I can hit them as they do so.
Yeah, because you do have that wind-up time with the reduced movement speed.
Exactly. So, you know, I think right here, I hope this isn't discouraging. I hope we see some more Plagues throughout the day. But while that we did get to see one, now I just need to see Huntress, and we've got the bingo sheet, really.
Yeah, I would love to see a Huntress come out, though, because it is interesting. I find that the sort of competitive Huntress playstyle often feels like a bit of a simplification from the way people tend to play her, like the higher skilled Huntress players tend to play her in public matches, because all of those risks that you take and all of those mind games that you try to throw out, your survivors are going to be aware of, and they're going to play around that. And so it becomes that much more difficult to make those sort of fun, flashy, fancy plays. And you feel like you're almost brute forcing it a little bit more.
A little bit, yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I'm excited to see the next picks. We have seen our bans, but really anything could happen. I didn't expect a Plague. I thought we were going to see the one meta character left, and, you know, we saw Plague, which is, you know, hey, I'm not complaining. It kind of showcases why Nurse and Spirit are so much stronger. The insta-down killers are so much stronger than the rest of the roster in this place.
Because even just the time it takes to fully infect a survivor, the thing is, if you can do that very quickly, it's extremely beneficial because you take a health state away from the survivor without giving them the speed boost and that extra distance that a hit traditionally gives.
Exactly.
And so if you can manage to get people infected and keep chasing them and down them, then you start spreading that infection, because when a survivor is fully infected, any survivor that performs an action on them, whether that's unhooking or picking up a slug, will have that infection spread to the survivor who is currently healthy.
Yeah, it's really interesting, you know, because with Plague, you do want to front load, but for me personally, when I play Plague, I'm not out there trying to fully infect someone first round. I will just...
Yeah, it often feels like a waste of time.
Right, you just get like a little splatter on them, and the time starts, and then you just move off, right?
Yeah,
and
definitely a good strategy for the early game. Just like get a tick, leave them, go find someone else, puke on some gens, make it force the survivors to make that tough choice of, do I not do any gens, or do I get infected and get what's effectively a free health state?
Yeah. Exactly. You know, the big thing with Plague is you can spend the first 30 to 45 seconds fully infecting one person, or starting the ball rolling for infection for 3 to 4 different characters. And really, that's when you'll start to see either people cleanse out really early, or you just get a lot of pallets out of the way very quick from then on.
Yeah, and it definitely can be very beneficial to you, because one of the things that is sort of a conceptual idea of how you deal with the Plague is that, generally speaking, either no one cleanses or everyone cleanses.
Right.
Because if you end up with that sort of middle ground where like 1 or 2 survivors are like, yeah, okay, we're going to cleanse anytime we're infected, and the other 2 are like, okay, I'm going to stay injured and just trust my fundamental looping abilities to not go down, then those survivors who are trying to trust their fundamentals and stay injured have to contend with a Plague who has her damaging puke for basically the entire match.
Right, and we'll see what happened to that Quentin, where he really has to start crouching behind objects and hoping that she doesn't get one of those hits through a tiny little hole in a hitbox or something of that nature, right? It gets just a little bit more dangerous. And yeah, so interesting stuff to see the Plague. Definitely would like to see more Plagues. And if you're thinking about picking up Plague, she is incredibly good. Personally, I put her up really in the low portion of an A tier killer, especially with her speed boosts that have come as of late.
Yeah, she definitely does get slept on, and I personally, as much as I like the Plague as like a concept of a character, someone who has that sort of ability to play around and over loops a little bit, who has that sort of secondary pressure mechanic to force the survivors to make tough choices, her projectile of the actual vomit itself is pretty slow in terms of the overall spectrum. And so you really do have to be careful to wind up early, to not try and rely on that projectile speed, and to very much have that sort of prepare a second in advance.
Yeah, the big thing about Plague, I always say, is prepare early and then launch ahead of the survivor. If you're trying to hit where they are, it's slow enough that they'll be out of the way by the time it gets there. You definitely have to aim ahead of them, especially if you're trying to, whip around to catch them around a corner or something of that nature. So
yeah, you really do have to account for that travel time on the slow projectile.
Exactly. So the good news is the arch is really nice on it. Get over things really nicely.
You can do some really cool stuff where you sort of spray up in the air and have it land on the other side of a loop.
Exactly, yeah. So going into the next match now, it is loading. I'm excited to see who our next killer is. On the Rancid Abattoir, we are on the same map. We've seen this map several times today, actually. So it's kind of fitting we started here, and we're going to kind of rope back around here for this last match of 3. So let's see. BBB, I think, has a really high chance. Pulse, yesterday we saw them clawing against RSK. So I'm really, really interested to see kind of what comes out of this.
Yeah, and BBB taking that last match with a clean 5-0. So I am going to be very curious to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, so I'm fascinated here. BBB
Pulse and it seems like we're
in.
seeing a hag.
We are going to see Sectors playing as a hag. This is not a bad map. If we've seen anything, we've seen that this dead side of the map has consistently had a good cluster of gens, and hag right now has the add-ons for faster setting speed. So we're really going to see, hopefully, a competitive hag. Middle gen getting rushed out here by these survivors, so that is not contested. Maybe they're unaware, really, of who the killer even is at this point.
Yeah, that's very possible. And also, all 4 survivors on this gen, the whole team coming together to get this one done as quickly as possible.
This is kind of the good news for a hag, really. If you spend the beginning of the match setting up and you only lose 1 gen instead of 3, I think I take those odds 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And you lose 1 gen, get, what, 5 or 6 traps set up, and a hit you trapped the main building window and immediately a second?
Great hit.
Boy, this is a very, very good start for a hag.
Yeah, this is not a bad position to be in. Line of sight's broken here, so they do get to place a trap in a position that potentially the survivor does not expect if they don't go inside.
Yeah, but it is very possible that they have a teammate watching in the distance, letting them know that that trap was placed, because one of the really key elements of playing against a hag... Yep, they're... Oh, yeah, they triggered the trap, but the fun goes down anyway, and that's basement. Oh, no.
Now, here's the thing. Are they going to hook near basement, right? Or do they have the gen spread here to defend and not lose too much, right?
Yeah, but this is a very early hook. Like, you throw a couple of traps down here. Yeah, this trap is very, very underrated, because that is actually something I had mentioned the other day when we saw a hag. That trap takes advantage of the camera snap that triggering a trap creates, and it will pull the survivor's momentum off to the side and make it maybe a bit more likely to get that grab or that trade.
Now, we are seeing a good amount of distance between traps, not placing one in front of the window, but placing one a little ways out from the window, right, in case somebody vaults leaving, not necessarily in. And so right now... Ooh.
Oh, that's a hit on the Nia.
Good job
and
there.
And she continues to run towards the shack, which is an interesting No, okay, never mind. She changes her mind. There's the dead hard. Oh, this is a lot of pressure. The survivors are going to have to be very, very careful how they play this next minute or 2.
Yeah, now we've traditionally seen our hag matches be a little bit more contentious, the hag not having as much pressure early on.
Oh, and this is everyone injured?
Everyone injured.
Oh, no.
Traps still inside of the shack. This could be...
Can't forget that trap at the bottom of the basement stairs.
Exactly, right? So we are seeing, ooh, really good job here.
But the dead hard used, but wait.
And this is going to be down right here.
Oh, no.
Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree.
Disaster has struck for the survivors.
And no survivor to come unhook while Ace is being hooked, and this is going to be already such a demanding lead.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even care about the rest of the gens. I would just sit here, just camp the basement. You got half the team down here.
Well, that
at most you lose 2 gens.
Right. Well, and at this point, you get more kills just by camping these 2 out.
Yeah, I mean, I see no reason for our hag to leave, and that may have been why our survivors were so desperate.
Do we see the crouching survivor heading into Shack right now? The hag doesn't see it. This could be a very cheeky duo unhook just from our one healthy Claudette. Just
oh, no, she's coming
down.
back. Oh, she's checking. Oh, no.
Oh, get your diapers ready, kids. Okay.
Oh, don't get grabbed.
There
Don't
we
get
go.
grabbed.
Great unhook. Is the hag accidentally going to suction to Ace? The
Oh,
dead
the
hard
dead
coming
hard.
out. Oh my god.
And another dead hard from Ace. Yep, okay, but he's already in mending. Okay. The teleport up top? Or not. No, the body blocks.
We do
Very
know DS
clever.
is going to be in play, so these survivors are definitely a little more safe than the hag would like them to be.
Yeah, considering that it's a pretty safe assumption that all 4 survivors have both Decisive Strike and Unbreakable, they may have just done, frankly, enough to diffuse this pressure.
Yeah, we definitely we're looking at a situation flipping almost 180. Hag coming back, trying to get the hit here. The pallet being up. Are they going to try to get the heal? I don't think they have enough time.
No,
there it is.
Sloppy Butcher doing just enough.
He has Decisive
Yeah,
Strike.
he has that DS. You don't take that hit without it.
No, and so right now we're seeing that the hag is really going to try to break off here. I don't think they have time to chase effectively. Going to interrupt the heal.
Yeah, wow. Absolutely was such a showcase of just the power of Decisive Strike this match. Like, the fact that 2 survivors were in the basement, but the thing is that the hag couldn't go for either of those 2 survivors who had made those crucial mistakes and ended up down there.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at it now, we see the 2 gens done, but the 3rd gen is not beyond 40%, and the hag has built so much pressure against this team that they haven't really been able to whittle anything down. They have to reset, and they have to try to get this Ace off this hook.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been hooked quite yet, but unless he's able to crawl very, very far away, my man's going to end up in the basement.
I mean, keep in mind the survivors have to get a 4-man out, or else it is absolutely a loss. And that's going to be the tough part, is they have to play riskier. Hag was maybe the right pick. The basement was the luck, and everything's falling into place.
Yeah, especially with Fung on Death Hook, they have to be extremely careful.
I would predict here the Claudette and the Nia are likely trying to reset, maybe just working on the gen now, but eventually, if they're going to go down for those for that unhook, they're definitely going to have to reset. This is a bit dicey. We see there's no med kit no longer for the Nia, which typically, conventionally, you would use all your charges on your med kit and then put it down so that you don't reveal yourself behind a tree or something.
Yeah, and also something a bit smaller to consider too is that when you are vaulting a window or a pallet, the killer can see the cue of your medkit disappearing from your hand as you lock yourself into the animation to perform that action.
Exactly. The vaulting animations don't actually involve the items. So when the animations swap from running to vaulting, it swaps to an itemless animation for vaulting. And that's a good cue that you're about to do something.
Also, very good I guess trigger discipline, you could call it, from the hag. There's going to be a dead hard. You can't. Yeah. The grab comes out too.
Grab.
Wait, this could be a trade too. If she just doesn't hook, just swings? No, I guess she's just going to take that hook.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, and the borrowed time, the endurance does not deactivate.
Oh no.
Oh my god, again, all of this.
So many endurance users right now, all 4 of them out. This is what we thought, 4 gens done. I thought this was going to be impossible for them to get out of, but this game is not over yet.
Yeah, and 2 survivors on Death Hook. This hag, all she needs to do is just commit to this ace. The Nia knows that the ace goes down. No, but he has the decisive strike, I bet you he does.
But he has already Unbreakable. She could stand right on top of his body and for all she cares, bleed him out, really.
Yeah. The dead heart coming out from the Nia. The hag decides not to commit. Oh, come on, just play it safe. Just play it safe. Take the 1K and win.
All right, now she needs to really break this pallet to her left. If he does get up, it could definitely be used against her really, really quickly. No shot.
Wait.
No decisive.
No decisive. Wait, was that? Does he not have it? There's no way.
I mean, there's no way for her to know that is 1K. That is going to be the hag moving on for her team.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah. now we're really just going for respect and points. Can the 3 remaining survivors make it out? I mean, it's not impossible. There are almost no traps on the side of the map that actually has gens.
Yeah, but the last gen has about 40% progress, rapidly climbing with 2 survivors actively working on it. And I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's kind of just cleanup.
Yeah. So right now, it seems like we're trapping a little bit near the doors, near door tiles, things of that nature for that sort of end game. We do have No Way Out, which would lock the doors in the event that these survivors do get this last gen done, and the Hag is really not bothered by it. And we do have Noed for the Claudette. So let's see here. We do have Nia trying to pull some aggro, allowing the others to get gens done.
Yeah, though the Hag does get alerted about which gens have been finished, and now the Noed coming into play, so now she is a 114% movement speed killer, almost as fast as someone like Trapper.
Now this is interesting. We do see the Hag kind of flushing
the
Claudette
big mind game!
This is going to be a very crucial down here.
And that's it.
That is a great hit. And we do have No Way Out just having been procced a few seconds ago, which is going to buy her enough time to actually get this hook, though it is not a death hook.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, this Claudette is hooked pretty far away from either gate. So I think our Hag would be pretty comfy to just hang out here with her Noed. Like, let that No Way Out timer tick down. Oh no, the Fung triggered a trap.
That trap was far enough away. She has to have at least 1 range add-on. That was a really chunky distance to traverse.
Yeah, and those range add-ons do a lot of work. And that's a death, so that's 2 kills confirmed. And that's the 4K. Wait, you guys didn't see it on screen, but the Nia triggered a trap, and the Hag was able to teleport and down her before she could make it to a pallet, so that's the 4K.
Absolutely just commanding respect right now from this Hag. Wild gameplay. The No Way Out really forcing them back in. And what we saw was the confidence coming from Hag going, you know what, I know I have No Way Out. I'm actually going to set this web, and that is what changed the match, right?
Yeah.
If she had not done that and just been pursuant, I think we would have just ended this with 2.
Yeah, and this is just a great example of showing how the Hag had 2 survivors in the basement, and even with the borrowed times, the dead hards, the decisive strikes, the unbreakables, the pressure you get from 2 survivors in the basement is just so immense that despite all of those extra health states and the stuns and the self pickups, it bought you have to take the time to reset, and once those resources have been used, they're gone.
Yeah, I mean, really, especially as Hag and Bubba, Trickster even, you know, really getting, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call them some meaty Christmas ornaments, really getting those set up down there in the basement, that really sews it up very, very quickly. And despite their efforts, I mean, I would say that Survivor team did an incredible job at not only getting their teammates out, but getting gens done somewhere in between.
Yeah, the fact that the Survivors were able to consistently make gen progress, even with all of that pressure, is extremely impressive. And so the win in this match will go to BBB.
Yeah, BBB is moving on. Incredible performance, especially, again, having missed yesterday, going against Pulse, who clawed really hard yesterday, clawed harder today. Look, Pulse, you came out, you did a great job. Thank you. BBB moving on in the losers bracket. And soon, we're going to be looking at KGB versus Rarity up on the brackets, which, you know, look, we saw Rarity earlier. They just got knocked out of that sort of 4th position by LF. And so, you know, KGB coming back. This is not really a grudge match, but look, Rarity might be a little bit burned by LF. They might really want it. KGB earned their spot in the losers bracket. So, we are going to be looking at highlights for this entire set of 3, really, from Billy to Oni to Billy to Oni to Hag at the end.
Yeah, wild. What a wild series of games we had today.
Yeah, we're looking at this Oni here, being really incredibly patient, going back around the full 180 circle in that really fire costume. Ace hopping in the locker to avoid the smash, still getting hit anyway, unfortunately not using their decisive strike.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the decisive strike is even while it's paired with the unbreakable, the decisive strike specifically, the killer does have to give you the opportunity to use. Even though in these sort of situations you usually will, it is still a choice that the killer has to make.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were seeing a really good double hit there from the Oni earlier. We were seeing a hit and then a follow-up right here, and then the grab right here on the tap that will eventually lead to an adrenaline and no-ed play. We see Billy here. This was a really incredible set of Billy plays here, going for this Claudette. This Billy was pretty well on fire, getting this hit through the pallet, man.
Yeah, the one thing that's really important to keep in mind there is that he swung early to be entering the pallet with the momentum of the swing rather than building that momentum into the pallet and making it more likely to be stunned.
Exactly, using that active hitbox as he went in instead of waiting to confirm whether she was there or not. It's a bit risky, but it worked out.
Yeah, it's always fun to see when those opportunities sort of present themselves and to see which option you take and how it works out for you.
Now, we do see the unfortunate Plague match going down here. Was really excited to see Plague. They did miss quite a few of the shots, but this was a good connection here on the Quentin, and really, unfortunately, just didn't work out for them in the end. And then Hag coming through and just never letting up, pedal to the metal.
Yeah, it was just such a consistent set of like well-placed traps, catching the survivors off guard, being able to get those instant teleport hits, and right there, just very, very good patience from the Hag to let the trap scare the survivor into dead harding so you don't have to teleport and swing.
Yeah, this is not a new Hag. This Hag understood when to teleport and when to not teleport, when it was valuable for them and when it would actually be a waste of a time, a hindrance. Like you said, just letting that trap go, just seeing it. And then we get the good slug here on, I believe, the Ace, who pops his Unbreakable so early in the match that Hag knows that he can slug him later.
Yeah, though I do have to say a little bit of impatience on those swings at the unhook. You could have done a little bit more to force that Claudette to trade, build a little bit more of that pressure, but still, minor criticisms aside, a phenomenal game from all of our killers and survivors.
Yeah, I think knowing that you just needed to outperform that prior Plague match, knowing you just needed one, I don't really fault you for going for that just easy trade. But yeah, absolutely could have gotten multiple hits, multiple downs, and just really commanding. We've seen a few Hag games, and that was definitely the strongest one that we've seen so far. This is not a newcomer to Hag, but we are going to be moving into our KGB versus Rarity here in just a few minutes. We need to get the lobby set up, get some water. You guys take a rest. Get excited for the next few matches. All right, and welcome back as we enter the end, the last set of matches for this weekend's DVD tournament. Of course, we are pushing the rest of it to next weekend, where we are going to look at the semifinals, the finals, really who climbs out of the loser's bracket to contest at the top. So there's a lot of exciting plays here. We just saw a Plague match, a phenomenal Hag match.
Yeah, that Hag match was wild.
Yeah, big congrats to BBB for making it through. You guys are... I'm rooting for you. You don't have my full faith yet. You got to earn that a little bit more. The next matches we are going into are going to be the KGB versus Rarity, which is going to be interesting. We did see a little bit from KGB, but they did get knocked out fairly, I don't want to say uncontested, but it necessarily wasn't as contentious as we'd like it to be. So, I don't know. What do we think as we look at our next map here?
Yeah, we are going to be on Blood Lodge, which we've seen a couple of times today. And on Blood Lodge, we have tended to see the higher mobility killers. We've seen like the Billies, the Onis. I believe we saw a nurse on Blood Lodge, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% certain on that. And we did see Rarity play earlier today, where they got knocked out of the upper bracket and down into the lower bracket.
Yeah.
They did perform solidly well, but just didn't end up coming away with the W in that one. So let's see if they can redeem themselves here and fight for their tournament lives.
Yeah, really the big thing with Rarity was little mistakes that allowed one or two additional people to escape far too many times, and it made it far less contentious as the points started to tally up across multiple matches. So we do know that the KGB is going to kill first, and and Rarity is going to be kind of on the defensive there with their survivors, hoping to survive this one out. Really, I imagine both of these teams are going to be looking for something a little bit more like a blowout of 5-0 or a 3-1 at best. So we are looking at Rarity actually banning Hillbilly on Blood Lodge, which has been really the most common Blood Lodge pick, I think, minus Oni.
Yeah, no, definitely. We have seen a lot of Billies on Blood Lodge trying to take advantage of that mobility that he has, and of course the insta-down. I mean, you can't forget that. But yeah, I would definitely, if Billy is banned, I would expect an Oni pick here.
Yeah.
Just to kind of control a little bit more of that map. We've seen a lot of play around sort of the 3-4 gens on that main building side. Yeah. So that's probably my biggest prediction as to how that match would go. We'll probably see some more of that.
Yeah, I would definitely assume that Oni or Spirit are really going to be the pick here. Nurse seems to be the least confidence that any team has particularly had, minus really some of the openers that made it into the best of 3 during that single elimination round.
Yeah, and sort of the rarity of Nurse here in this tournament has definitely been really interesting to me, considering that, you know, sort of by common opinion, by common knowledge, Nurse is generally regarded as the best killer in the game. Yeah. So it has been really interesting to see people either not banning or not picking the Nurse, especially when both range and recharge add-ons are available to you.
Yeah, I have to imagine this comes down to mechanical availability and how difficult she can be to maneuver, given the amount of buttons you have to hit in pretty rapid succession. You have to be turning very fast, you know, tap the button, hold the ability, you know, look down, look up. I imagine that there's just enough complication there that it's just not as surefire as somebody like the Oni would be.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely make a lot of sense given the differences in input methods compared to what we're used to.
Exactly.
But either way, our Nurse games, I really enjoy watching Nurse. I think it's really interesting to see those sorts of the predictions and that back and forth of, you know, you're going here, I'm going there, let me try and cover your options and all of that. But either way, we're loading into our Blood Lodge map now of KGB versus Rarity. We are going to be loading into a Spirit. I'm assuming they're going to have the amulet and the shoes. Those are sort of the standard add-on picks that we've seen so far today. And yeah, let's get right into it, shall we?
Yeah, really interested to hear the Spirit coming out with a decent build, I would say, really trying to cover all their bases. Corrupt Intervention, Sloppy, Pop Goes the Weasel, and then Noed for that sort of end game. Really what you come to expect over the duration of this entire tournament here. Already sort of engaging in their first chase, and they are really just getting that pallet throw and then leaving. Really just trying to catch somebody off guard, I guess, trying to get that early hit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it comes to the early game, just getting people off of generators is one of the most important things you can do. And so seeing that she's kind of pushing multiple people off of gens is honestly pretty good to see. Though I have to say, a small missed phase there. Oh, but the missed swing onto the locker. That is so unfortunate. This is now 2 potential hits our Spirit has not gotten. So when knowing how important that early game is, I'm a little afraid for her performance.
And there we go, finally getting the hit on the Dwight here. Yeah, this has been a little bit of a struggle right now, having 2 gens at 50% while just trying to get a single connection here. But now that somebody's injured, the likelihood that she can capitalize on this, oh, the Dwight slowing down.
Yeah, she did lose track of him for a moment there, though. So he may have gotten enough distance to make it to another pallet.
Dead hard for
safety.
Distance,
just for safety there, you know, safety first, never hurts.
And immediately coming out of the phase, being a little unsure of themselves. I do see a bit of a hesitancy coming out of our KGB player right now.
Yeah, and actually, I think I'm noticing if you look at while she's phasing. Oh no, never mind. I thought for a second there I saw the father's glasses, but no, it's definitely the amulet coming out.
There is a good down, losing 2 gens, almost 3 gens to get that first down. We see a team here that is ready to play when it comes to Rarity.
Yeah, I mean, these survivors are not messing around. They are here to do gens. And you notice one of the really key elements here is that the way the Dwight pathed is away from his teammates who are working on those gens and towards the area of the map where the gens are already done.
Yeah, it's a really smart technique to just pull the killer away from things that are currently, you know, really high priority, especially at the beginning of the match when you have all the resources everywhere to do so. It gets a lot harder to do that towards that late game, mid game when you see 3 to 4 pallets gone.
Yeah, and so that is going to be 3 gens completed and a 4th on the way, just going over the 20% mark. I do believe our Spirit saw the Claudette, and that is going to be a hit. Solid connection.
Really good connection there. The Claudette running to the side. A few pallets have been thrown on the side of the map, but generally there are no gens here to really worry about.
Iron Will on Claudette, and that slow walk back to prevent the footstep noises misdirects the Spirit just enough to make her not land her phase. Because keep in mind, when you are using Iron Will and you are injured, it doesn't just hide your grunts of pain and leaves your breathing. Any vocal sounds your survivor would otherwise make are completely silent.
Oh, what we saw there, I thought was going to be an incredible play from the Spirit. The Spirit waiting on the other side of the pallet for the Claudette to make a rotation, and it would have worked, but the Spirit second-guessed themselves, really, and just decided to go around, missing the vault as the Claudette went across the pallet. Right now, it's so much investment. We're seeing what we've seen from...
good.
Yes. So many other Spirits. Is the refusal to break pallets and try to play around everything is really hurting her here.
Yeah, and I have to say, a phenomenal read from the Claudette there, expecting the Spirit to go around the tile, and instead dropping the pallet from the inside. Okay, I think she's been caught out of position far enough. I think she should die here. Potentially a Dead Hard will save her. Or just a missed swing, and that's the last gen.
This is the fastest set of generators we've seen this entire match. And Noed being, I think, caught out as well right now.
Yeah,
as the
that
hit
will
came
have been the reveal of the Noed.
Exactly. So this has been a brutal match. Rarity really wants to come back. Their survivors are not sticking.
And they were already on the Noed totem. They are leaving, but they were already on the Noed totem by the time the survivor had been placed on the hook.
What an incredible start here. Noed not cleansed out yet, though.
Oh, that's another down from Noed.
That is going to be a down.
Okay,
There's nothing keeping these survivors necessarily in this match, so this could be a 1 kill if she camps it really, really effectively, but that totem is going to get cleansed out here by Dwight.
Yeah, it is also really important to keep in mind that because of the... Oh, wait, does he...
She scares him off.
Oh my god, he doesn't even make it. He doesn't get it in time.
She can, in theory... Oh, no.
Oh, no. This is a very, very sticky spot for our survivors to be in, because
Can she predict this?
I mean, I think this is possible. Oh no,
she's
okay, a missed phase,
phase.
But just not being able to cleanse that Noed totem, because the thing is, it's important to keep in mind that the Rarity survivors are effectively setting the pace of the entire set in this match. If they can get all 4 survivors out, then KGB's survivors will have to do the same. Otherwise, things are going to get very, very difficult very quickly.
Yeah, right here, when you see Noed this close to your hook, oh wow, Claudette playing a dicey game, but the whiff, can she actually connect that hit? We do see that Fung comes down, but we do see the hit coming out on Claudette.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think we're going to see that Noed cleansed. I expect that the survivors are going to make their way to the other exit gate and just take the 3 out.
That's what I was expecting from the Claudette, waiting at the exit gate instead of actually opening and just leaving here. But I think they were hoping for a miracle. but we do know that Noed is good. Yeah, this is going to look like a 3-1, which is really as good as the Spirit can hope for, getting absolutely juiced here at the beginning of this match. And I'm kind of excited to see how the KGB answers on the Survivor side of things.
Yeah, no, those couple of missed phases and the macro decision-making from the Rarity Survivors to have Dwight take the Spirit as far away from the active gens as possible, that is the moment that everything gets really difficult, because in doing so, they force the Survivor to phase back across the map, because otherwise it's going to take too long.
Exactly. Yeah.
And in phasing across the map, she's unable to find the Survivor who's hovering for the unhook.
I would be remiss to not talk about the RNG that was heavily in favor of the Survivors on this one. I mean, we saw a strong tile, at least 3 jungle gyms, no LT walls to be spoken of, right? And so they had really powerful tiles, really strong pallets at their advantage, and the Spirit's reluctance to break them, thinking, I could just get around it, no big deal, turned into 3 minutes of no big deal. And it eventually just didn't quite work out in their favor, and then that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing about competitive Dead by Daylight, is there are a lot of things you can't control.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, like, a lot of us would want more consistency in the map seeding, but at the end of the day, if every map is perfectly predictable, then these matches are in and of themselves very predictable. You know exactly how they're going to go. 2 Spirits on the exact same map are likely going to get similar results if their skills are relatively similar, but when the RNG changes and you have to come into a map and learn that map in seconds and make judgment calls based on what you think is elsewhere, that's when we start to see these mistakes come out and make the matches a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it definitely does. Having that variability in what's available to you on the map and how those things will connect together, and the strength of any individual tile really does change the way that these matches play out in ways that frankly are a little bit out of the control of the players to a certain extent. Yeah. But while you can recognize that certain things are out of your control, you also should do your best to make sure that you make good decisions about the things you can.
Yeah, and right now, what we're seeing from this Spirit is something we've talked about before in the day, is realizing that a particular method of strategy is not working and switching off of that strategy, right? When Spirit realized that these Survivors were not going to be caught off guard around these very strong pallets around these jungle gyms, that would have been the time to say, you know, I got to break at least 2 of these so that future chases are not as much of a threat, right? At least get another down or so. But the first chase even, unfortunately, did set a really heavy tone for this match, and you know, realistically, this is only the first set out of 2, out of potentially 3, so maybe we're just warming up, shaking things off a little bit, but the tone has been set, and there has to be a really strong answer. Rarity just needs 2 kills to come out on top and win this first half, if you will.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested to see what the strategy here is from Rarity's killer, because like you said, only 2 kills are needed, right? Yeah. Realistically, 3 would be great, 4 is ideal, but you only need 2.
Yeah, exactly. The more points you can put on the board, the more secure you are throughout the entirety. But realistically, I mean, you could come out here with Bubba, get it down, get a camp, and then just call it a day.
Bubba with no way out, that'll do some work.
Exactly, right? So realistically, there's a lot of things still very much in play. Blood Lodge is still a very big map, and it really depends on the killer bans, right? Who does KGB decide that they do not want Rarity to play as their killer? That is going to really determine what we see here. If Billy's banned, then do we see Oni? If Oni's banned, do we see Billy? You know, I think Spirit on a map as big as Blood Lodge is still dicey. I think those are the 2 shoe-in killers, is you know, Oni and Hillbilly. So if one of those are banned, and I suspect they are, that's going to change how this goes into this next match.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see either Oni or a Billy, one of those high mobility killers that can really sort of mitigate the size of this map and how that plays into your ability to traverse it. Because seeing, for example, the Spirit in the last game having to phase across the map to get back to a generator, that's then 7, 8, 10, 15 seconds that she doesn't have her power.
Exactly.
And all of that downtime creates a lot of time for the Survivors to play in a much safer manner.
Exactly. So we have been actually confirmed that Billy has been banned, so that prediction streak coming back really hot. So it looks like we're if I were to hedge my bets, I would see another Oni. Obviously, Rarity is no stranger to Oni, and Rarity is seasoned. They're here to win, right? So I would expect Oni, but we could see Spirit. They're not bad with Spirit either. Spirit is just a little bit of a scarier pick given your ability cooldowns.
Yeah, and especially over the course of this whole tournament, we've really seen very hot and cold results from Spirit, very inconsistent across these different teams, across these different maps.
Yeah.
We've had some Spirits that have absolutely phenomenal performances, just completely in control of the match from start to finish. And then we've had some Spirits that struggle to make anything happen. And frankly, if I was in their shoes, I don't know if I would want that kind of inconsistency.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is we have seen so much inconsistency from Spirit. It almost feels like a bit of a curse, ironically. You get it, right? I don't know that I would want to play into that. Oni doesn't have to play around this invisibility. He has an insta-down. He's fast. The only fear he has is just not getting that ability. But if he can get it a few times, get a few hits, and just spread blood orbs across the map, he can generally keep that going for himself. So that's the only risk.
And a big part that I think is contributing to this sort of inconsistency when it comes to Spirit is that we have relatively often seen 3 or 4 Iron Wills in a game.
Exactly.
And multiple survivors having that Iron Will makes those chases so much more difficult.
You have to remember, this is an Iron Will that does not deactivate if you're exhausted. This is an Iron Will that completely silences you in all of your facets. So it is a very different Iron Will than you may be used to on other platforms, and that makes it a little bit harder to contend with if you're playing a killer fully reliant on your audio.
So as we load into KGB versus Rarity match, I believe this is 1B, we will be seeing the Oni coming out on Blood Lodge. I am very happy to see that.
Like an Oni that's not, they're aware. They've played a few times. Wow, insta hit here. Lethal Pursuer? Right?
Yeah,
yep,
that's coming into play.
You guys can't see it, but now this is a confident Oni, kind of what we saw earlier, where this Oni is running Lethal, they're running Corrupt, and I believe they're running Sloppy and Know It. They're not running any of that mid-game mitigation.
Yeah, I do find the Sloppy Butcher pick very interesting because it helps you keep those survivors injured that you hit with your basic attacks in the early game. But when you're using your power, as your power is not a basic attack, that Sloppy Butcher will not be relevant. There's the Dead Hard.
There's a great Dead Hard there. Now, what you will notice with Oni as well is Sloppy Butcher is a great perk. It actually causes survivors to drop more blood on the ground, but it actually does not produce additional blood orbs as they're running through the map, which is a common misconception that I think was patched out a little bit ago. And I'm excited to see really how that plays in. I mean, maybe he's using add-ons that allow for that more.
Yeah, I would expect so. We have very commonly seen the Splintered Hull, which is Oni's purple add-on, which makes the survivors produce more blood orbs as they're running around the map. And I believe it also increases the quantity of blood orbs dropped when the survivor drops or vaults a pallet as well.
Now, we do see him getting his power before Corrupt Intervention is fully up here. This is Corrupt Intervention version 2. He's getting an insta-break on that Fun Bus pallet, so not a bad use of the power, at least getting something out of the way, but KGB's doing a good job at denying it down.
Yeah, well, there it is. You run out of resources. Yeah. That's the thing. No pallet at that tile.
Yeah, and that's a tile that actually usually might have one, so it's not a bad bet to try to go there, just unfortunate.
Yeah, this is the sort of map where one of the downsides of having a map that's this large is that those resources are going to be a bit more spread out. Like you saw instead, as we just walked by that pickup truck tile, that's the tile that got the pallet instead.
And we do see Oni coming back to where they know they left an injury, getting some of the blood orbs, and then following the trail and the scratches just long enough, really just trying to stick to the hook and secure the kill that couldn't happen last time.
Yeah, I'm frankly a little bit surprised that the Meg did not heal with her medkit while the Oni was using his power, because it's important to keep in mind that while the Oni is using his Blood Fury, no survivors on the map are dropping blood orbs. So that is actually, a little bit counterintuitively, a great time to heal, because you won't leave that pool of blood orbs for the Oni to then pick up later.
Yeah. No, I didn't realize this, but I think this is actually one of the few times we've actually seen a Yoon Jin inside of one of these matches coming from Sasha. Really underrated. I love this survivor so much, but have not seen much of them.
Yeah, Yoonjin really does have some phenomenal cosmetics, and I love her lore as well, that she's very much one of those characters that comes in as someone who, through her life, had sort of grown into... What the heck was that?
The animation cancel, Oni. Let's go.
Very interesting. I believe that was a bait on the Dead Hard, though. I think maybe they're not 100% sure on whether that Dead Hard was successfully baited or not, so they got a little spooked.
I think she did Dead Hard, but it is, ooh, getting vacuumed right there is going to be really tough to play around. He still does have probably about 30% of his ability left, and that is the down.
Yep. Oh, man. Very unfortunate, though, for the Oni to not recognize the use of the Dead Hard earlier, though he may be getting a... Oh.
Ooh, into the locker. Really smart play there. Does he get the pull? No, they've left. And that is a down around the corner. Incredible play. Now he's going to go back and hopefully get them before Decisive Strike.
And here, I believe Sloppy Butcher may be coming into play, too, slowing down that pickup just a little bit.
Now, we do see that the team is a little bit less Gen-focused right now, as 3 of them have had to be a little bit more preoccupied. One person just on Gen solo.
Yeah, and that Claudette did not spend enough time on the ground to recover her exhaustion and get that Dead Hard back.
And we're hoping that Decisive Strike is gone here for the Claudette. We'll have to see. Fingers crossed for Oni. And that is going to be second stage for the Claudette, the second hook for the entire game. Having a really hard time getting those slugs and snowballing onto other opponents here, but we are seeing this Gen. 2 people on it. This is ready to go very quickly.
Yeah, but the hook distribution in terms of the killer is looking very, very good. Having 2 hooks on the same survivor means getting someone on death hook early, which is extremely valuable in this kind of environment.
Yeah, we've talked about it before, but there's a stark difference. You can have 9 hook states throughout a match, but that can be 1 kill or 3 kills, right? It really depends on the distribution. And so right here, if you can hook just 2 different people until they are dead, that is the kind of hook distribution we'd be looking for in a tournament setting, especially as an Oni.
Yeah, especially one thing to keep in mind is that there are some people out there who believe that the most efficient thing to do is to just hook one person and chase that person for the entire game. But it's important to keep in mind that when you are trying to do something like that, oh, no borrowed time on the unhooker and no Dead Hard in time for the Claudette. So he is going to leave her down, play around Decisive Strike for a little while, but both survivors are here. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now, we have to assume that there's at least one Unbreakable in play here, but this is an interesting pickup to make. The Claudette, obviously, his death hook could have Decisive.
I would just slug them all at this point. Just force them to burn those Unbreakable. Well, there's an Unbreakable coming out from, I believe, the Yoon Gen.
Yeah, Yoon used their Unbreakable. Claudette getting picked up now. The Gen that just popped is was not the only Gen with significant progress. We have one at 76, so to come back to this Claudette is a bit of a risk. The Dead Hard for the pallet. Still getting the hit. I think I'm just going to pretend I didn't see it. We're going to break the pallet and get a kill here. Hopefully, he's trying to get some blood so he can move quickly afterwards.
Yeah, he's slugged that Claudette a fair bit, so it's pretty safe to assume that her Decisive Strike is over at this point. Though I think he is going to take a second before picking up just for caution's sake.
Now, at this point, I don't know that I'd go to the basement, right? I would go right here and get this done immediately and get right back into moving.
Yeah, because going for that basement is very much an additional time investment that is realistically not necessary if you don't plan on camping that hook.
Exactly. Now, we know his ability is not ready yet. He's not holding his hand out with the orb, but we do know this last generator is going to go. Let's see if we see an Adrenaline from Yoon. We don't, but he knows that she's back here. There is an abundance of blood orbs. And this
that should be power very soon.
Yeah, this should allow for him
there it is.
To get at least one more hook, potentially camp it out.
I could definitely see 2 downs happening here because it's important to keep in mind that that was not the last Gen of the game. There is still one more to go.
Oh, an unfortunate sort of bonk there on the side. The other Gen, 25-23%. Let's see if he can get another down.
Yeah, he recognizes where he's needed. He's getting out of here and making his way all the way across the map. He's hustling.
All right, let's see what happens here. Going wide around the outside, playing a little bit of a mind game, hooking himself on the ledge, trying to turn around.
Oh, wow.
The incredible spin into the flick there, getting a really solid hit, but not done yet. Knows that there are other generators that are being worked on, but playing a bit dicey. I don't know that he can make it down and all the way back in one dash without running out.
Yeah, unless it is the Splintered Hull and the Lion's Fang in play for add-ons, but no, there's going to be the power running out.
Is this a pallet stun? Will this be the first pallet stun?
Oh, he knows.
There we
go.
Knows. Smart.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're playing in a tournament, you would hope you would know, right?
Yeah, you have to at least check, and I like that. The positioning on the pickup, body blocking the pallet drop prompt from those other survivors, just in case they decided to make a cheeky run back to try and get that save.
Now he is going to hook here. This is not going to be death hook for Yoon. This is first. Now the good news, yeah, he did know that Yoon used their Unbreakable earlier, so it's not something he had to necessarily worry about in this case, but he does have an air of paranoia about this gen that is across the map at the main building here.
Yeah, but that gen has, what, about a third of progress? He's just going to check on it quick, because I think he knows that at this point, none of the gens are at an imminent risk of being finished. However, I don't know if I like that time investment required to go all the way across the map like that.
Exactly. That's why I think you just check the other gen, see how much progress it has, and decide that that's maybe where people are, but it's a guessing game, right? You're hoping.
Yeah, especially considering he knew that one of the other survivors was in this area of the map. A great pathing from Meg to not take the obvious direction into that pallet, but I think she might get hit here.
Ooh,
yeah, there
that
it
is a mighty hit at the pallet there. And that's not going to be an immediate pickup, but there are blood orbs waiting for him here later as he rushes to interrupt this generator that he suspects is the one that they've been tapping, seeing no progress on the one across the map, of course.
Yeah, this is, oh wow, phenomenal thought process there to check behind the nearby objects when he sees that that gen is no longer regressing.
Really, really good down there. One down, one slug. This is really close to game. It's not impossible that they get away with this.
Yeah, but Meg is going to pick herself up. There comes the Unbreakable.
Yeah, Meg is up. Now, we do know that he got that down relatively quick on the Fung, which means his ability is not fully depleted. He's not starting from scratch here.
Yeah, I would guess that he has about a quarter of his power bar after downing the Fung there. So I would think it'll take a good probably 30 orbs, like 20 or 30 orbs to get him back to full, especially because there are no healthy survivors to hit and get that big chunk all at once.
Now, we are seeing a really great strategy from the survivors. They know that he's checked that main building gen 2 to 3 times, and he's going to be preoccupied.
Oh, he sees her.
There's blood everywhere. Come on. There's the great... but he swings all the way through.
Wow.
And that might be game. This individual... There we go. Sasha just now moving off the gen.
Yeah, she's spooked.
Now, we really have to think, does Meg have an Unbreakable? She just used it earlier, I believe, so I don't think that we're going to see any surprises coming from her. This could very well be it for this team.
Yeah, this is looking like game here. I don't know if he's going to be able to... Of course he is.
Yeah, of course he is, right. The minute you say they can, right? That is a wonderful down. He's going to go back to that Meg just in the event that she's going to do something cheeky.
Yeah, see, I think this is a bit of an interesting decision, though, because I believe the Yunjin also has used her Unbreakable.
She absolutely has, yeah. She used it to get the Claudette earlier, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it may have been worthwhile to just pick up the Yunjin, but at this point, either way, it's just cleanup.
As you say, leaving her, there's no risk in it, right?
Yeah, there's really no downside. It's just, I guess that's what I personally would have done. Not that either course of action is necessarily better or worse.
Yeah, really, really good job here from the Oni. Really a slower start to this match, but once the ball got rolling, they, tunneling out could be very risky. You know, they only hooked the Claudette several times instead of bouncing between 2 survivors, and there was enough resistance that they didn't get the kill.
Oh no, the Meg hasn't used her Unbreakable. She picked herself up.
Oh my Lanta.
Or was that a Kobe?
That was a Kobe.
That was a Kobe, yeah.
That is another 4% for the day.
Wow, how many of those have we seen?
That's 2, and that's 2 more than I ever expected to see.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? The overall chance if you have all 3 attempts is something like 11%, so it's a bit more likely than you might initially think, given the 4% chance on any individual attempt.
Well, it's not cumulative, right? It's just for individuals.
No, but what I mean is that like 4% and then 4% and then 4%, the overall likelihood across 3 attempts is about 11%. It's slightly less than the cumulative 12 that you would have if it was just additive.
Sure, sure. Now we're hoping that Meg can make it to the hatch here.
I think our Oni has seen the hatch, and I think he knows what's up.
Yeah, he may. We thought that earlier, I believe, with the Billy, who did not see it. Meg has to be very careful. She's in the middle of nowhere out there near the dump truck, I believe.
Oh, no.
She is going to get it.
The timing was bad.
Yeah, that is really the 4% effect, I feel like.
Wow, yeah, the 4% into the hatch.
That's the second time we've seen something kind of that nature. Just, the DS to hatch, the 4% to hatch. Teams are getting very lucky today. But that is still a really commanding set of points on the board. That's 3 for Oni. That is going to be 1. And so, I don't know. KGB definitely has a little bit of an uphill battle, I guess, right now, looking at this. We know that they didn't really shine in that first set. The second set is looking a little bit tough. And they really, the burden right now as they switch sides is heavy.
Yeah, KGB overall in this next match is going to need a 7-point differential to come out with a clean win here, and that is no easy task against a team that's been playing as well as Rarity has.
Yeah, Rarity really proving why they were up there in that top bracket to even begin with, and then getting bopped down here by a team that I would consider to be probably the team that's going to take it all the way. Just throwing that out there.
I mean, your predictions have been pretty darn good today.
I know things. I think things.
Get those prophetic dreams.
I'm trying so hard. So I think KGB, while putting up a good fight, ultimately is just struggling a little bit with some of their coordination. But the killer side of things for KGB has been the toughest sticking point.
Yeah, I mean, Rarity's survivors have just been playing so clean that like the overall communication, the pathing on the macro scale, and the way they're playing the individual tiles, just playing it safe, not taking unnecessary risks. Like, they've just been doing an absolutely phenomenal job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of these matches have been getting a little bit closer as we're seeing a little bit less meta, right? So 3, 4, sometimes 5 gens done, but the killers have typically done pretty good at that same sort of pace. So really good stuff. We are going to move here into some highlights from the first few matches. We do have our Spirit here, getting that whiff, that Dwight having some goofy pathing into the pallets done. Really phenomenal denial.
Yeah, and the time it took to get that first hit just had such an impact on that early game. That early game is the most important time as killer.
This was the phenomenal play from the Claudette that I called out. I love that. I wanted to give more attention to that. That was such a good play there.
The dead hard for distance from the Meg. Those are always hurt. But it's also just, oh man, those were very satisfying to pull off as a survivor, but so frustrating to go against as killer, seeing that opportunity sort of ripped away from you.
Exactly, yeah. We do see the Yun going down there, the trade, the Claudette going down right after, and then this really changed the match quite a bit for the Oni, being able to get multiple downs and just keep that going until he could get the kill he needed.
Yeah, because one of the things that came out that was really interesting over the course of this match was that the Claudette was not necessarily just being tunneled and then eating the decisive strike, but it was using the Claudette as bait to pull the other survivors off of generators and use that slug for additional pressure.
Yeah, it wasn't just the hard tunneling for the sake of doing so, but it was understanding how when a survivor's tunneled, what dynamic shifts within a team that understands that can't happen this late in the game.
Mm-hmm. It's almost using that survivor as a pressure point to pull the other survivors off of the things they want to be doing and force them to help.
Yeah, exactly. So, this was a really smart play by the Oni, trying to get some of that pressure back that they maybe didn't quite build early in that game. And that's really what we're seeing these insta-down killers being incredible for. That's why the Wraith was so successful the other day with their insta-down build, is really being able to the front load the beginning of the match is a little bit tougher, but then come in and just get down after down after down in that mid-match into the late game and really start making it so that team just could not really commit to generators for longer than just a few seconds at a time.
Yeah, because when you're able to consistently have 2 survivors either downed or hooked, the survivors just don't have any meaningful ability to do gens because they have to be helping to alleviate that pressure.
Exactly. We haven't seen it today, luckily, much anyway, not for much period of time, but it's one of those moments where you see 2 survivors on 2 separate hooks. That is always the hardest thing for survivors to come off of, because it takes the full squad. Everyone's off of generators trying to undo that, and that's actually, you see that a lot in solo queue, right? Your team is done the minute you see 2 people on the hook simultaneously. It is a wrap.
Yeah, from that point on, unless someone really pulls out an incredible chase and really holds that killer's attention for a long time, you just know you're going to end up in that death spiral of hooks and trades and downs and unhooks and trades, and it's a nightmare. But so for our next match, we are going to be going on to an interesting pick, Rotten Fields.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Rarity picked Rotten Fields, so Rarity's definitely got something up their sleeve.
I wonder if we might see a Huntress potentially.
Yeah, I would say this is the only thing that makes sense to me right now, and really that would also mean that they might be leaning into aura reading a little bit more, maybe a glowing concoction or something.
I would
of that
love
nature.
to see Infantry Belt and glowing concoction.
Yeah.
Though I know you do typically see Oakhaft a bit more in a competitive setting,
probably
because it does enable those much easier hook trades where you land that first hatchet, the The 20% cooldown reduction from Oakhaft allows you to have that perfectly timed grab and prevent the unhook.
I don't think that this is necessarily a bad pick, and with some of the bans we've already seen, this could be really interesting. The thing about Rotten Fields is it's kind of like Wrecker's Yard, right? It's got just the shack in the middle of it, but the problem and the difference between Wrecker's Yard and Rotten Field is Wrecker's Yard has kind of these connecting tiles we've talked about, where you have the shack into this filler palette into another tile, but Rotten Fields just has a donut of nothing but corn.
Yeah, and it's also a very large map. I believe it's like the 4th or 5th largest map in the game.
Yeah, so there's something interesting to be said. You have to play speed here, but for the survivors, you know, they do have relatively strong tiles, but they are kind of on these outside edges.
Yeah.
And that's the only resources they really have. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this swings depending on the killer picks.
Yeah, I would be very curious to see what game plan Rarity has in mind that led to them picking what, in my opinion, is one of the more survivor-sided maps. However, like you had said, certain killers, like Huntress especially, can really, really thrive here with all of that open space in the middle of the map.
Exactly, right? If you can play your patience really, really well, get survivors to sort of fishtail and juke and spiral themselves out and get those good hits, you can definitely get a lot of pressure. And we've seen it time and time again, especially at Rotten Fields, where you just see hatchets raining from the sky. And, you know, on mobile, I don't know what to expect with regards to that, but I think if the confidence is there, it could be anything.
Yeah, considering the mechanical precision that's required to land those kinds of cross-map hatchets, the sometimes pixel-perfect aim that you need to actually make those connect, I would be very surprised to see that happen anywhere near consistently on both because of the mobile input methods and also against survivors of this caliber who are going to be aware of those long-range hatchets and aware of a theoretical Huntress's position.
Yeah.
Okay, as it turns out, we had been a little bit turned around, and we are instead going to be going to Wrecker's Yard, which is definitely a pick I expected a little bit more. I was very surprised to hear that we might be going to Rotten Fields.
Yeah, we've seen our fair share of Wrecker's Yard already, so it's not entirely surprising. Probably one of the most fair maps that there is to pick right here.
Yeah, and I know definitely one I almost always enjoy playing on.
Yeah, Wrecker's Yard is up there with Coal Tower in terms of its size not being too big, it not being too powerful, all of those filler palettes being really, really bad depending on the killers that you've picked, but also being strong in certain areas with how things chain together. So we'll have to see kind of what killers they've decided to pick and bring into this. Of course, it seems like there was a mix-up in terms of, okay, we're going to pick the map, oh, but we don't get to kill first? Oh, so the element of surprise maybe is a little bit gone, you know. So potentially Rarity having something up their sleeve, but we'll have to kind of see what they choose to do. There's nothing really set in stone yet, especially with the bans.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a team who's coming in with those sort of tricky, unusual picks, I would love to see more. I would love to see more of that.
Yeah, I would love to see, some of the more tricky picks and not just be necessity picks, right? What we saw earlier with the Plague was, I think we're out of killers, so I think we have to play Plague. I don't know what else to do. Let's wing it, right? But seeing like the Hag come out and being a real confidence pick, that they knew where to place those traps, how to ignore them, when to teleport, I think there was something really good there. So I'd love to see more of that from somebody potentially like a Huntress or just another cheeky Wraith like what we saw yesterday, which was very entertaining.
Yeah, that Wraith game, as much as it sort of feels like a fluke in hindsight, I would love to see more of those sort of off-meta, unusual game plan picks, because, I mean, as much as I love watching, like, Oni and Billy, you know, we've only really seen the same handful of killers for the vast majority of our matches over the course of this weekend, not just necessarily today. And so I would love to see things get a little bit more unique, a little bit more off the cuff with those game plans rather than sort of having those, okay, you know, we've got like Nurse, Spirit, Oni, Billy, cool.
Exactly, yeah. The idea between, you know, Oni was exciting to see for the first few, still exciting to see, but becoming more of a staple and almost more of a guarantee as time and time again, he's almost proven how he is, in some cases, more valuable than his counterpart Spirit or something of that nature, just sort of becoming the shoe-in. And I'm surprised we haven't heard more Oni bans. Of course, Billy, in some cases, being the superior Oni, given his mobile capabilities. So this is going to be interesting, and I don't know, realistically, yesterday, I think it makes a little bit more sense to have seen somebody like a Wraith, you know, potentially Seeing a Legion, I think I would have expected yesterday, just with the nature of how some of the builds can go. But I think as we start to climb, and next week as we go into semifinals and finals, I think it is very likely that we just see this set 4 band back and forth into an oblivion until we get to those last games where nobody has anything but a ghost face.
Yeah, it is very interesting that you had mentioned sort of that we've seen the difference right between the Spirit and the Oni, where the Oni has much more consistently performed better. And I do think it's very interesting seeing, as the two Yamaokas are very much, like granddaughter and like great grandfather. I mean, in this case, maybe the old dog doesn't need to learn new tricks.
No, I mean, especially not in this particular scenario. But we are going to get that last lobby set up here for you guys as we get things figured out between the map selections. So we're going to throw it to some commercials. And you guys get up, take a break, come back very briefly so we can enjoy this final match in the set. Hopefully final. Don't want to call anything too soon, but... And welcome back as we really get on to what I think is going to be the final match for today's sets. KGB versus Rarity. Rarity coming out swinging, having a mastery of multiple killers, and really having incredibly smart, patient survivors. And KGB keeping up fairly well, but just not being quite as coordinated, just making a few more mistakes that are really turning the tide of these matches. What are you expecting, knowing that we have Wrecker's Yard going into this? I mean, do we see Billy, or do you think Billy's completely out of the question?
I mean, I definitely think either Billy or Oni are very much possibilities. Of course, unless one of those has been banned. In which case we'll probably see the other, because that's just kind of how things have been shaping up today.
Yeah, exactly. I think that that's more than likely what we're seeing. I think the Spirit picks, there have been very few teams, only 2 teams I think that I've really noticed that are picking Spirit and really commanding Spirit, right? Not just picking and saying, like, I think we can get away with it. And we just actually got confirmation that both teams have banned Billy and Oni.
I know, so I'm very curious to see whether they'll pull out the Spirit or the Nurse here.
Yeah, especially with KGB having to really come forward here and make some things happen for their team, or else they're going home.
Yeah, because they need to make up a pretty significant point differential from that last match. And so I would definitely love to see them pull out the... I mean, personally, I would like to see the nurse for this last set of the game because we really haven't seen a lot of nurses today. We've seen a lot of spirits. And so I would personally love to see a nurse come out. But at the same time, realistically, I'm expecting a spirit.
I'm expecting a spirit. I'm expecting maybe a hag. There has been a level of consistency with hag having been in here at least a few times.
And especially on Wrecker's Yard being such a small map, you're able to realistically control both the basement and even potentially a 3-gen around it.
Yeah, if you do one set speed add-on, one range add-on, I think there's enough to get you across most of the map, or at least well over 50% of the map, without too much trouble.
Yeah, especially considering her base teleport range is 40 meters, and I believe the green Cicada Wings add-on, which is the higher rarity of the two teleportation range add-ons, adds an additional 20 meters on top of that, if I remember correctly.
That is a massive amount of space. And it looks like we are getting confirmation here that our killer is going to be picking Spirit here, which, again, the consistency on Spirit players has been lacking today. But let's see if they can show us something, if they can come through and really change. The last time they played Spirit was a little bit rough, but they do get that really early hit here.
Yeah, wow. With the first phase of the game, almost no hesitation from our killer, just phasing and boom, directly into the first hit. And at this point, our Feng has to be very, very careful because I don't know if she has an Iron Will on.
Now, let's see if our Spirit can learn from the sort of lessons learned last match. Leaving too many strong pallets down and trying to get around them consistently has been a problem, but we do see them breaking more of these pallets far quicker, and maybe they had a little conversation behind closed doors seeing the last sort of performance.
Yeah, I do think a big part of that was because they used a very significant portion of their power in order to get to that pallet in the first place, and so they were probably thinking, maybe let me not greed this. And also, interestingly enough, a Dead Heart coming out from the Feng, even though the Spirit had already started to double back.
Now let's see what happens here, as this Feng has been able to play a third pallet, which would not be bad to get out of the match, but this is a bit of a filler pallet, less of a consistency sort of thing, that they're going to break it. They are learning.
No greed. Especially, it's important to keep in mind that you can use that like 2-point-something seconds of the pallet break to finish recharging your power and immediately follow that up with a phase.
Now we do see the good down there, but we are seeing 3 generators, 1 popped, 2 ready to go. We know that Rarity is like, it's a Spirit, let's just get through this.
Yeah, and especially considering that the primary slowdown going into this mid-game is going to be that Pop Goes the Weasel, you are not going to be able to use that on any of these already completed gens, of which there are 3.
Yeah, with several generators at 0%, the Pop Goes the Weasel doesn't have any value, at least for the next 40 seconds, unless they can get something else worked on and the Spirit can find it. But when you're really working on just trying to get downs, you may not even have time to do that.
Yeah, an interesting decision, too, from the Atom. It looks like there's probably going to be a... No, I was expecting a sprint burst, given that he was just slow walking away from the killer who could clearly see him, but it does turn out he has a Dead Heart in his pocket.
I'm really interested here, too, because the Atom doesn't have a Deliverance. Typically, when you see such a fast unhook coming from a Survivor player, they are looking to try to get this sort of Deliverance proc early to save them for the late game.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see how cautiously they're playing around this unhook right at the start, walking directly in front of the Spirit's husk.
Ooh.
Because it's important to keep in mind that if the Survivors can get 3 out, that will be the series secured for Rarity.
Yeah, that means that Rarity, having gotten knocked out of the normal brackets, would actually go to losers and then proceed through losers right now. And that's not anything to sort of shake a stick at here. They just need 3 survivors out, and really, so that means that they are trying to, buy enough time to get as many generators done as possible, and they're doing that very significantly with 4 done already.
Yeah, great phase accuracy to find that Atom. But the thing is, I don't think there are just enough hook states yet, because this is 2 fresh hooks with only 1 gen remaining.
Oh my gosh, and a really greedy unhook here.
That's got to be a Deliverance.
That has to be Deliverance from Claudette coming through here, and probably maybe a pre-throw if she suspects that. No, the Spirit not.
Oh, no, there was the pre-throw.
Yeah, the Spirit there not committing the direction that they thought they should be going, just got really turned around. So they had learned some of their lessons, but the sort of mechanical skill behind the Spirit is still not quite on par with what we've seen from other killers.
Yeah, her phase accuracy has been solid. Oh,
the body
fake
block.
phase. Yeah, the fake phase. You notice she lets that bar fill up for just a fraction of a second to get that animation reset and make the Atom think she's phasing.
Oh, and the
but
Dead
actually she stands directly in place. Oh,
and
the
then the
bait from the Feng.
The Feng comes in, takes the hit, and then Dead Hearts perfectly hitting this pallet. We're just seeing these survivors play with such a high tier of coordination.
Yeah, and we're seeing that last generator getting above 2/3, and the speed that we see it going up indicates to me that there are 2 survivors working on it, while these 2 are kind of keeping the Spirit distracted on the other side of the map.
Exactly. Knowing that they need to just get 3 out, it doesn't really matter if any of them go down as long as the gens get done.
Yeah, and we even see our Claudette here starting to cleanse these dull totems while her teammates work on that gen, and it's finished. There it is. Unfortunately, the totem the Claudette was working on did not immediately turn into the Noed while she is cleansing it, so that perk is still going to be active and not immediately revealed to the survivors.
That is going to be stage 2 for Fung. We do have Noed active. Populous Louisa only getting used once. This is how fast these generators went. This is not the first time Rarity has demolished generators with no respect. And we're just seeing Spirit now probably trying to secure this 1 kill.
Yeah, see, the problem is, though, that if Rarity get 3 out, that's the series in the bag for them. So our Spirit needs more than that. She needs more than just this 1, especially, oh no, I don't know if you saw that, but there's a survivor cleansing that Noed.
Yeah, and I think the Spirit is hoping for a fake on the phase here. The Nia not taking the bait. That means that Noed is cleansed right here. Yeah, there goes the totem. And we do see that they're coming back, trying to just stop this unhook from happening. And Adam just bailing on hit right there.
Yeah, if she's going to just chill here and defend this hook, I mean, that's kind of okay. The other 3 survivors can just leave. And I think they're realizing that as I believe that was the Nia starting to turn around and make her way back towards that open gate.
Exactly. You know, we saw that the sort of Spirit gave up on pursuing really sort of early there. The minute Noed was gone, they just sort of kind of was, okay, I'm done here, I guess. You know, that's a really tough spot to put yourself in. And I wonder if they knew what the point differential actually was in the long run. You know, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I think these competitive teams that have that sort of tournament experience, they're used to sort of having that math and like that back of the napkin math to understand that point differential and really understand their win condition for the match. And so with that round, the series is going to be 9-3 in favor of Rarity.
Yeah, incredible performance.
This is going to be very, very difficult. Actually, Impossible. Yeah, impossible for KGB to come back.
Yeah, if KGB gets even 5 points on the board, there's still going to be 9 and 8. That means that is going to be it for Rarity. We're going to play the match out for just high fives and shared bubblegum. But at the end of the day,
just for the sake of sportsmanship.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's not really going to matter too much what happens here. KGB putting up a good fight, coming back. Good sports to come back after some technicalities, booted someone else out of the roster.
Maybe we may not be putting. We may not actually be playing out this last match as we see the KGB roster. Never mind. It seems like they left the lobby, but maybe for some technical reasons. So I believe they'll be back.
We might be remaking a lobby because we definitely understand that, you got to restart some of these lobbies to kind of get everybody back on the right ping, kind of clear it all out. Sometimes it's good just to restart the game between these lobbies. So, we are going to see KGB play this one out. Rarity coming through. I wonder what the ban is on this one. I believe it is Billy and Oni both sides. So with Rarity not needing to do much of anything, I wonder if they just bring out something wacky to call this one a day.
Yeah, considering it basically doesn't matter what their performance is, I would love to see them just trying to go for some saves, just try and get some flashlight saves, maybe some sabos, just try and get some good highlight clips for your montage.
Yeah, Rarity, you should pick Trapper, please.
No, give us a Huntress. Come on, we've been waiting for that.
I don't know who she is. I really hope that we can see KGB come forward here and go for some good flashlight saves. We haven't seen flashlight saves since, ironically, our nurse matches on day 1.
Yeah, that very first match.
Yeah, and it actually worked out pretty well. It's really fascinating because you do not expect flashlight plays in this sort of environment. Typically, flashlight users, sabotage users are going to be on gens. They're going to be doing the objectives instead of hovering around and waiting for something really magnificent to happen. So, it's going to be interesting, and hopefully we just see some good sportsmanship out of this. These teams have fought really, really hard. Again, KGB came back. Rarity booted today down to losers and then progressing through it admirably. Hopefully they run it back up. Maybe they get to see LF again sort of at the end there.
Yeah, and with how well Rarity have been playing so far in this match, it would not surprise me to see them go very, very far in the lower bracket.
Now, we do need to keep in mind that these teams that are progressing through both sides of the bracket, the losers bracket and the tops there, is they're going to get a lot of this week to scrim, to practice, to brush up on the things that they did not do well, especially those of you in the losers bracket. You'll be able to look through your weaknesses a little bit more, look through what killers you did not master or handle the way that you thought you would. And that's going to be really interesting coming into the semifinals and finals next week to see who clinches this out, to see who's really grown week over week.
Yeah, I would definitely be really interested to see how well these teams sort of cover their weaknesses in between these weeks, because this is a lot of the time when you're scrimming, you don't necessarily have a VOD to actually review. You often have like notes from your team members and things you can discuss. Yep. Sometimes you'll have someone recording, but having this sort of like a sky-high view of things is relatively uncommon in Dead by Daylight. Having the game not having a replay viewer does make that a little bit more difficult. And so an event like this can be really helpful for these teams, like you said, to kind of brush up on those weaknesses, you know, to sort of fix those small things, to work on those maybe issues of communication that we see from some teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's going to be really important. And really to see the improvement is going to take a lot of humility. The ego is going to have to be checked at the door. The hubris is going to have to wane, and you're really going to have to admit, okay, I did not do particularly well here, and here's what I really need help on. And if we do see that growth from teams, then we're going to be able to see really some switch-ups, I think, coming into next week. Because we do have some, I think, front-runners that are really showing themselves, and to take them down is going to require a hero's journey in a week.
Yeah, but a lot of these matches have been very close and very entertaining to watch, especially today. We haven't had anywhere near as many blowouts as we saw on that first Friday. Though there definitely, some of the individual games haven't been terribly close. As a series, things have been going very evenly in a lot of these matches.
Yeah, the series have been very close. I mean, even last match, had it gone just a little bit differently with a 2K, it would have been a much closer series total than you know what we would have expected or anticipated, especially a few days ago in single elimination. So we're definitely seeing a little bit more contentious matches. I'm glad we got to see a match go on to its round 3. I think that was really what we were hoping for in a series of this nature, especially with killers that were slightly different than what we had anticipated.
Yeah, it has been really interesting seeing like the hags come out, the plagues, the wraiths. You know, it's been nice to get a little bit of a break from sort of the billies and onis and spirits and nurses that have made up the majority of this tournament.
Yeah, I think Oni fatigue is going to be something I say on the regular now, really, because I do love Oni, but at some point, especially when commentating, there's a pattern. There's an expectability, right, that you can kind of glean from, okay, well, he should be doing this. We've seen this succeed repetitiously, and this is the mistakes, or these are a handful of mistakes that have typically deflated pressure.
Yeah, and at this point, within this series specifically, what Rarity's killer does and how they perform is frankly completely irrelevant. Their survivors
100%.
Their survivors and their killer in the last game have fully gotten this series in the bag for them. And so this game is kind of just the icing on the cake. I hope we see something silly, a little bit goofy, you know, something we can, you know, get a couple of laughs from. And you know, I hope that the players maybe don't take this one match super seriously, because this series is already over.
Yeah, we are seeing some of the loadouts behind the scenes. You guys can't see them, but we are seeing some of the loadouts mirroring what we would have expected for med kits, for dead hards, for decisive strikes, those types of things. So we don't see any flashlights, nothing cheeky in that vein.
It's such a shame.
Really disappointed, honestly. Not upset, just disappointed. But we'll have to hope for a killer that sort of defies some of those expectations that we have had set for us throughout the beginning of this sort of series.
Yeah, I would love to see that Ghostface come out. That would be a fun one.
Yeah, Ghostface or Trapper, really. I mean, Huntress, I don't care. Anyone else. You could play Legion. I would be happy for Legion. And you know what? I never say that.
See, the difference is we're not playing in this match, so we don't have to play against the Legion.
I don't have to actually do the mending.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to sit there and just watch your screen get darker and darker and darker. We can just sit back and enjoy.
And it looks like we are getting a little bit of a differential. We've only seen one of these in the tournament so far. We are seeing a Bubba with just a bit of a goofy build. We are seeing Lethal Pursuer, Thrilling Tremors.
I think there's a plan. I think our killer has a plan in mind here. We saw a little bit of nodding at the hook.
So it looks like we might get a face camp Bubba, which is going to be really fun. A little moonwalk Bubba. So.
Yeah, good to see our killers going into this kind of lighthearted, just having a good time with it.
All right, Rarity getting that first pallet out of the way. This is kind of the threat of Bubba, right? Just being able to chew those pallets really, really quickly. If
Yeah, and see, she doesn't have another pallet in range, so this Nia, unless the Bubba screws this up, this is going to be quite possibly the fastest first down we've seen in this entire tournament.
Yeah, that was an incredibly fast. I think Billy maybe got one a little bit quicker just off the jump, but...
Oh, no, I know what's happening here.
Basement Booba.
Oh, okay. It seems like this is going to be one of those games. Oh, and they're getting the back hook, too. Well, okay.
Oh, I was hoping for some basement nodders, a little eggnog.
See, I'm a little disappointed we aren't seeing the Insidious come out. Maybe they're taking, maybe their killer pick was maybe the goofiest thing about this match.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Insidious doesn't really put on a good show for all the people watching, so
yeah,
I totally understand why I wouldn't want to do that, and it's incredibly boring.
Yeah. Oh well, there is another survivor here to be chased, but no, they're gonna stick pretty comfy right around this basement.
Now it looks like right now survivors are still trying to put out a good amount of pressure on gens. One gen being done already, one at 10, 11, 12. That means that's two people.
That's two people.
Yep, that is pushing really, really quickly. But right now the Bubba is just going to secure his one kill.
Yeah, there's all three people on those gens, so... All right, getting a little staring at the sky. I see that's probably... beast marks, I think. I see the red bar. It tells me that either beast marks or knife scratches are in play. I would assume beast marks and probably purple chili, if I had to guess, considering those add-ons do tend to be the most useful.
And they are just going to down and move on, understanding that a survivor is going to move to the basement. They should be able to get a double down here unless the lockers are used. Even then, that's a little bit dicey.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. The Dead Hard, though. The Dead Hard's going to come out. Oh, but no, a missed Dead Hard into the corner.
That is going to be another M1, just an absolute slaughter fest from Bubba. I mean, realistically, if this Bubba were playing for keeps, would KGB be performing better?
Yeah, I wonder. That's a very good question, because at this point, I mean, it seems like KGB is taking this match at least mostly seriously.
That's what it looks like. I'm having a hard time determining if they're also goofing around, but at the end of the day, it looks like this Leatherface is actually being incredibly contentious just by goofing himself.
Yeah, I mean, those sort of back and forth red light mind games, you see those a lot more on Billy than Bubba, but they do definitely still work on the other Chainsaw Boy.
Now, it does look like another gen has been completed. One gen at 24%. Nia not throwing that pallet.
Okay, but a tantrum from the Bubba. A slight mistake on the pathing.
Yeah, just getting caught right there between the tree and the barrel, bumping and tantruming for at least a few seconds.
Yeah, which, I mean, those barrels, that collision is so bizarre. The little things that stick out from the top, I swear those extend for a solid foot or two.
Now, let's take a look here, as we do have the Nia doing some decent looping, actually, getting something on the board here. Going right to this pallet that needs to absolutely get chucked into outer space. There it goes. And another gen completed.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 now, but none of the other gens have any real progress. And it's funny, because seeing Corrupt, Thrilling Tremors, Lethal Pursuer, and Call of Brian, this kind of looks like the sort of build you'd see in a public match.
Yeah, this is definitely something you'd see in a public match, except
no way this connects.
Good pathing
That's
there.
Crazy. Look at
Bubba.
the value from the add-ons, too, because the additional movement speed from Beast Marks is the reason that they got that down.
Yeah,
because that was just the end of the chainsaw charge.
Really great down there coming out of Bubba. Personally, if I were playing this match, I would have gone in here with Iron Maiden just to defy expectations, right? You hop in a locker, let's talk about it, you know?
Iron Maiden on Bubba is actually better than people give it credit for. There's actually, I believe his name is Dresnak. He's an Australian player. Really, really good Bubba, extremely experienced on the character, and he swears by Iron Maiden.
I don't play Bubba often, but I don't think I've taken it off since I started. This is the 3rd tantrum. These hitboxes are out for blood today.
I mean, I can't blame the guy for bumping. When you have, you know, when you got one finger turning the camera, I can't blame you for bumping into things every now and again.
Ooh, this won't connect though.
Yeah, going around though, solid pathing. Ooh, maybe a double back. But see all of the buttons you gotta press. It's tough.
Yeah, there's a lot, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, with both Bubba and Billy, to use your ability, it's a toggle. It's not holding, which means if you want to sort of back rev, right, you actually have to hit the toggle button a second time. There's a lot going on between steering and toggling these abilities.
Yeah, especially considering I would assume that there's some other input you have to do to use one of your additional chainsaw chargers as well and extend that saw further.
Right.
So that, on top of the steering and the camera control and the pathing, I really cannot fault a Bubba for bumping into things on mobile.
I mean, this might be Bubba pre-charges, right?
No, with the length of those, with the length of that chainsaw, this is definitely a charge-having version of Bubba.
That'd be interesting because then that would be the overheat came out at the exact same time for Billy. So we're using 2 different update versions, one for Bubba, one for Billy, hand-picked.
Yeah, but you got to remember there. I mean, how long was Bubba the worst killer in the game, right? Like, and seeing the length that he can travel. With the chainsaw this is definitely a charges having version of Bubba, because I mean pre-charges Bubba simply could not travel that kind of distance. Like, I mean that was back in the days of me mallet chainsaw for pallet, you know.
Yeah. We do see all the gens done. Great dead
Oh,
hard.
well
really
timed.
Good dead hard.
Very well timed. The spacing was really good too.
We have 4 gens done. We have 2 separate gens being worked on. Some nodders there on the down.
Yeah, both at about 60%. So. They're coming up right at around the same time. Maybe a slight, I don't know if that's maybe a slight miscommunication from the survivors or what the deal is, but they're working on 2 separate gens that are at about the same amount of progress. Oh, let's see how this goes. Oh, the sprint burst.
Backing off there for a second.
There should be a down on the Kate, though. Wait, maybe he doesn't realize. Maybe he doesn't hear.
Yeah, I don't think maybe he saw or heard. I don't know. It's interesting to see a Bubba that's, for all intents and purposes, memeing a little bit, just kind of joking around, not really worried about points or scores, still performing so well.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like it's going to be at least a 2K in the end here, even with all of this sort of shenanigans that have been occurring. Because, I mean, we have the Nia has been dead for a solid minute or 2 now. And then, at this point, all he's got to do is get 1 down and just kind of hang out. I wonder if she knows the timing. She does not know the timing.
She absolutely does. There was no bump even. Oh, that is going to be a really good hook there. The other survivor picked up.
Oh, we're going back to the basement.
Yeah, Christmas tree. And this is going to be the final gen done. 2 survivors on it. It is going to get rushed to 99. But that doesn't mean that they're both getting out, actually. You know, No Way Out is not in here, but Bubba's going to commit to somebody. Probably slug for the 4K
no. Oh, wait. Well, we were seeing a little bit of... No, I don't think... I think he's going to take the 2K and call it a day.
Wow.
Because I definitely do see some Bubba in his home turf just giving us some spins. All right.
All right, Bubba. There you go. Congrats. Rarity moving forward through the losers bracket. Really put up a fight, got bumped down, and is really going to, looks like, try to come back and really show us that they deserve that top slot.
Yeah, I mean, with the performance that we've seen today from Rarity, like, especially in this second match, that first match they were looking a little bit rough. Maybe they were still warming up for the day. But in this second match that we've seen from them, they have done an absolutely phenomenal job and really proved to us, and hopefully to the audience too, that they very much deserve to be here.
You know, and this could be like a big confidence thing too, right? Of coming down here, winning a few matches, and being more confident may go to affect how they play next week as they progress. And I think that's the really, really interesting portion of it all.
See, I think our survivors have realized that the outcome of this match kind of doesn't matter, and they might try to make the hero play just for goofs here.
I'd be really interested to see how they would pull that off without really any sort of, you know, there's no dead hards that would be able to be used here. They would all just go down instantly. So I'm not really sure. I think at this point, just go ahead and get it over for the sake of time, right?
Yeah, this is definitely one of those situations where the survivors are really relying on the killer screwing up to do basically anything. So I think they're just going to take the 2 out and call it a day. Maybe give us some moonwalks on the way out. I don't know how you'd moonwalk on mobile. It seems difficult.
Yeah, I have arthritis in my hands, I feel like, so I'm definitely not going to try that.
Yeah, I feel you there. I definitely have some wrist issues that flare up when I'm playing on controller. But, oh, man. Okay, all right, Bubba. Yeah.
We see the Meg here, finally, hoping to get pushed out, I guess. This is pretty normal solo queue behavior.
Yeah, see, the Bubba's just trying to go with them. They're trying to be friends.
Yeah. I mean, aren't all Bubbas trying to be friends, whether forcibly or...
yeah, sometimes they just want to stare lovingly into your eyes for 2 minutes while you die on that hook.
There we go. We have 2 kills, 2 out. That is going to be Rarity moving forward. Really long, great set of matches today. No complaints here. Really hard-fought set. If we can really get that bracket just to solidify what we're going into next week, because there are a lot of kind of moving pieces here, and it's going to be really, really worth it. So definitely come back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday grand finals. It'll be a big day. What's that format look like?
So I believe, for the semifinals, we are going to continue this best of 3 format like we saw today, where you have Killer and Survivor picking a map, wave of bans, pick Killer and Survivor, picking a map, wave of bans, potentially a third match if we're tied after game 2. And then for the grand finals, we are going to be in a best of 5, or maybe the semifinals too. I believe it's just the grand finals that are going to be a best of 5. And yeah, we are really, really excited from all of us here at the studio to present these games for you today. It has been an absolute blast. So stick around. We appreciate you all for tuning in. We are really, really excited for next week as well. Please tune in then. We'll be back with plenty more fantastic matches for you. And yeah, so what do you think of all of these matches today? Anybody stand out to you as going the distance?
Oh, I absolutely think, 4 a.m. put up a really good fight yesterday, right, going into it. But I think RSK and LF are both incredible contenders. I think those are the 3 teams to really keep your eye on. We did see Rarity and BBB make really incredible plays here in the losers bracket, but there's a reason we're in the losers bracket, right? We're seeing teams fight it out amongst who didn't quite make the cut the first time. And I think if it came down to it, I would put my money on LF as going all the way, potentially RSK. But I'm really putting my money there. I think those have just been de facto great plays. Very little question on whether they're going to advance. So moving into next week, I'm really, really excited. Again, we will see you Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to finish out these brackets. We're going to basically give away some grand prize money. It's going to be a good time. Thank you guys for tuning into today's tournament. Let's, before we get out of here, let's take a quick look at all the highlights from today. Just really seeing everything front to back here. We're seeing some of these great Spirit plays. One of the few players who's been able to command Spirit the way we would come to expect, completely faking out, playing great goalie, getting a great hit here on Feng. And let's take a look here moving forward. That was a great opener, and we're going to see continuously wonderful plays. Missing the Dwight here, but rubber banding back to the hill, getting a great swing.
Yeah, recognizing that audio cue of the injured survivor nearby and recognizing, oh, hey, I'm not quite where I need to be. But unfortunately, a really, really well-timed dead hard from that Dwight, saving him.
And we do see the nurse, I think the only nurse we saw today coming out, getting a little bit of misdirection, but going back for the Claudette here.
Yeah, recognizing that after downing the Feng at that main building, the Claudette is still going to be zoned into that sort of back corner of the map and not really able to get anywhere.
Really, really good use of the sprint burst there. We saw that. Oni coming forward here, seeing the survivor on the stairs,
yeah,
hitching
that
back.
Very risky decision to hide on the basement stairs. That's always really scary. You got to be real careful.
What's interesting is this was Rarity. We saw Rarity, and this is kind of a different set of survivors. Making those really, really risky plays was not the Rarity we saw in the losers bracket necessarily.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they were coming in with a lot of confidence, and after losing that first match, maybe that confidence got a little bit shaken, and they decided, let's play a little safer, let's play it a little smarter, let's make sure we don't get knocked out.
Exactly. See a great Oni play coming here, circling back around to try to hit this Claudette, who had very well nowhere to go. Incredible skin on this Oni.
Yeah, I love that outfit. The little bird mask, too, just, so good.
We do see the ace hopping in the locker, avoiding the hit, but not for very long, apparently. And we do see this Oni here. This was actually one of kind of the most interesting plays, I think, here. Getting the first down at the hook, coming out here and finishing off the Nia, who had the borrow time proc, and the grab at the window.
Yeah, those are always fun. When the survivor vaults into you, I love that animation where you just get him and you're just like, I got you, get over here.
Yeah, this is a really great set of plays here from the Claudette.
Oh,
honestly,
the double back. That swing is so clean.
Mm-hmm. And, this is one of the more interesting matches that really could have swung either way. 4 gens completed here. Only one person dead. This was contentious. But
yeah, and just avoiding the BT body block on the Claudette. That was just such good pathing to recognize that that's what she was going to do.
Now, this is one of the tougher matches of the day. We did see a Plague come out of here, which takes an incredible amount of micro decision-making and mastery and prediction, really. And unfortunately, not really netting much out of it, but was a good match to watch nonetheless. This Quentin absolutely juicing, pre-throwing, and hiding from the vomit here.
Yeah, recognizing that spot behind the box, if you crouch, the top of your hitbox does not extend far enough to be hit, but unfortunately, not quite as precise there and getting hit over the pallet despite trying to hide.
Now we do see these incredible hag plays. This was the only hag we saw today, and they just had a mastery. Ignoring the trap here, the Dead Hard comes out, but getting the hit on the Claudette nonetheless.
Yeah, the discipline there to recognize that the Neo was going to use her Dead Hard and negate any hit you might have tried, and just letting her waste her resource.
Yeah, if you'd taken the pallet stun, that would have been disastrous. We see the Spirit getting a little bit of juke from the Dwight here, and this was a tough match. This was a Rarity in peak form here, really showing why they deserve to go all the way. The Claudette vaulting.
Yeah, everybody in the Spirit match played just so cleanly. It was extremely impressive, the discipline from the survivors.
Dead hard into the pallet. Really good stuff from the Meg there. Now we do see moving forward here another Spirit, right?
Yeah, lots of Spirits.
This was KGB's Spirit. Again, a Spirit that struggled a little bit getting that first down, but Rarity made sure that that did not last. And we're going to move into the Bubba match, which got the hit there, procced the borrow time, and then got the down. The Dead Hard, I think, actually came out, but missed.
Yeah, the Dead Hard slightly misaimed and ending up in that corner instead of inside the Shack pallet.
That's 3 Dead Hards that have done that. Maybe we should start using Sprint Burst, okay?
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, Dead Hard is hard, okay? It's in the name.
It's in the name, right? Exactly. You die hard.
Yeah, exactly. You press E to instantly die, and also it's hard to use.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys for being here this week. I really had a great time casting. I had a great time watching. These teams have shown that they deserve to be here. We will be back next week.
Let's just, real quick, let's just give some props to these teams who came out to play for us today. Let's show the bracket to everybody at home one more time. And just kind of, so we can get a sense of like how everything progressed today. We see 4AM and RSK making their way all the way up at the top. And Endgame and Lazy Family also keeping their places in the upper bracket, with BBB and Pulse, KGB and Rarity, Pulse and KGB having to go home, and BBB and Rarity moving on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so that all being said, we will be back next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're going to be here casting the sort of rest of the losers brackets on top of the semifinals, the grand finals. It's going to be an incredible time. Lots of cash at stake. If you are here to root on your favorite teams, be sure you show up on time. Follow DBD Mobile on social media, and we will see you guys next week.